This is Audible.
The Infernal Heart. The Alastair Stone Chronicles, Volume 9. Written by R.L. King. Narrated by Will M. Watt. Prologue. Dennis Avila hated his job. To be fair, that wasn't entirely true. He didn't hate the job in general. The construction industry had been good to him. He got along okay with the other guys on the crew, and he liked the fact that he could knock off at quitting time and stop for a drink without his boss being on his case to take a big pile of work home. Those computer wonks might make the big bucks, but Dennis made enough to keep him in beer and cable TV, and at least he got some exercise instead of letting his ass spread out till it was shaped like one of those stupid $500 ergonomic chairs. No, what Dennis hated was the crop of oversized, overpriced monstrosity houses popping up all over Silicon Valley as more and more overpaid nerds moved in with their stock options and their startup companies. Take his current job, for example. This area used to be an orchard, but it had languished as a weed-strewn vacant lot for years after some faceless holding company bought it, had all the trees razed, and then gone bankrupt. By the time the legal snarls got untangled and some development company picked it up on the cheap, land in Silicon Valley, even out here in East Bumfuck Milpitas, had taken a jump for the stratosphere, and everybody involved wanted to milk every stray plot of dirt for every penny they could get. So instead of a nice little neighborhood full of small, affordable houses, they repurposed it to a collection of mini mansions twice the size and 3 times the price of those originally planned. And every last one of the damn things was already sold, with deposits secured and preliminary papers signed before the developers even broke ground. Dennis swiped his dark, tangled hair off his brow, took a long slug from his oversized water bottle, and lowered the boom again, dragging up another bucketful of dry earth. It was 4:30, almost quitting time. He was already thinking about heading to Santana's to hoist a few cold ones with the guys and see if the Giants could get their shit together enough to break their current losing streak. Just a few more loads and he could hang it up for the day. Something in the bucket caught his attention. Narrowing his eyes, he pulled a lever to stop the bucket in mid-swing, then adjusted his Ray-Bans for a better look. It was probably nothing, a trick of the sun or the glint of light off an old beer can, but he thought he'd seen a gray object in the middle of the light brown expanse of his latest load of dirt. He shifted the backhoe into neutral, engaged the brake, and jumped down, glancing around to make sure Carl, his boss, wasn't watching. As he hurried toward the end of the boom where the bucket hung like a scraped-up yellow lobster claw, he realized he wasn't seeing things. There was something there, and it wasn't a beer can or a dark-colored rock. In fact, it looked like some kind of gray box, about the size of a child's shoebox. He glanced around again. The backhoe was between him and the other guys, and quickly plucked the item from the bucket. It was a lot heavier than expected. He didn't take a good look at it until he'd scurried back around and jumped back into the driver's seat. It was, indeed, a box, but not a shoebox. It seemed to be made out of some kind of weathered stone, which must have been why it was so heavy. Dennis turned it over in his gloved hands, examining the carvings on it. Looked like something religious. A big cross in the middle, surrounded by scrollwork and what looked like the images of angels. He tried to pry it open, but it was sealed tight. For just a moment, a few seconds, he thought about showing it to Carl. It was probably something important, something that belonged in a museum. It was down way too deep for it to be buried by kids, at least not any time recently. In these days of increasingly stringent earthquake codes, they had to dig the foundations deeper than they used to, especially for monster houses like these. He probably should hand it over to the authorities so they could figure out what to do with it. He should, but he didn't want to. He studied the box again, his hands tightening on it. He glanced around once more to make sure nobody was looking. Whatever this thing was, it was interesting, and he wanted it. Or at least he wanted to see what was inside it before he gave it up. Dennis reached down and grabbed his battered, dusty backpack. He unzipped it and, with one final furtive check, shoved the box inside and zipped it back up. Maybe he wouldn't go to Santana's tonight after all, he decided. An hour later, he grabbed some Burger King from the drive-thru, then headed straight home. If the guys asked him tomorrow where he'd been, he'd tell them he was beat and decided to catch some extra shut-eye. His apartment was on the second floor of a dusty, 30-year-old complex off Center Road in East San Jose. He had the money to move if he wanted to, but it always seemed more trouble than it was worth. This place had everything he needed. It was close to a freeway, the supermarket, and several liquor stores, and the manager was a pretty good guy for a pothead. Dennis even picked up a few extra bucks sometimes doing repairs, because the pothead was too cheap to call a pro and would probably slice his own hand off if he tried to do them himself. As soon as he rattled his key in the door, he heard scratching noises coming from inside, and when he shoved it open, a furry gray and black striped missile hurled itself into his legs, tail pointed straight up. Dennis leaned down to pet the cat. "Hey, Raider, you have a good day, buddy?" Raider wound around his legs, following him to the kitchen as he dropped the Burger King bag on the breakfast bar, his backpack on one of the stools, and grabbed a cold Bud out of the fridge. He jumped up and headbutted Dennis as he sat down. Hang on, you're so impatient," he growled. But he was grinning. He'd never admit it to anyone, but he looked forward to coming home to Raider. Sure, he was a cat and not a big tough Rottweiler or pit bull like some of the guys had for pets, but Dennis spent so much time away from his apartment that keeping a big dog cooped up all day wasn't fair to the dog or the apartment. Raider was self-cleaning, did his business in a box instead of needing to be walked, and seemed quite content to sleep the day away while Dennis was at work. The cat also, and Dennis would have cheerfully punched out anyone who suggested it might be true, loved to snuggle up next to him at night, until he managed to find himself a girlfriend. Raider's was the only warm, affectionate body he was likely to have in his bed. He pulled out his food, a double Whopper and large fries for him, a plain hamburger for Raider, and spread it on the counter. As he did, his gaze fell once again on his backpack. He unzipped it and took out the mysterious stone box, setting it down to examine it as he ate. Raider glanced at it, hissed, and immediately leapt off the counter, ignoring his hamburger. "What's up, bud?" That was weird. Raider never passed up a burger. The cat stopped about 6 feet away, eyeing both Dennis and the box with wary green eyes. His tail was puffed up like a bottle brush. Really weird. Last time Dennis had seen him do that, the neighbor's big, goofy Roddy had gotten loose and was peering in the window at him. Ah, well, who knew what went on in cats' minds? He put the burger on a plate and set it on the floor. "Fine. You don't want to hang out? You can eat it later." He turned his attention back to the box. Under the kitchen light, it looked even older. Chipped, dusty, somehow faded. The carvings looked like they'd been elaborate at some point, but being under all that dirt for so long had dulled their edges. He brushed at it with a napkin, knocking some of the dirt off onto an old newspaper, and eventually revealed the thin line of a seam. No sign of a catch or a lock, though. "I really should take this to somebody," he thought again. If not Carl, who he had to admit would just as likely try to pawn it off for a few bucks as hand it over to the proper authorities, then maybe to Father Rivera, the priest at the Catholic church Dennis attended twice a year, Easter and Christmas, to make his mother happy. After all, it did look religious, And if it was old, it was probably related to the Catholics somehow. Maybe they'd want it back. That was a good idea. He'd do that, he decided. Just as soon as he checked out what was inside. After all, if there were gold coins or something in there, that might change things. The church was rich enough. If he handed over most of the coins like a good boy but kept a few for himself, who would know? Finder's fee, right? He finished the Whopper, then grabbed a steak knife from the rack on the wall. Just to be safe, he donned his heavy work gloves from his backpack, then carefully slipped the blade of the knife into the seam of the box. His heart rate increased. He felt like a kid again, looking for buried treasure. It took him a while of prying, but eventually the knife slid in far enough that he was able to pop the lid off the small box. That's it. Dennis cheered as it fell onto the newspaper, revealing the interior. There weren't any gold coins inside. When Dennis plucked up the dull red cloth covering the contents, all he saw at first was a large wooden cross, simple and unadorned with any fancy scrollwork or metal inlays. Its only decoration, if you could call it that, was a few strange swirling figures carved crudely into it, as if someone had done it with a pocket knife. It took him a second to realize it was resting on something underneath, but he couldn't tell what the hidden object was without moving the cross. Dennis crossed himself. He was still enough of a good Catholic to respect the symbols of the faith, and pulled off his heavy gloves. Gently, afraid it would crumble in his hands, he lifted the wooden cross free of the box and set it on the cloth. Beneath it was what? He couldn't tell. Some sort of shriveled, desiccated object about the size of a child's fist, blackened and dry. Some kind of seed pod, maybe? But it didn't look like a seed pod. It looked alive. And then it began to glow, a faint red gleam that throbbed with slow, steady rhythm against the box's slate-gray sides. Pulsed, like a heartbeat. Dennis stared at it, transfixed. Barely realizing he was doing it, he reached out and scooped the object from the box. Lying in his palm, it continued to glow and pulse. With each beat, it seemed to grow, to plump up as if something were rehydrating it. The more it grew, the more it became clear to Dennis what it was, and by the time it finished and lay there quivering and glowing in his palm, he knew. It was a heart, a human heart. Except instead of red, it was solid black. The only red was the glow around it. It felt warm in his hand. It began to speak to him. And he listened. After a few moments, he picked up the steak knife in his other hand. He gripped it tightly. If his hand shook a little, it didn't stop him from doing what he needed to do. Calmly, deliberately, without taking his eyes from the thing in his other hand, he brought the knife up and sliced it decisively across his own throat. As the knife dropped from his hand and clattered to the floor, he neither moved nor screamed. Instead, he leaned forward, holding himself up with one shaking arm. The last thing he saw before he died was the bright red blood gushing from his slashed throat, spraying and splattering over the box, the cross, and the thing in his other hand, bathing them in hot fluid. The thing was shriveled and desiccated again, but as his vision began to fade and his arm gave way, he saw it had begun to grow once more. From across the room, hidden beneath a chair, Raider the cat watched his human die. He knew he was dead. He could smell it from here. He could also smell something else, something infinitely wrong in a way his simple feline brain could never articulate. The feeling was a deep-down instinct. This is bad. Stay away from it. Raider didn't run. Something told him not to. He merely crouched beneath the chair and watched as something began to form around whatever the bad thing in the human's hand was. It continued to rise until it too was shaped like a human. But it wasn't a human. It didn't smell like a human. It was a thing made of darkness and wrongness and fear. As Raider watched, it seemed to get its bearings for a moment. It stood still, regarding the box and the crucifix on the counter. Without touching either, it turned and crossed to the door. Even its movements were wrong, old and jerky and careful. It didn't even glance at Raider as it passed, just opened the door with a bony hand and left the apartment. It was many hours before Raider was brave enough to venture out from beneath the chair. When he did, creeping carefully over toward the huddled lump of dead flesh that used to be his human, he noticed that whatever the bad thing had been in the human's paw, it wasn't there anymore. The black figure hadn't taken it. Raider had watched the whole process. But it was gone now, nonetheless. The cat pondered the scene for a moment, taking it all in, evaluating one last time to make sure the threats were gone. Then he licked himself, rubbed one last time against the dead human's dangling leg, and went over to finish his hamburger. Chapter 1. When someone knocked on the door to Alastair Stone's Stanford office late one dozy July afternoon, he expected it to be a student dropping off a paper, or perhaps Laura, the admin aide, with something for him to sign. "Yes, come in," he called, without looking up from the book he was reading. He glanced up when the visitor didn't speak, and was surprised to see not one of his grad students or Laura's familiar sturdy form, but a neatly dressed 40-ish Asian man wearing a brown leather jacket over a shirt and tie. He carried a hard-sided leather briefcase. Stone leaned back in his chair and put the book down. "May I help you, Dr. Alastair Stone?" The man spoke without a trace of an Asian accent. His American one sounded like he'd grown up in California. "That's what it says on the tin," he said, nodding toward the hallway where his name plaque hung next to his door. "What can I do for you, Mr. Cheng?" The man pulled a leather bifold wallet from inside his jacket and flipped it open to reveal a badge and San Jose Police Department ID card. "Detective Johnny Cheng, SJPD." Well, this was unexpected, and it could mean any number of things, including a few that weren't good. "Please, sit down, Detective. How can I help you?" While Cheng did so, after closing the door and setting his briefcase on the other guest chair, Stone took that opportunity to shift briefly to magical sight and examine his aura. It was green gold and didn't appear particularly tense or agitated. Certainly not the aura of a man who was looking to apprehend a potential criminal in the next few minutes. Stone relaxed, keeping his expression neutral. It had only been a handful of months since the situation at the mansion up in Woodside, and he'd only recently stopped looking over his shoulder, expecting some overzealous cop to follow something back to him. At least he and his friends hadn't burned the place down that time, or blown it up, so that did make things easier. Cheng rubbed the back of his neck. He looked tired, and though he was trying to hide it, frazzled, as if he had too much weighing on his mind. "I was wondering if I might have a few minutes of your time to answer some questions about the occult. Let me be upfront with you, Dr. Stone. You were recommended to me as an expert, but I'm just covering all the bases here. I'm hoping you might have some insight that opens up a lead or two, but I'm not looking for spooks, okay?" Stone relaxed a little more. So this was what it was about. This happened occasionally. Usually it was some harried police officer trying to track down a bogus fortune-telling ring, or some nutter who liked to dress up in spangly robes and pretend to commune with Satan. He shrugged one shoulder. "Smart man. It's rarely wise to go looking for spooks. Cheng's gaze came up fast, and he focused on Stone for a moment, as if trying to figure out if he was being sarcastic or serious. Finally, he pressed on. We've got a crime that looks like it's got some occult involvement. He paused, glancing at his briefcase. Before I tell you anything else, though, I want to stress the importance of keeping what I tell you under your hat. If the public gets wind about some of the kooks running around out there, it could start a panic. Got it? Of course. Stone knew all about keeping the kooks under his hat, especially since, unlike Detective Johnny Cheng, he was well aware that many of them weren't kooks at all, himself included. Cheng looked mollified. He flipped the catches on his briefcase and opened it, revealing a neat stack of folders. He removed one and placed it, still closed, on the edge of Stone's desk. There was a murder last week in South San Jose, and the department has reason to believe that the murderer, or murderers, has some connection to the occult world. Perhaps a cult member, someone mentally ill and obsessed with the supernatural, or even just some goth who went off the deep end. Whatever it is, it's one of the more, unusual crimes we've seen. Unusual can cover a lot of ground, Detective. Care to give me some specifics? Stone studied the man. He was either hiding something, spooked about something, or both. That was easy to see, even without magical sight. Cheng glanced down at the folder, as if trying to make up his mind. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, Dr. Stone. It's completely up to you. What's that mean? It sounded almost like a threat. Stone leaned forward. Well, I could describe the crime scene to you, or I could let you see the photos for yourself, but I need to warn you, they're, pretty gruesome. I see. Stone watched Cheng pluck at the corner of the folder. Well, if you want my help with any sort of occult paraphernalia or symbols or whatnot, then having you describe them would probably be worse than useless. Fortunately, I've a strong stomach. Okay, remember, I warned you. Cheng slid the folder across the desk. Take a look and let me know what you think. If you recognize anything, or if you've heard of anything like this happening before. Stone took it, aware of the detective's scrutiny of his every expression, and opened it. Cheng hadn't been exaggerating. The photo on top of the stack, a full-color 8x10 glossy, depicted what looked like the kitchen of a typical middle-class tract house. In the harsh overhead glow of fluorescent lights, dismembered human body parts were strewn around with no apparent thought. A leg lay across the kitchen counter. An arm hung from a pot rack. A hand peeped out of a kettle on the stove. Someone had opened the refrigerator, and a man's severed head, its eyes wide open and glazed, peered out at nothing from one of the shelves. Stone stared at the first photo for a long time. How many victims? Just the one, Cheng said. We haven't released his name or the details of the crime yet. Yes, I think I'd have remembered seeing something like this in the papers, Stone said dryly. He returned his attention to the photo. All of the body parts except the head and the hand looked odd, darker than they should, and strangely shiny. He frowned. He was skinned. Yeah, also we think he was bled out like a slaughterhouse cow. There wasn't enough blood at the scene to fit. Stone still hadn't moved to the next photo. No sign of the blood at the scene. We checked the drains in the area around the house, but no, nothing. And the skin? That's gone too. Stone nodded, only half listening. Where's the torso? Next photo. That's what really made me think some occult nut did this. Stone slid the first photo to the back of the stack and looked at the second. It was an overhead shot, centering on the middle of the kitchen floor. The skinned torso of a man lay there, its dark, red muscles glistening, its lower half severed at mid-abdomen. Stone barely glanced at the tangle of viscera erupting out of the body cavity. His focus was on what had been arrayed around the torso. "What do you think?" Cheng asked. Stone didn't answer right away. Whatever it wasn't a typical circle, at least not a type he'd ever seen before. Several sigils had been drawn on the floor in what looked like blood, and arrayed around them were other objects. It was hard to identify them in the photo, but they appeared to be bits of bone, hair, plant material, and small piles of what looked like dirt. He set the photo aside and looked at the rest of the stack. There were 5 more. One showed the lower half of the man's torso, and the other 4 were detail shots of the objects around the torso. Still paying no attention to Cheng, he spread these 4 out along with the one of the torso, and set the others aside. "Dr. Stone?" He glanced up, forcing himself to keep his expression neutral as the little hairs stood up on the back of his neck. "What do you think?" Cheng nodded toward the photos. "Is there occult involvement?" "Oh, most certainly. What makes you think so?" Stone indicated sections of the photos with a pen tip as he spoke. "See the writing there, and the bits. That's a classic sort of primitive ritual setup." "Ritual?" Cheng frowned. "What kind of ritual?" "Well, let's remember, we're not dealing with real magic here, of course. I can't tell you too much without seeing the actual crime scene. That's not possible, I assume." "Sorry, no. I'm going out on a limb a little just contacting you in the first place." Stone nodded. He'd expected that. Most cops didn't want his kind contaminating their crime scenes with their supernatural hoodoo. "May I keep the photos for a few days? I think I have some books that might prove useful, but I'll need some time to do the research. Fortunately, I've got a light class load this summer." Cheng looked uncomfortable. "Are you sure you need them? If those get out to the press—" "You have my word, Detective. I'll keep them to myself. But you did ask for my help. I might be able to help you learn a bit more about your murderer if you let me do what I'm good at." There was a long pause, but finally the detective sighed and snapped his briefcase shut. "Yeah, okay, fine. I'll come back for them at the end of the week. Can you give me anything to go on right now?" "Well," Stone said slowly, "you're likely looking at someone who fancies himself a demon, or someone who communes with demons." "A Satanist, you mean?" "Probably not. Satanists aren't this primitive. Somebody's been doing his research. This, whatever it is old." Cheng took that in, obviously not believing much of it. "Okay," he said, and then winced. "Oh, damn, one other thing I forgot to mention. The guy's liver was missing." Bloody hell, Stone thought. Not the best thing to forget. Cheng must have spotted something in his expression. "Is that part of the ritual too?" "No idea. It might be some sort of weird cannibalism thing, but I doubt it. Cannibals wouldn't leave that much usable meat." Stone's mind went back to a situation he'd dealt with many years ago, soon after he arrived in the Bay Area. But unless another group of ghouls had shown up in the area in the meantime, this didn't look like their methods. And anyway, most ghouls were scavengers, not killers. Cheng's eyes narrowed and his expression sharpened. Once again, he looked like he was trying to figure out if Stone was serious or messing with him. Finally, he settled for standing. "Okay, well, thanks, Dr. Stone. Like I said, I'll call you in a few days to get the photos back and see if you've come up with anything." Stone nodded. As the detective shook his hand and prepared to leave, he said, "Oh, one other thing, Detective." "Yes? Have there been any other similar crimes that you're aware of?" "You mean around here?" "I mean anywhere. Specifically the skinning and the missing body parts." "Not that I've heard of, but like I said, this is fairly recent. I'll do a little research and see if I can turn up anything. You think there's some kind of occult serial killer loose, or there's going to be more of these?" "No idea, just speculating. It would be a useful bit of information to have." Cheng looked troubled, but nodded. Yeah, okay. I hope this is just a loony and not the start of something worse. Anyway, thanks. Stone watched him go, then looked back down at the photos on his desk. Whatever this was, it wasn't good. He was glad he didn't have much to do this summer, as he'd bet a fair amount of money that this wasn't the only or the last such crime to occur. Chapter 2. Detective Cheng hadn't been gone for 5 minutes when there was another knock on Stone's door. He glanced up from the photos, then hastily gathered them into a stack when he spotted Dr. Edwina Mortensen in the doorway. Edwina, did you need something? He opened his desk drawer and swept the photos into it. Her narrow-eyed gaze followed his action. "Who was that?" she asked. "The man who was just here." Stone hardly thought it was any of Mortensen's business, but it wasn't prudent to come right out and say so. "Why?" he asked, keeping his voice non-committal as he checked to make sure he'd gotten all the photos in his sweep. "Laura said a police detective was here," she said. "You're not in some kind of trouble, are you?" It was a fair question. Though no one had ever managed to pin anything on him, Stone's involvement in various supernatural activities over the last few years had made for some odd interactions at work. Only a few months ago, Mortensen had been convinced he was dealing with some kind of drug addiction issue due to his perpetual exhaustion and odd actions. The truth would have been far more difficult to explain. No trouble. "May I come in?" He couldn't very well stop her. Technically, she was the head of the occult studies department, though that meant very little in their 3-person outfit. He waved her to the same chair Cheng had occupied a few minutes ago. She sat down, arranging her flowing skirts around her. Today she wore deep blue, accented with her usual overabundance of tasteful silver jewelry, necklaces, bangle bracelets, and rings. Her long, iron-gray hair was pulled back into a bun that made her look like something halfway between a stern grandmother and a prison matron. "So, if you're not in trouble, why was a police detective in your office?" Stone sighed. Mortensen was out of line with the question, but she knew as well as he did that not answering it would be worse than just telling her what she wanted to know. Normally he'd relish a little verbal sparring with her, but today all he wanted was to get away from here and home to his books so he could research the odd symbols around the body in the photos. He wanted my expert opinion on something. "Oh." Her carefully sketched eyebrows went up. "They've got a crime they think has some occult involvement, so he wanted to see if I had any thoughts." "I see." If Stone didn't have to work with Mortensen every day, and if she didn't have the power to make his professional life difficult, her reaction would have amused him. Or rather, he'd have allowed his amusement to show. He could almost see the gears turning behind her high forehead as she tried to work out why the detective hadn't consulted her, as the senior member of the department, first. She knew full well why, of course, and she knew Stone knew too, which was why she wasn't saying anything else. As long as she didn't acknowledge the elephant in the room, she could pretend it didn't exist, crouching there behind Stone's file cabinet with a manila folder perched jauntily on its head. "Indeed," she said. "Is there anything I might assist with?" It really wasn't kind, letting her curiosity bubble up until it threatened to pop the top of her head off, but there was no helping it. He waved her off. "Thanks, it's appreciated, but I've got it under control." He couldn't suppress a cheery smile. "Don't worry, I'll deal with it on my own time. I know how busy we are around here." Her expression sharpened. She made a humph sort of noise and rose from the chair, but otherwise kept her expression neutral. "Well, if there's anything I can do to help, please let me know." I will absolutely do that, Stone said. Thank you, Edwina. She paused, as if trying to decide if she wanted to say anything else, then nodded curtly and stalked toward the door. Chapter 3. Stone spent the next couple nights doing research, but didn't come to any definitive conclusions. He knew of several rituals requiring body parts. Hell, some of those in the grimoire he'd destroyed a few months back did, and a few reasons why a mage or other magically talented entity might want human skin, usually to make some kind of leather. But none of the books he had on hand included information about any rituals that required body parts, human skin, and draining the victim of blood. Did the killer drink the blood? That could explain why very little was found at the crime scene. He studied the photos again, searching for any hidden clues or anything that might trigger a memory. But nothing did. Further, and more maddeningly, the scrawled figures around the body weren't in any language he recognized. Bits of it looked familiar, but not enough that he could make any sense out of it. All he knew for sure was that it was old, very old. Whatever he was dealing with here was either hundreds or thousands of years old, or something that wanted to give the impression of it. It wasn't some garden-variety serial killer with a particular sadistic streak. That much he was certain of. Even if the killer himself wasn't magically talented, he was being directed by someone who was. He wished Stefan Kalinsky were around to consult. This sort of thing was right up his Black Mage Associate's alley, and would no doubt intrigue him enough that he might not even require much of a favor in return to look into it. But Stefan had been away for several weeks, no doubt seeking out new bits of knowledge to add to his web-like information network. The man didn't travel often, but when he did, he tended to be away for months. Stone closed his book and ran a hand through his hair. This wasn't getting him anywhere. At this rate, he wouldn't have anything to give to Cheng when he came back later in the week. What he really needed to get anything definitive was access to the crime scene. Too bad there wasn't any easy way to find it, nor to access it without potentially getting into trouble. He wasn't that worried about getting in trouble, but usually he liked to wait until a little later in the process before he started doing things that would annoy law enforcement. At least until he had something more solid than he had now. He was about to give it up for the night when another thought occurred to him. He glanced at the clock. 9 p.m. Certainly not too late. If magical research wasn't getting him far yet, maybe mundane research might be more useful. He picked up the phone and punched in a number. It rang several times unanswered. He was sure he'd have to leave a message when it was snatched up. "Yeah? Hello? Jason, how are you?" "Oh, hi. Al." Jason Thayer sounded breathless, like he'd been running. "How's it going?" Following the events a few months ago, Stone had been making an extra effort not to lose touch with Jason and his sister Verity since they'd moved back to Southern California. He'd been down to visit them twice, and they'd come up for a weekend just last month. He missed his friend and his apprentice, but by all accounts both were doing well, and he could hardly begrudge them doing what was necessary to pursue their careers. Fine, he said. "How's the PI business?" "Busy as hell, but good. Not moving as fast as I want it to, but that's just because I'm impatient." He paused. "You don't make social calls, Al. Something up?" "As it happens, there is. I need a favor." Sure, if I can. What's up?" Stone gave him the quick explanation of Detective Cheng's visit, and described the murder in general terms. "What I need to know is whether there have been any other similar murders recently." There was a pause. "That's pretty creepy." Another pause. "You're thinking more than creepy, aren't you?" "I wouldn't be calling if I weren't," Stone replied. "Normal murders, even gruesome ones, don't particularly interest me. But it seems someone thinks I might be a good resource for this one. Must remember to ask the detective who recommended me. I'll look into it, but it might take me a few days. I've barely had time to sit down in the last couple weeks. Okay if I ask Stan? He'd probably have a better chance of finding out anyway. Good point. Stan Lopez of the Ventura County Police Department was one of the few others who knew about Stone's magical abilities. He was surprised he hadn't thought of him first. Excellent idea. Let me know what you found out, or have him call me. He grimaced. I've got one of those mobile phone things now, so you can call me on that if you get anything. I might even answer, if I remember to bring the damn thing with me and don't forget to charge it up. Holy crap! Who are you, and what did you do with Al? Jason's grin came through in his tone. Sod off, Stone said. He gave him the number. And say hello to Verity for me, if you see her before I do. You got it. Stone settled back in his chair. As he reached out to shut off the desk lamp, he glanced at the photos again. He wished he could shake the nagging feeling that the weird symbols around the murder victim's torso looked familiar, or at least remember why the hell he thought so. Jason called back later the next day, as Stone was preparing to leave for home. Okay, this is weird. Stone shut his office door with a flick of his mind. Do tell. I passed the info you gave me on to Stan, and he did a little checking. You might be onto something. He found 2 other cases that might be related, but they're not very close to you. Why does he think they'd be related? More dismembered victims with odd ritual sigils around them? Not dismembered, but both of them are skinned, bled out, and missing body parts. Stone sat up straighter in his chair. Livers? No, each one's different. One's missing the tongue, and the other one the eyes. I see. Once again, maddening thoughts poked at the back of Stone's head, but still didn't come together sufficiently to trigger anything. Where were they? One was in Fresno a couple weeks ago. The other one was in a little town up north of San Francisco a few days after that. Has anyone made any connections between them yet? Not that I know of, but add in yours and it won't be long before they do. Stan will have to mention it, of course. The really freaky thing is, it doesn't sound like it's the same guy doing them. Different size footprints, partial smudged fingerprints. It's like a bunch of guys suddenly got the memo to start killing and skinning people. Did the others have anything written in blood near them? Any chance you or Stan can get me copies of the crime scene photos? I asked him, but he said he couldn't do it without better reason. He says your best bet is to ask your guy up there. If he doesn't know anything about the other 2, telling him might light a fire under him. Jason paused. He says be careful, though, Al. This isn't like Ojai. They aren't going to just let you show up at crime scenes and play mystical Sherlock Holmes, not without telling him a whole lot more than I think you want to. I'll figure something out. Thank you, Jason. Please thank Stan for me. Tell him I owe him a drink next time I'm down your way. I will. And I'm not kidding. Stan's right. You could get yourself in a lot of trouble if you start poking around crime scenes without authorization. Just keep your inner cat on a leash, okay? Cats hate leashes. Al! Fine, fine. I'll do my best not to get myself in any trouble I can't get out of. Chapter 4. Cheng called Stone back 2 days later. So, did you come up with anything? Maybe. Can we meet somewhere? Stone didn't want to reveal anything over the phone, especially not that he'd been doing an investigation of his own. I can't just come to your office again? Best if you don't. One of my colleagues is a bit, overly curious about why you were here the last time. Cheng named a coffee shop in Mountain View. The place was nearly deserted during the lazy post-lunch rush lull. Stone tossed a folder full of photos on the table and sat down with a cup of coffee. What did you come up with? Cheng asked. He riffled through them to verify they were all there, then put them back in his briefcase. I hope you got something, because my higher-ups are hassling me about even pursuing this angle. You heard about the 2 similar crimes, I trust? Stone watched him closely to get his initial reaction. Clearly, the detective had heard. His eyes narrowed. "How did you find out about them?" "I have contacts, too. By the way, on the subject of your contacts, you mentioned that someone had recommended me to you. Who was that? Is it important?" "I just want to know. I haven't consulted on too many police investigations, but enough that I can't narrow it down." "Guy named Kasner, down in Ojai. He said you helped him out with the situation down there last year." "Ah, yes." Given that he knew it hadn't been Stan, the answer shouldn't have surprised him. Lieutenant Peter Kasner was as mundane as they came, every shred of his being rebelling with stubborn fervor against being compelled to accept the existence of supernatural forces in the world. Sure, he had no choice for a while following the massacre in his small town, unable to construct an adequate mundane cover story for the events that had occurred the night the murderous spirit called He of Many Faces had been defeated. But Stone had made a bet with himself that a month wouldn't pass before the man came up with some excuse for why the events had all been a huge misunderstanding, something in the water or a byproduct of the summer heat. Still, if Kastner had recommended him, then he hadn't completely shut down the possibility. It was more than Stone would have given him credit for. Maybe he should tone down his tendency to underestimate mundanes and their capacity for dealing with things they didn't understand. "So," Cheng was saying, "you got anything or not?" "Not much," Stone admitted. "I still think you're dealing with someone with a strong knowledge of the occult, a flair for the dramatic, and who fancies himself connected with demons or similar so-called evil supernatural beings." "You know anybody like that?" "Well, me. Except for the demon bit." Cheng gave him a look. "Somehow, I don't buy you as the skin people and chop them up into pieces type. Could be I'm more depraved than I look. But true, you can be reasonably sure it's not me. You can also be certain it's not any of the other occult studies faculty at Stanford. Old Hubbard couldn't be asked to drag himself away from his horror novels once he leaves work. And Mortensen might be a bit unsettling, but she's hardly a serial killer. Anybody else you know? Other colleagues? Maybe people you've met?" "I'm afraid not, Detective. Besides, my sources tell me that the crimes weren't even committed by the same person." "Your sources are pretty well informed," Cheng said, frowning. "Don't worry, I'm not getting anything I shouldn't be. I have a friend in law enforcement down in Southern California. He was connected with the unpleasantness in Ojai, too. He didn't see any harm in sharing some of the details with me, especially after he found out you were consulting with me. I can give you his name if you like." Cheng sighed. "No, it's okay. I knew this was a mistake. No offense, Dr. Stone, you did what I asked you to, and I appreciate it. But I'm no farther along than I was before, and now I'm getting the reputation of being a crackpot on top of everything else." Stone let the silence stretch out until Cheng reached down to pick up his briefcase, then said carefully, "There is one other thing I could do that might help you, you know." "And what's that?" "I'd need to see the crime scene." Cheng's gaze came up, and he let loose of the briefcase. "I told you that's out of the question." A pause, and then, "Just hypothetically, if I could get you access, and I'm not saying I can, what are you going to do there? I'm not sure whether Kastner has told you this bit, but I've got certain abilities that sometimes prove useful in cases like this." He sipped his coffee and kept his gaze leveled on Cheng. Let's see if he's even more hopelessly mundane than Kastner was. "Abilities?" "Yes." "What kind of abilities?" Stone shrugged. "Sometimes when I'm in the presence of a scene where something violent or emotionally charged occurred, I can pick up certain emanations that give me insights into what happened." "You're saying you're psychic?" Cheng looked like he wasn't sure whether to roll his eyes or get up and leave. "I wouldn't call it psychic, per se, but it's worked in the past. Ask Kastner if you don't believe me. Ask him about what happened at the Ayala house." Cheng's dark eyes focused on him for a beat too long. Then he sighed again and picked up his case. "I'll get back to you, Dr. Stone. Don't hold your breath, though. I have no idea how I'm going to spin this to the higher-ups, or even if I want to bother trying. Thanks for your help. Chapter 5. Stone was on his way home from Stanford later that evening, waiting in line for takeout at the Dragon Garden, when his pocket buzzed. For a moment, he didn't know what it was, and then he remembered the infernal thing one of his buddies from the Friday night pub-crawling group had finally convinced him to buy a couple weeks ago. He was already regretting it. Why would anyone want to be constantly reachable by whoever could get hold of their number anyway? It wasn't as if he had the sort of job that required being on call. He pulled it out, fumbled with it, and hit the button. Yes? Dr. Stone? The voice seemed vaguely familiar, but it was hard to hear over the buzz of conversations in the restaurant. Yes? Who is this? It's Johnny Chang, Dr. Stone, from SJPD. You got a minute? Sure. The place was busy, and there were still 3 other customers ahead of him in line. If it won't take long. There's been another murder. He tensed. Damn. Should I ask why you're telling me this? I thought you didn't. It's just like the last one. Dismembered body, skinned, bled out, weird symbols around it. Stone stepped out of line and found a quiet place in the hallway leading toward the restrooms. Was this one missing a different body part? There was a pause. Yeah, the stomach this time. Stone let his breath out. I still don't see why you're telling me. Because I can get you access to the new crime scene if you want. It's not in my jurisdiction, but since we had one here, the department in charge is willing to let me see the scene. I can bring you along as a consultant if you think it'll help. But it has to be tonight. I'm about to head out there. Where? Down in Gilroy. Stone glanced at his watch. Almost 6 p.m. Gilroy was almost 50 miles away, down Highway 101 south of San Jose. Give me the address. I'll leave now. It took him over an hour to get there, fighting through the heavy Silicon Valley commute traffic until he got out of San Jose proper. By the time he pulled up in front of the run-down, single-story house on a dusty side street, only a couple of police cars, a large white van, and a dark-colored sedan remained parked in front of the place. Several curious neighbors, including a few children, watched from the sidewalk, held back by a bored-looking, uniformed cop. Stone parked a few houses down and approached on foot. "Stay back, sir," the cop said, holding up a hand. "I'm looking for Detective Cheng. He asked me to come. Tell him Stone's here." The cop looked dubious, but got on his radio, speaking under his breath into the mic clipped to his shoulder. A couple minutes later, Johnny Cheng came out. He looked wilted, with the sleeves of his dress shirt turned up and his tie loosened. "He's okay, Franklin," the detective said, waving Stone forward. "He's with me." As they headed up the walk toward the house, Cheng muttered, "I can't believe I'm doing this. But I guess it isn't like we've never used psychics on cases before. Just try to keep quiet about it, okay? You don't dance around or chant or anything, do you?" Stone raised an eyebrow. "Detective, do I look like the sort who dances around and chants?" "Hey, you never know." He nodded toward the house. "I warn you, the body parts are gone, but the aroma's pretty overpowering in there. Apparently nobody found the body for a couple of days, and with how hot it's been..." They donned gloves and protective booties just outside the door. Stone noticed all the windows were open. They were probably trying to air the place out. Nonetheless, as soon as he followed Cheng inside, the stench hit him like a wall. He'd smelled decomp before, but even the ripe body he'd found in the old barn down in Ojai hadn't been this bad. He gritted his teeth and kept moving. He deliberately didn't switch to magical senses yet. He wanted to get the full effect once he reached the actual scene of the murder. The house was small and unkempt, with ratty discount store furniture and stained carpeting that was probably older than stone. They entered through a tiny living room with a couch, chair, and old-style tube TV, and headed for an even tinier dining room, containing a table that looked like it had been liberated from someone's patio. Other cops and techs in coveralls moved around the area, making notes on clipboards and snapping photos. All of them ignored Stone and Cheng. "You sure you want to do this?" Cheng asked. "Last chance to back out." "Absolutely. You've brought me all the way down here. Let's see if I can help you." "In here, then." He indicated an archway on the other side of the dining area that clearly led into the kitchen. Stone's first impression when he paused in the doorway was that there wasn't nearly enough blood. The cracked floor, which had at one point been white, but looked more yellowish-gray these days, sported a few dried, rust-colored streaks, each one marked with its own small yellow number tag, and one somewhat larger series of swirly stains in the middle of the floor. If Cheng hadn't shown him the photos from the previous crime scene, he'd never have believed that a dismemberment of this level could have been performed with such minimal blood loss. The only other indication of blood was more odd, crude symbols, similar but not identical to the ones from the photos, drawn around the area with the swirled pattern. Once again, other objects, sticks, what looked like dried leaves, and small piles of something brown, also circled the area. He paused to look around, taking in the mundane details of the anonymous victim's life. Crusted dishes stacked in the sink, empty beer cans, a pair of McDonald's plastic tumblers drying on the counter, a calendar featuring a nude and very acrobatic young woman that hadn't been updated in 3 months. A bachelor, almost certainly. Someone who didn't give much of a damn about cleanliness and who didn't have anyone to care about it for him. "Hank, this is the guy I was telling you about." Cheng was speaking to a 50-ish graying man in a rumpled shirt that strained valiantly to contain his impressive belly. "Dr. Stone, this is Lieutenant Herrera. He's in charge of the investigation here. Hank, this is Dr. Alastair Stone. He's consulting with me on the murder up in San Jose." Lieutenant Hank Herrera eyed Stone up and down as if he were another bit of evidence that needed a yellow number tag. "Consulting on what exactly, Dr. Stone?" Detective Cheng was a little vague on the concept. Before Stone could answer, Cheng spoke up. "I'm working the occult angle. I already told you that. My working theory is that it's loonies, devil worshippers, or something like that. Dr. Stone's a professor of occult studies up at Stanford. He wanted to get a first-hand look at the symbols since they've been present at all 4 of the murders now." Herrera's eyes narrowed. "Occult? They actually teach that shit at Stanford?" "Well, I hope so, or I've been under quite a convincing delusion for the past several years." Herrera's eyes narrowed even more, and his bushy brows beetled. "You didn't tell me your Stanford fellow was a smart-ass, Johnny." "He wanted to get a look at the scene," Cheng said quickly, shooting a glare at Stone. "Is it okay if he just takes a look for a few minutes?" "You mean, like, alone?" "I'll be here with him." "I'm sorry, Lieutenant," Stone said. "You're quite right. I can be a bit of a smart-ass, and I apologize. I just want to get a look at these sigils for a few moments without distractions. Would that be all right?" "Sigils?" "The drawings on the floor, here." Herrera looked like he might object, but instead pulled out a large red checkered handkerchief and swiped it across his sweating forehead. "Fine, whatever. Knock yourself out. We're just about done here for the night anyway." He glared at Stone. "Don't touch anything, and watch where you step." "Of course," Stone said. "I know how this works, and I promise I'll be careful. I shouldn't have to move around at all, actually." "Yeah, okay." He raised his voice. "Come on, boys, let's take 5. Johnny's Ghostbuster here wants the place to himself so we can read tea leaves or something." When the other cops had left, Cheng regarded Stone in disapproval. "Maybe you could try not to piss off the local guys, Stone. Hank doesn't really want me here, either." "Sorry." Stone was already crouching down, examining the sigils and other items, careful to keep his feet as far as possible away from the bloodstains. "Those are the same as the other guys, aren't they?" "Not quite. Same idea, different message." "Message? You can read that gibberish?" "Not yet. I'm working on it." He shifted position, crouching lower and focusing on the sticks, leaves, and small piles. "What is that shit?" Cheng asked. "Exactly," Stone agreed. "Huh? That's exactly what it is, if I don't miss my guess. Could be dirt, but I doubt it. Did you get anything back yet on the other scene?" Cheng nodded. "That was shit too. Human, as it happens." "Can your lab tell you if the, samples came from the same person?" "Yeah, the lab guys can figure that out. It takes time, though. The labs are backed up. It's not like on TV where you can get everything processed right away. Something like this, though, I think we might be able to jump the line a little. I'll want pictures of all this, if I may. And now, if you don't mind, please don't speak to me for a few moments. I want to try getting some impressions. Don't be surprised at what you see." "You said no chanting and dancing." "No, but it's possible I might pass out briefly. I'll sit in a chair to minimize the chances, but if I do, catch me before I go face first into your crime scene, all right? I doubt I'll endear myself further to Lieutenant Herrera if I do." "Oh, okay. Sure." Cheng grabbed a chair from the dining area, placed it in the doorway, then settled down in another one where he could keep an eye on the proceedings. "Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Just stay quiet until I tell you otherwise," Stone said. He turned away from the detective, put the chair down in front of the scene, and sat down. This wasn't going to be pleasant, but there was no way around it. If he wanted to get any feel for who, or more likely what, was committing these crimes, he'd have to take a look with magical sight. With a scene this fresh, he should be able to get some good impressions. Hell, he could practically feel the leftover psychic energy from the crime scene just using his mundane senses. He took a couple of deep breaths, dropping down into the meditative state that let him do his best work, and then shifted his perceptions. The room lit up. He shuddered as wave after wave of unwholesome energy washed over him. Most of it concentrated around the area in front of him, with the scrawled sigils glowing brightest of all in a sickly, murky red. The power was already fading from them, but not as much as he might have expected. That meant they must have been truly impressive when they were fresh. Stone struggled to keep his senses open, focusing on letting the visions come as they would without judging or trying to interpret them. The time for interpretation would come later. It didn't always work this way for him, though over the years he'd gotten better at it with practice. His old friend Madame Juan was much more adept than he was at this sort of thing. She could read scenes with much lower emotional or psychic leftovers than he could. But when the level of impression was this powerful, it was easy enough to at least get something. He scanned the rest of the room, noting places with vestigial glows that were probably where other body parts had been placed, and then zeroed back in on the floor in front of him. Almost unconsciously, he leaned forward in the chair to get a better look. The muddy red glow surrounded not only the sigils, but also the little piles of leaves and twigs and excrement arranged around the area. He narrowed his magical eye, blocking out everything but the actual sigils. They were the key. He was sure of it. All he had to do was remember where he'd seen the language before, and then he'd be that much closer to translating it. The sensations hit him hard. Hatred, lust, impatience, frustration. He struggled to keep his senses open, to receive without blocking. Whatever this thing was, it was potent, but somehow incomplete. He wasn't even sure what he meant by that, but the impression was strong. He sensed latent, growing power, perhaps the reclamation of something very old, a cold, calculating mind. And amusement. "Dr. Stone!" Stone snapped out of his trance as something shook him, hard. "What?" Cheng was staring at him, wide-eyed, gripping his shoulders. "You okay?" "Why wouldn't I be?" he snapped. "I told you not to—" "It's been almost 20 minutes. Herrera's getting antsy, and you look like you were about to keel over." His head swam, and cold sweat gathered on his forehead. 20 minutes? It hadn't seemed like that long. He'd barely started. He ran a hand through his hair, checked his watch to verify Cheng's words, and stood, swaying a little. "Sorry, I sometimes lose track of time when I get focused." Glancing past the detective, he spotted Herrera and a couple of the coverall-clad cops hanging out on the edge of the dining room, looking impatient. "Did you find anything?" Cheng murmured. "Yes, I think so. Do you want me to tell the class or save it for later?" Cheng waved Herrera in. The other cop looked stressed as he entered the kitchen. "Go for it." "Well," Stone said, indicating the scene, "your murderer is male, but you probably already knew that. Actually, I think there were 2 people here." He pulled out a notebook and began sketching the sigils as he spoke. "That's impossible," Herrera said. "We found prints, but only one set, aside from the Vicks. His friends say he never has anybody over at the house." "I'm just telling you what I saw. I also don't think your murderer is the same person as whoever committed the others. In fact, I'd put money on each murderer being different. I'm guessing you've got a situation where one person is directing the operation and somehow recruiting others to carry out the actual murders." "What about those sigil thingies? Can you read those?" "Not yet, but as nearly as I can determine, your killer, or the person who's pulling the strings, thinks he's trying to summon up a demon of some sort, or at least make contact with it." "Demon?" Herrera snorted. "Come on, Dr. Stone, be serious." "No, it makes sense," Cheng said. "There's a lot of loonies out there, trust me. Maybe you don't see them often down here, but we get them where I am, and even worse up in the city." "So why's he skinning and bleeding out the Vicks? And how come he's taking body parts?" "That's a good question. I'm still working on that. Blood and body parts are often components in dark rituals, and sometimes your particularly bad cases will use human skin to create a binding for something important to them. Books of spells, journals, that sort of thing."
"Hell, they must be making a whole damn library if that's the case," Cheng said.
"How much skin does it take to bind a book?" "I'm not saying for certain that's what he's doing," Stone said. "There are any number of possibilities. Remember that film Silence of the Lambs? Perhaps he's making himself a suit." Herrera gave him a look he'd gotten used to over the years, the kind that wondered if he was serious or playing some kind of deadpan prank.
Okay. That's, great. So, you done? We want to finish up and head out pretty soon."
Stone nodded. "I'm done. Thank you, Lieutenant. I appreciate your allowing me to examine the scene." Outside, Cheng stopped Stone before he got to the sidewalk. "Are you sure that's all you found? I kind of got the feeling you were holding back a little." Stone regarded him for a moment. Sharp guy. Sharper than Herrera, that was sure. "I didn't get the impression that Lieutenant Herrera was giving the situation the level of respect it deserves." "Yeah, I think he just wants to catch somebody and close the case as soon as possible. He doesn't like weird shit. So, what else did you find?" "Well, I'm definitely convinced now that there's occult involvement. Seeing the setup around the body confirms it. As I mentioned, you're looking for someone with an interest in demonology. I'm not sure what they're trying to accomplish, and I won't know until I'm able to translate those sigils, but I believe they think they're trying to summon something." "Summon something?" Cheng looked skeptical. He swiped his hand across his brow. Even at almost 8 o'clock, it was still over 90 degrees. "I didn't say they'd be able to do it," Stone pointed out. Just that it appears, based on my experience and what I saw in that house, that's what their aim is.
So what? They're trying to build a demon from spare parts? Or they're gonna keep killing people and stealing pieces until somebody catches them or they think they've succeeded in this summoning?
Possibly, Stone considered. He had more, but he had to be careful what he told Cheng. The detective had been cooperative, and Stone couldn't risk losing his trust at this point. Detective, I've got one other bit of information you might find useful.
Yeah?
Look for other crimes, not necessarily murders, but probably relatively recently, involving any sort of religious connection. Murders, assaults, or rapes of religious figures, crimes in churches, desecration of religious objects, anything like that. If you spot anything particularly unusual or out of character for the area, let me know. Cheng narrowed his eyes.
Why do you say that?
Just a hunch. Usually where there are people who fancy themselves demonologists, the other side ends up being involved somewhere. Just let me know if you find anything, all right?
You think it could be important?
Quite possibly. If you want me to continue acting as your consultant on this, you have to believe me. Things you might think nothing of could end up being of paramount importance. So please, Detective, check your skepticism at the door if you want to catch your killers. Cheng looked up for a moment as if he were wrestling with something.
There's something I didn't tell you about the scene. I wasn't sure it was important, and I didn't want to distract you.
What is it?
There was a crucifix on the wall in the living room. You could tell because the walls were so dirty it left a pale spot where it hung.
Stone hadn't noticed it when he'd come in, too focused on the stench and getting to where the body had been found. Hung? Past tense?
Yeah. Herrera said one of his guys found it in the toilet, along with, well, other stuff you might find in a toilet.
Chapter 6. Traffic was much lighter as Stone headed back toward Palo Alto. Not that he noticed. He was so busy mulling over what he'd just witnessed and experienced that he was driving mostly on autopilot. He couldn't tell Cheng the truth, of course. The man was trying valiantly to acknowledge an occult connection to the murders. But to him, occult meant nothing more than horror movies, devil worshippers, and charlatan psychics and ghost hunters. He was more open-minded than most cops who'd asked Stone for a consultation, but that didn't mean he wasn't looking for cults, or maybe jaded kids drawing pentagrams and wearing devil horns while they chanted nonsense and tried to summon demons. The problem, the part Stone couldn't tell Cheng without risk of being locked up himself, was that sometimes the demons were real. Okay, not demons per se. At least Stone had never encountered an actual demon in the religious sense. He wasn't exactly an atheist. Any mage worth the title couldn't get away without acknowledging the possibility that something out there had a hand in the creation of the universe. But he was nonetheless an avowed agnostic, with a healthy and thorough distrust of organized religion. Thus, he found the idea of demons and angels battling in some endless celestial war to be more than a little far-fetched. But that didn't mean there weren't things out there that could do a pretty good job at putting on all the trappings and acting like demons. Given the circumstances, it hardly made a difference. What they were dealing with here was some sort of supernatural entity, spirit, demon, monster, whatever they wanted to call it, that was trying to accomplish some purpose. What that purpose was, he wasn't sure yet. Based on his past experience and his studies, its actions didn't make sense, at least not when taken together. Some supernatural beings liked blood. Some, including some very human mages, skinned their victims to make leather, either to bind grimoires or to fashion some kind of costume. The dismemberment was unexpected, but not entirely unheard of. Likewise, some of the nasties from the other side took trophies, which could explain the missing body parts. If Stone had encountered any of these practices separately, they wouldn't have surprised him. But seeing them all together didn't make sense. He had no idea what the Hell, let's just call the damn thing a demon, for lack of a better word. Demon had on its mind, or even how directly it was involved in the proceedings. It could already be in the world, either directly or manipulating from behind the scenes, or it could be making contact with earthly agents to do its bidding, possibly because it wanted to be summoned here. But if that were true, then why? What had happened to suddenly stir it up? Why had these crimes started only a few weeks ago? If he were to check harder, would he find more of them, further back in time or more distant geographically? Or was he looking for some event that might have, awakened it, contacted it, captured its attention? The other thing that troubled him was the sense of incompleteness he'd felt when he examined the scene. Were the murders designed to help it finish something or bring something together? If so, he had a feeling he'd better figure out what it was before it had a chance to finish, or these murders would look like child's play in comparison. He cranked up the BMW's air conditioning to near Arctic levels. He still had some time tonight. He'd consult a few more of his books with the new information in mind and see if he could turn up anything. If not, and if Cheng didn't call him back soon, he might just have to take a trip home to England and see if anything in his library there would prove helpful. Chapter 7. The next morning, when Stone showed up at his office, following an uneasy night, haunted by demonic images and visions of bloody, frustratingly shifting sigils, Edwina Mortensen fell in behind him and stopped in his doorway. He glanced up in the act of setting his battered leather briefcase next to the desk, still holding a steaming cup of industrial-strength coffee. "Morning, Edwina. Something I can do for you?" She held a copy of the San Jose Mercury News folded open to the local news page. Her face set in a disapproving frown. She dropped the paper on the desk in front of him. "I take it this is what you were consulting with that police detective about?" Stone looked at the page. "Police have few clues in occult-style murders," the headline read. It wasn't the headline that caught his attention, though. It was the accompanying photo. It showed the outside of last night's victim's house in Gilroy, and included a clear shot of himself and Detective Cheng as they headed out toward the street. The caption beneath the photo read, "San Jose police are consulting with Stanford professor and occult expert Dr. Alastair Stone on an unsettling series of brutal murders." Damn. He hadn't spotted anyone with a camera when he left the house, but he hadn't really been looking either. Yes, that's the one. Frightful photo, isn't it? Do you want to fill me in on the rest, or shall I read it myself? Before she could answer, his desk phone rang. He held up a finger to stop her from responding and picked it up. "Yes?" "Dr. Stone, this is Mike Wolfe from the Chronicle. I was wondering if you could—" "Lovely. I'm sorry," he said, cutting the man off. "I've no comment. Terribly busy. Good day." He hung up and sighed at Mortensen. "Well, that's unfortunate. I'll have to ask Laura to screen my calls until this mess blows over." "What mess, exactly, if you don't mind my asking?" She indicated his guest chair, and, when he waved her toward it, sat down. "The article is light on details, but it sounds like they're looking for some sort of cult serial killer." Well, the proverbial cat was out of the bag now. It wouldn't hurt to toss Mortensen a bone. "I can't go into details. The detective made me promise I wouldn't, but yes, there's definitely some sort of occult connection. I was trying to help them out, but I didn't know it would land me in the newspaper." Mortensen consulted the paper. "Sources close to the investigation," she read, "state that as in 3 other similar murders, including one in San Jose, the body was mutilated and odd symbols were found scrawled in blood at the scene." Her gaze came up. "Odd symbols?" Stone's phone rang again. He punched the voicemail button. "Mystical sigils of some sort. I'm not sure what language they're written in, but whatever it is, it's ancient. I'm trying to track it down with some of my reference books so I can translate it, but no luck yet." Mortensen considered. She looked down at the paper again and back up at Stone. "Are you going to keep helping out?" "If they want me to. I'd have preferred my involvement not to be plastered all over the local paper, but I forgot how persistent the press can be, especially with something this unsettling and sensationalistic. Suppose I can't blame them, really." "It reminds me of the cannibal killer's case a few years back," she said. "Do you remember that one?" "Vaguely," Stone lied. At least she'd never found out the extent of his involvement in that particular case, and neither had the press. With the exception of one reporter, anyway. But given that he was deeply involved and had less desire for the public to find out than Stone did, he didn't exactly count. "Oh, that's right. That was just after you started here. You probably had other things on your mind at the time." Mortensen rose, her multitude of bracelets and necklaces clinking. "Well, if you need any help or want to discuss anything, I'm available, of course." "Of course you are." "Thank you, Edwina, I appreciate it, but I think I've got it under control, at least as much as it can be." He didn't miss the half-frustrated, half-hurt expression on her face as she turned away and slipped out the door, but he didn't say anything about it either. A few years ago he might have. If Edwina Mortensen had been any more transparent about her jealousy of Stone, she'd have to start taking out adverts. He used to find it amusing when he was younger and perhaps a bit less tactful. Or maybe it was simply that as he'd gotten to know the woman better, he made more of an effort to understand her. After all, he had shaken up her comfortable little world when he'd arrived at the department. Mackenzie Hubbard, the other occult studies professor, was different. He was as jaded and cynical as Mortensen, but as long as he was allowed to carry on as he had been for the last several years, do as little as possible and have enough free time left over to continue working on his impenetrable horror manuscripts, he was fully willing to let Stone come in and dominate the limelight. Stone doubted he'd even notice the news story, let alone that he'd bother himself sufficiently to come by and discuss it. Mortensen, on the other hand, suffered from an unfortunate combination of traits. A deep passion about her subject, coupled with a level of natural charisma that wouldn't compare favorably to some particularly ambitious species of mollusk. The bottom line was that while she tried hard to engage her classes regarding her particular interests, mostly the origins and evolution of classic supernatural favorites such as vampires, werewolves, and psychic phenomena, her prickly personality and tendency to get huffy when challenged meant her student evaluations were consistently unfavorable. Stone knew, with no particular conceit, that his more dynamic teaching style, popularity with his students, and the success of his published papers grated on Mortensen. So he supposed he should give her credit for being as professionally pleasant to him as she had managed. That didn't mean he was planning to consult with her on Cheng's case, though. While it was dimly possible she might come up with something helpful, the risk of her discussing the events with others was too high. As far as he knew, so far he was the only one who knew this wasn't just a bunch of sadistic, devil-worshipping crackpots, and it was probably safer if he kept it that way. At least for now. He only had one class that day, but the moment he showed up, Stone knew it had been a mistake. At least 5 of the students had folded copies of the Mercury News in front of them, and others conversed in 2s or 3s in the tiered aisles of the lecture hall. He threw his briefcase down on the desk with a smack, then perched on the front edge, facing the startled class. "Right then," he called. "I can see we aren't going to get a damned thing done today until I've satisfied your curiosity, so let's have it. 5 minutes for questions, then we'll get on with the lecture. Fair enough?" The students looked surprised, but quickly hurried to their seats. One young man called out, "So it's true? You're consulting with the cops on some serial killer thing?" "I can't really claim the photo isn't me, so yes, I am. And I can't say much about it because I've been asked not to." "Is there a supernatural connection?" asked a woman with purple hair and a nose ring. I mean, if they're asking you for help, it must be, right? They think it's got an occult connection, yes, but you know as well as I do that an occult connection could mean a lot of things, most of them quite non-supernatural. I heard the victims were cut up into pieces and skinned, another woman said. Is that true? You know I can't comment on that, Stone said, though he wondered who'd gotten wind of that detail. He supposed there was always at least one person at the police department who could use a few dollars under the table from a less than scrupulous reporter. They asked a few more questions, and he either answered them or deflected them, depending on how much he'd have to reveal. As he glanced at his watch and noted the allotted 5 minutes were almost up, a thought struck him. "I've just had an idea," he said. "Since you're all obviously curious about this, and I'd like to get back to today's lecture, since it will be on the next exam, I'll make it an optional extra credit assignment. Do some research for me. Track down whatever news sources you can get a hold of about the case, and see if you can discover any occult phenomena, supernatural creatures and so forth, that might be connected to such a case." He turned away from them toward the whiteboard, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket. Shielding the paper with his body, he drew 3 of the sigils from the murder scenes, 2 from the one he'd first seen in the photos Cheng gave him, and 1 from the one he'd seen in person. There's something to get you started. See if you can find the origin of those sigils, or make up something plausible if you can't. Then take what you know and what you've discovered and pitch your hypothesis to me. You can be as fanciful as you like, but sell it to me with your research. Do you think it could be a vampire? A werewolf? A secret cult of Satanists? Make me believe it. I'll warn you, it won't be easy, but if you manage it, there's a point or 2 of extra credit in it for you. His gaze roamed over the students' faces as he spoke, and he was pleased to note that most of them looked intrigued. Hell, maybe one of them might come up with something that sparked a useful idea. He wasn't completely sure he should reveal the sigils to anyone, but technically he'd only promised not to show the crime scene photos, and if there were any message in the sigils, he wouldn't be giving it away by only sharing part of 2 different instances. I want to emphasize, though, he added quickly, that this is a library research assignment only. I do not want you attempting to speak with any reporters, police, or anyone else who's likely to come looking for me for giving you such a tasteless assignment. Keep in mind that even though this might be an interesting exercise in occult studies, these murders also have real victims with real friends and family. Just between you and me, I do not want a lecture from Dr. Mortenson on the proper use of extra credit projects. Got it? They all nodded, and some of them laughed nervously. Right then. He nodded, satisfied. Let's continue our discussion on alchemy, shall we? Chapter 8. Detective Cheng called him again later that evening, after he'd arrived home and was settling in with some takeout to look through a couple of the books he'd retrieved from the library in his study. "Hey, Dr. Stone, is this a good time?" "Detective, good to hear from you. I trust you've seen the newspapers today." Stone settled back on his couch and levitated his chopsticks back into the carton of Kung Pao chicken he'd picked up on the way home. He'd already cleared 5 messages off his answering machine from people who'd managed to get his home phone number and had opinions to offer about the case. The most amusing, or perhaps disturbing, of them was the nervous old lady who'd claimed that her pet chihuahua, Pedro Bob, routinely communicated with her and had, in fact, confessed to the crimes. All of them. She wanted to know if it was safe to continue sharing her house with him. Stone didn't call her back. "Couldn't exactly miss him," Cheng said. A faint crackle hung in the air as he paused. "Detective, is something wrong?" The pause drew out a little longer. When Cheng spoke again, he sounded tired. "The captain called me in for a chat today, Dr. Stone." Stone sat up. "Yes?" "He wasn't too happy about the publicity. Said the department's been getting all kinds of calls ever since that piece came out. Some from crackpots, some from uptight citizens who don't want their tax money being used to pay, how did he put it,
Wicked, godless practitioners of the dark arts, I think one lady said.
I suppose telling her I wasn't being paid didn't help, Stone said, half amused, half annoyed. This was why he rarely even told people about the specifics of his mundane job, let alone let them in on the fact that he was the real deal.
I think it was more the wicked godless thing that torqued her off, Cheng said. Anyway, I've been given the word from on high, no more consulting with occult experts.
I see. He brought his bottle of Guinness to hover over next to him and took a drink. Well, I hope whatever small aid I was able to provide you was useful.
Yeah, it was.
Cheng sounded odd, hesitant, as if he were trying to think something through at the same time he was talking. When he spoke again, his voice held more conviction.
Listen, Dr. Stone, you didn't hear me say this, and if you tell anybody I did, I'll deny it, but I think you're onto something with these weird symbols. I got the photos from the other crime scenes, and not only do they all have them, but they're all different, just like you said, so I can't officially ask you to keep helping me. You won't have access to the crime scenes, assuming there are any more, which I damn well hope there won't be, and we won't be able to talk officially, but they can't stop me from talking to you on my own time, and if you want to keep on with this, I'll send you things when I can. Unofficially, of course.
Stone raised an eyebrow, impressed. He didn't think Cheng had it in him to go against his superior's wishes on this. Most policemen, regardless of level, didn't. The young ones were too scared of making a mistake and torpedoing their budding careers, and the older ones were too cynical and battle-scarred to want to make the effort to think outside the box. It wasn't necessarily a dig on them. Most of them spent their whole lives dealing with the kinds of crimes where a dogged, by-the-book approach got them success most of the time and didn't rock the departmental political boat. But when he ran across one who was willing to make the extra effort necessary to run the weird crimes to ground, he took note. "Well," he said, "I won't lie to you, this case has me intrigued, and I do believe there's more I can do to help. I don't want to get you in trouble, though. My curiosity tends to take me to odd places sometimes."
"Hey, what you do on your own time is none of my business," Cheng said. "But like I said, stay away from the crime scenes. But I think the cap is wrong on this one, and sometimes I gotta go with my gut." "All right, then. You've got me as long as you want me, Detective. And given the natures of these killings, probably longer than that." "I was hoping you'd say that."
Cheng sounded relieved. "I trust there haven't been any more murders since we last spoke?"
"Not that I'm aware of, no. Now that we've made the connection between the ones around here and the others, I'm sure we'll hear right away if anyone finds another body."
He paused.
"But there is something else."
Stone perked up.
"Yes?" "Well, you told me to look for anything that might have a religious connection. It's probably nothing, but you said anything might be useful, so I figured I should pass it along."
"Absolutely."
"Okay, so about a month ago, a body turned up in an apartment in East San Jose. The guy was found slumped over his breakfast bar with his throat slashed. Weirdly enough, every sign points to suicide, even though that's a pretty uncommon method. There are a hell of a lot of easier ways to kill yourself, especially since the guy had a registered handgun in the apartment, locked in a closet."
The little hairs on the back of Stone's neck tingled.
"That is odd," he agreed. "But what's that got to do with—" "It's not the guy that twigged my curiosity. It was what was found with him. Next to the body was an old stone box, really old, like museum old, with religious symbols on it, about the size of a cigar box. It was open, and next to it were a red cloth and a wooden cross with some odd symbols carved into it."
Stone went still.
"Odd symbols? Like the ones around the bodies?" "No, I would have noticed that right away. These were different, but nobody in the department could read them. It's not my case, so I'm not sure if they investigated them any further. I think they just figured the box was in the guy's family and he had it there for comfort while he did the deed."
When Stone didn't speak for a long time, Cheng asked,
"So, do you think it could be relevant?"
"I don't know," he said slowly. "I don't suppose there's any way I can see this box, or the cross?"
"No, I'm not even sure where they are anymore. They were in evidence for a while, but I don't think they're there anymore. I imagine they'll be returned to the Vic's family after the investigation's complete. But what I can send you is copies of the photos that were taken of them. You can see the carvings on the box and the cross and see if you think they have any connection. Do you want to see them? Oh, yes, most certainly. I've no idea if they are connected, but I do want to see them. Just to be clear, this victim didn't have anything else in common with the others. He wasn't skinned, bled out, dismembered. No, nothing like that. No other weird symbols. He was just sitting there. Looked like he was halfway through dinner when he decided to off himself. Only other living things in the apartment were his cat and a couple of half-dead plants. Oh, and one other slightly weird thing. The box was found on a newspaper with a small quantity of fresh dirt scattered under it, like maybe it had been buried. The guy was a backhoe operator, so they think the other possibility is that he dug it up and took it home with him. Not sure they followed up on that. I didn't see anything in the files about it. Interesting. All right, Lieutenant. Thank you for letting me know. Should I meet you somewhere to pick up the information? Probably best if we're not seen together for a while, Cheng said with obvious reluctance. I'll overnight it to you. You should have it tomorrow. If you think there's anything we should talk about after you've taken a look, give me a call on my cell phone. He gave Stone the number. Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll be in touch if I come up with anything. After Cheng hung up, Stone sat for a long time, picking at the kung pao chicken and pondering. He had no idea if the suicide, if it was, in fact, a suicide, was connected with the other murders. But the odd carving on the cross found near the victim was intriguing. So was the dirt. The cause of death was odd as well. Cheng was right. Slitting one's own throat was an uncommon suicide method. As Stone well knew from when he temporarily lost his magical abilities and briefly contemplated it himself, gathering the willpower to do the deed at all was difficult. But if someone was determined to do it, many easier, faster, and less painful methods were close at hand for the average person. Overdose, slitting one's wrists in the bathtub, or closing oneself in the garage and leaving the car running were three that came to mind immediately. Hell, Cheng had even said the man had a gun in his apartment, so shooting himself was another option. Cutting his own throat, though? That took serious determination. He wouldn't die right away, so he could have had seconds or even a couple of minutes to contemplate what he'd done as he bled out, depending on the specific location of the slash. Stone couldn't imagine anyone choosing such an unpleasant method to end his life. Briefly, his thoughts touched on other reasons why a man might kill himself in such a way, and as usual they went straight to possession. Had something possessed this man and forced him to kill himself? There were still scattered soldiers from the Evil's invasion force knocking about, but Stone hadn't heard anything definitive from any of them since a couple of years ago in Las Vegas. His working theory was that since they were forced to remain on Earth with no way to get home and no chance of reinforcements, they'd simply settled in with their unwilling hosts and made the best of their new lives. If they positioned themselves in jobs that allowed them to draw the sustenance they needed in the form of grief, despair, anger, or other negative emotions, they wouldn't need to attract attention to themselves. But in this case, it didn't make sense for it to be the Evil. If this man had killed himself inside his own apartment with no one present but his cat, all he'd accomplished was to kill the evil inside himself. Sometimes the higher-level evil, when there'd been any around, had instructed the soldiers to sacrifice themselves and their hosts in order to provide sustenance for others of their kind. But in this case, it didn't sound like there were others present. That didn't mean there weren't other things out there capable of possessing a man and forcing him to kill himself. Again, his mind flitted to unpleasant places, and he blocked the memory of Lindsay Cole from his mind. But in this case, Stone's instincts told him he wasn't looking for possession, especially if this case were somehow related to the others. After all, you couldn't possess a man and force him to bleed out, skin, and dismember himself. True, there might have been more than one killer involved, but... Stone shook his head.
All he was doing now was speculating, and that was all he could do until he got the information Cheng was sending him. He got up heavily, carried the rest of the chicken to the kitchen, then trudged upstairs with his books and his half-full Guinness bottle. He didn't think he'd find anything. He'd probably have to go back home for some better reference materials, but at least it would keep his mind from spinning over things he couldn't do anything about. Chapter 9. Cheng's information arrived the next day in a thick, padded overnight envelope delivered to his townhouse. The brief note, typed, Stone noticed, with no signature or letterhead, read, "Call me if you see anything that looks interesting." He took the envelope up to the study, where he opened it and stacked the contents on his desk, shoving aside the untidy pile of books that had all, thus far, proven unhelpful in translating the strange sigils around the bodies. He forced himself to examine the papers in order, rather than giving in to his compulsion to spread them all out across the desk and scan them for anything that might jump out at him. By nature, his thought process tended to be mercurial and unpredictable, making wild leaps of logic from one bit of information to another. Often that approach came to nothing, but occasionally it provided him with a connection a more methodical researcher might have missed. However, when necessary, he could focus in with the best of them, and in this case, he thought it was necessary, at least at first. The first pages were a report on the scene, written in the dry, just-the-facts style of policemen everywhere. The victim's name was Dennis Arturo Avila, age 34. He lived alone in an apartment in East San Jose, and his occupation was listed as construction worker. As Cheng had said, he'd been found slumped over the breakfast bar in his apartment with his throat violently slashed and the remains of a fast food meal in front of him. The weapon, a common carving knife taken from a rack on the kitchen wall, was clutched in his right hand. The only prints on the knife were Avila's, and no other footprints, fingerprints, or other signs that another person had been in the apartment had been found. When questioned, his boss and co-workers all told the same story. He'd been running a backhoe to dig a foundation for a house to be built in Milpitas, same as he'd done for the past several days. He'd left work on time and didn't seem ill or upset, though one man indicated that it was odd he didn't join them at the bar to drink beer and watch baseball after work as he usually did. The report noted that a male feline had been found inside the apartment as well, unharmed but nervous. A plate on the floor with the remains of another burger and an empty Burger King bag indicated Avila must have returned home from work and shared a meal with the cat. The feline, the report also noted, appeared to have licked up some of the blood on and around Avila before the body was found. It had been placed in the care of one of Avila's friends. Stone skimmed ahead. He didn't really care about the cat, until he found the mention of the carved box. It had been found in front of Avila, open, as if he'd been examining it shortly before his death. The contents, a red cloth and a wooden cross, were next to the box, and all three items were covered in blood, no doubt from the spray issuing from Avila's slashed throat. As Cheng had said, the box was found on newspaper along with a small quantity of fresh dirt. The report listed evidence tag numbers for the box, cloth, cross, newspaper, and other items near the body. Following the police report in the stack were several photos of the crime scene. Stone examined them, noting Avila's position relative to the box and the cross. The close-up photo of the knife didn't interest him. As noted on the report, it was a standard-issue cheap carving knife, unremarkable other than being stained with blood. He slipped it to the back, along with a shot of a large, rangy tabby cat. Here we go. The next photos, 7 in all, were what he was looking for. 4 of the box, 2 of the cross, and 1 of the cloth. The box photos showed details of the lid, 2 sides, bottom and interior. As Cheng had indicated, it appeared to be made of some kind of stone. The spray of blood had reached the sides and the inside, but the chipped, intricate figures carved into the sides stood out clearly. Crosses, angels, and figures dressed in clerical robes and decorative flourishes. Definitely very old, and definitely some kind of religious item, or at least it had belonged to someone to whom religion had been important. Stone wondered how devout Avila had been. He set the 4 photos aside. Next, he glanced at the one showing the cloth, but didn't linger on it long. As far as he could see in the photo, there was nothing remarkable about it. Perhaps he could tell more if he had the actual items in his possession, but given recent events, that wasn't likely. Finally, he spread out the 2 images of the cross, and tensed. Now we're getting somewhere. He pulled the shot of the front side of the object closer and squinted down at it. The reference ruler placed next to it indicated it was about 6 inches tall and 4 inches wide. It appeared to be made of simple wood, with no decorations carved into it and no Christ figure. The only thing that differentiated it was a series of swirling figures carved along both the vertical shaft and the crossbar. Almost without realizing what he was doing, Stone pulled his desk lamp closer and made a beckoning motion. A magnifying glass sailed from a shelf across the room and slapped into his open hand. He hunched over the desk and peered through the glass at the figures. "Well," he murmured, "this is interesting." Unlike the crude sigils around the body, which had almost made him physically uncomfortable to look at, these figures had an odd, soothing feel to them. Beautiful and symmetrical despite the crudeness of the carving, they possessed a certain completeness that would likely come through even to someone who had no idea what they were. Stone knew exactly what they were. He'd seen variations on the carved characters many times in his studies. Though he didn't recognize these specific figures, he could follow them well enough to understand both their origin and their purpose. He swapped the magnifying glass for a jeweler's loupe and leaned in even closer for a better look, occasionally pausing to jot notes on a pad. He'd have to consult his library back home for details, but he knew enough to go forward. The language was a variation of Enochian, considered by some early occult experts to be the language of the angels. And the message was a warning. He leaned back in his chair, removing the loupe and setting it next to the photos. Things had indeed gotten more interesting, because he was almost certain of one other thing as well. There had been something else in the box, and whatever it was, it had been the reason for the warning. He needed to find out what else was inside that box. He picked up the phone and punched in Johnny Cheng's cell number. It rang 3 times, and then the voicemail message picked up. "Bugger," Stone muttered. After the beep, he said carefully, "I need to talk to you about something related to the subject we were discussing previously. Call me back at your earliest convenience, please." By late that evening, Cheng still hadn't called back. It was a Saturday, though. Even police detectives took time off occasionally and didn't answer their work phones. Maybe the guy had gone off wine tasting or had a date or something. After all, he hardly expected Cheng to know his former occult contact had been spending the better part of the day impatiently waiting a return call. In the meantime, Stone had dug out a couple of books with references to the Enochian language and spent the afternoon catching up on it. Discovered, or invented, depending on who you asked, by John Dee and his colleague Edward Kelly in late 16th century England, it was supposed to be the language God used to create the world. Stone rather doubted that, but he didn't doubt its mystical properties. An entire branch of magic, also called Enochian, had developed around the language, and while it wasn't popular among modern mages, it could still be used to work powerful magic by those familiar with its techniques. Stone had studied it during his apprenticeship, but it had never resonated with him in the same way as other hermetic practices had. He supposed it was because his inherent agnosticism made it difficult for him to accept the core tenets of the system. If you didn't believe in God and angels, it was difficult to make magic based on them function correctly. Somebody obviously was doing just that, though. Stone wondered how old the box was, and where Dennis Avila had obtained it. It seemed odd to him that the man had it sitting on his table, where he'd apparently been examining it while he ate his dinner. Did that mean he'd only obtained it recently? Did the dirt indicate that he'd dug it up at his construction site, perhaps finding it intriguing and bringing it home to see if it might be valuable? If so, Stone would have to find out where that was and investigate. Perhaps there were more such items buried at the site, though after a month it was quite likely the construction project had proceeded far enough it would be difficult to discover anything. He had so many questions, and many of them would require a deeper knowledge of Dennis Avila and his habits to answer. Was the man a devout Christian? The police report had mentioned his friends being surprised that he hadn't shown up for beers and sports after work the night he died. Perhaps if Stone could locate one or more of these friends, or find out where Avila worked, he might be able to question them. Cheng had told him to stay away from crime scenes, but that didn't mean he couldn't ask around. Regardless of all that, though, Avila had clearly not placed the wooden cross carved with Enochian script inside an old box brimming with religious symbology. And if he hadn't, who had? What else had been inside the box that had required the equivalent of a tiny magical ward carved with mystical keep-out signs to guard it? The most obvious explanation was that Avila had acquired the box somehow. Either someone had given it to him or he had found it, and opened it. He'd removed the cross, thus breaking whatever enchantment had guarded the mysterious other item inside. But why hadn't the other item been found at the scene as well? Stone pulled the photos back into view again and examined each one with more care, but saw nothing unusual anywhere near Avila's body. Unless the box had contained a half-eaten carton of fries from Burger King, Stone didn't see what else could have been included. The knife was too big, and everything else on the breakfast bar looked like it belonged there. Of course, there was another big question to answer as well. Did the box, its contents, and Avila's strange death have anything to do with the other murders? Currently, Stone saw no connection. Avila hadn't been killed in the same way as the other victims, nor had he been skinned or drained of blood. The Enochian script on the cross had nothing in common with the vile sigils around the bodies, other than that one was supposedly angelic in nature, while the other, Stone was fairly sure, was demonic. Still, that wasn't enough of a link to support even one of his usual leaps of logic. Nonetheless, he was convinced that the two were related. He didn't know how or why yet, but he'd do his best to find out. He pulled his notebook closer and scrawled a few more notes about his next steps. Find one of Avila's friends or co-workers to talk to. Figure out where the box was now and see if he could find a way to get the police to let him examine it. Figure out where Avila's job site was and check it out. Head home to England through the portal and check his more extensive library for any more information about either the demonic sigils or the Enochian script. He was about to write "Call Cheng again in the morning" when his phone rang. He frowned. It was after 11 o'clock. He did occasionally get calls this late, but not often. Perhaps it was Cheng, after returning from wherever he'd been and finding the message in his voicemail. "Yes, hello?" No one spoke. Stone shook his head, disgusted. It was far too late for the kind of robotic sales calls he occasionally got, and even the nutters like the lady with the murderous chihuahua usually had the grace to call at reasonable hours. He was about to hang up when an amused voice said, "Stone?" Stone's hand tightened on the receiver. "Who is this?" The voice chuckled. "I wanted to hear your voice. I've already seen your photo in the newspaper. It's a terrible likeness, isn't it? They didn't get your best angle. Who is this? Stone demanded, louder. Something in the voice, pleasant but with a kind of oily, creepy quality, made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Oh, I won't tell you that just yet. I've heard you like puzzles, so you can try to solve this one if you can. I'd advise against it, though. And I'm afraid if you choose to ignore my advice, you'll have to do it without your sidekick. Stone's body went still, his mind racing. You're the one who's killed those men, he said in a flat tone. Very good. The voice still sounded amused. But not terribly difficult. I expected better of you, Dr. Stone, given your reputation. But that isn't why I called. Why, then? Stone closed his eyes and focused his senses, trying to pick out anything useful in the voice or the background. Other than a slight unidentifiable accent, he heard nothing. Wherever the man was calling from, he'd ensured there was no background noise. I told you. I'm giving you a warning. Stay away. Go back to your students and your research and leave this alone. Things have been set into motion, and you will be powerless to stop them. If you continue, it won't go well for you, I promise. Stone shook his head. If you know me at all, whoever you are, you know I can't do that, and I will find you. We'll see, the man said. He didn't sound worried. Where's your friend, Dr. Stone? What friend? A nasty tingle traversed Stone's spine and settled at the base of his neck. A chuckle. You've been waiting for him to call you. I wonder why he hasn't. That's most unlike him, from what I've heard. Where could he be, I wonder? The nasty tingle increased. What have you done with Detective Cheng? Have you done something to him? Now, why would you accuse me of that? I only have his best interests, and yours, in mind. I'll tell you one more time, Dr. Stone, stay away. Let this go, or things will get unpleasant for you very quickly. The connection broke, leaving Stone with a dead receiver in his hand, a cold knot in the pit of his stomach, and a dismaying certainty that he would not see Detective Johnny Cheng alive again. Chapter 10. By the next day, Stone was no closer to finding Cheng. He'd tried the detective's cell again after the strange caller had hung up, but once again he got voicemail. He hunted through the phone book, but there were too many J. Chengs to start casting about that late at night when he had no idea which one, if any, was the one he wanted. Unable to quiet his mind enough to sleep, he spent most of the rest of the night pacing the townhouse, periodically pausing to jot down everything he could remember about the call. What the man had said, what he'd sounded like, any subjective impressions. It wasn't much. He was certain he'd never heard the voice before. It had to be someone connected with the murders calling to taunt him, but even that didn't answer many questions. He was convinced some sort of demonic entity was behind this, but was it here already? Could it make phone calls and sound like a modern-day man? It hadn't spoken in old-style English, used odd phrasing, or done anything else that might be indicative of a hundreds or thousands of years old being that had recently been awakened or released from captivity. If not the demon, then one of its henchmen? Stone was further convinced that the thing had not committed the murders alone. In fact, it might not have even been present for them. It might have hired, coerced, or otherwise obtained flunkies to do the actual deeds, with instructions for how to prepare the bodies, leave the sigils and other marks, and harvest the blood and skin. It was a lot to ask, but Stone had no idea where it might have obtained its assistance. Finally, at about 2 a.m., he gave up and called the San Jose Police Department. He might get in trouble for this. Hell, he might get Cheng in trouble. but he couldn't live with himself if he later found out he could have prevented harm to the detective. A bored-sounding desk sergeant answered. "San Jose Police Department, Sergeant Plum, may I help you?" "I'm looking for Detective Johnny Cheng." "He isn't on shift right now, he's day shift." There was a pause and the sound of rustling papers. "And he's off tomorrow. Can someone else help you?" "No, I need to talk with him as soon as possible. It's quite urgent. Is there a chance someone could contact him and ask him to give me a call?" The sergeant sounded suspicious. "We're not going to get one of our detectives out of bed because some guy calls in the middle of the night wanting to talk to him. Either tell me what this is about or call back Monday. He comes on shift at 3 p.m. Stone sighed. He didn't want to do this, but he didn't see an alternative. "Sergeant, my name is Alastair Stone. Up until a few days ago, I was consulting with Detective Cheng regarding a couple of murder cases. I've reason to believe he might be in danger." There was a pause.
"Danger?"
"Yes, I've received a phone call from someone I believe might be connected with the murders he was investigating. Would it be possible for me to speak to one of his superiors?" Another pause. "Listen, Sergeant, I'm not one of your nutters. If you check, you can verify that I was working with Detective Cheng until I was asked not to. Please, I've been trying to call his mobile phone, but he's not returning my calls." The sergeant's silence stretched out again, against a low, murmured background of other voices and the occasional far-off buzz of another phone.
"Hold on," the man finally said. "I'll give you to the lieutenant. For your sake, I hope you're not a flake. He eats flakes for breakfast."
The line went to hold. Stone listened to announcements exhorting him to consider applying for a job as a San Jose policeman for nearly 5 minutes before someone came back on.
"This is Lieutenant Delgado,"
said a gruff voice that reminded Stone a little of Stan Lopez.
"Is this Dr. Stone?"
"Yes, I need to—"
"You're not working with Cheng anymore, as of a few days ago. It's right here in the records. Why are you calling at 2 in the morning? Sergeant Plum said something about you getting a phone call?"
"I did, yes." He described the call. "You can't blame me for being concerned about Detective Cheng's welfare." There was a long pause.
"Sounds like a crackpot to me. We get 'em all the time. I saw the article about you in the paper. I'm sure a lot of people did. It's probably some nutcase who figured out your phone number and decided to mess with your head."
Stone drew breath to reply, but then stopped. Reluctantly, he had to admit that perhaps the lieutenant was right. He replayed the conversation again. The caller hadn't said anything that he couldn't have found out by reading the article and doing a minimal amount of research. Was it possible he was just so wound up about the killings that he was looking for trouble where there wasn't any? Gods knew enough of it found him, or he found it, without trying to hunt down more.
"He might be right, Lieutenant. He might well be right, but
even so, wouldn't it be advisable to at least check on Detective Cheng? These are some seriously violent crimes we're dealing with after all."
"Crimes we're dealing with," Delgado corrected. "Not you, Dr. Stone. This is a police matter. We appreciate your assistance, but this is the end of the line for you. I'll take the concerns under advisement and make sure we take care of whatever's necessary. If you're smart, you'll go back to bed and forget you were ever involved in this, okay?"
What could he say? "Thank you for your time, Lieutenant." He hung up and sat back, thinking. He wondered if the lieutenant had noticed he deliberately hadn't agreed to stay away from the case. He couldn't do anything about Cheng right now, not without a lot more research that would likely go straight back to the police department. But he picked up the papers Cheng had sent him and riffled through them. As far as he knew, nobody else had made any connection between Dennis Avala's suicide and the murders. Maybe there wasn't a connection, but the Enochian script on the cross and the fact that it was a warning suggested something was going on. It wouldn't hurt to do a little poking around. Chapter 11. Stone couldn't get away until afternoon the next day. By the time he canceled his office hour and headed for South San Jose, he still hadn't gotten a response to any of his messages to Cheng. He tried calling again on the way down, but hung up when the voicemail picked up. The weekend was one thing. He'd almost managed to convince himself that the detective had taken off for a brief vacation and turned his phone off. But to get no reply on a Monday convinced Stone that not only was something wrong, but whoever had called him was not a crackpot. Dennis Avala's address was on the second floor of one of the faded beige two-story cookie-cutter apartment buildings that dominated California lower-middle-class neighborhoods. Stone parked across the street and gave it a quick once-over. Nothing looked sinister or out of place at first glance. A courtyard with a scrubby, yellowing lawn separated its two halves, with staircases on either side. The apartments were all accessible from the outside, each one with a door and window facing outward into the courtyard. A sign reading "Manager" pointed the way toward the back of the property. An elderly couple walked past with a tiny dog on a leash, but no children played in the courtyard, and nobody else appeared to be around. Probably either working or sleeping, Stone figured. He consulted his notes. Avala's apartment was number 202, which meant it was on the second floor. He couldn't read the numbers from where he was, but he had a hunch he wouldn't have to. He switched to magical sight. Instantly, the second door from the end on the right side of the courtyard began to glow with faint reddish light. "There we go," he murmured in satisfaction. He wasn't sure he'd see anything. A simple suicide wouldn't have produced enough magical energy to still be hanging around after a month. But clearly this wasn't a simple suicide after all. Stone pulled a small pendant from his pocket, gazed at it a moment to calibrate it, and then slipped the chain around his neck. He was glad he'd thought to create a couple of these, though he hadn't had cause to use them recently. The pendant was the same type he'd used at Burning Man a while back, employing a powerful illusion to change his appearance. At this point, after he'd been told in no uncertain terms by Cheng's bosses that his presence wasn't wanted anywhere near their investigations, it was better if it didn't get back to them that he was snooping around. Even though he doubted anybody but Cheng had made the connection, it was still safer this way. He got out of the car and put a disregarding spell on it, then headed across the street. He couldn't see himself, but he didn't have to. His disguise as a chubby, nerdy-looking guy in a hooded sweatshirt and jeans shouldn't raise too many eyebrows around here. Now all he had to do was remember to use his American accent, which he'd been practicing. He crossed the street, paused to look over the apartment building as if considering something, then mounted the stairs on the right side of the courtyard and wandered down the walkway past several closed doors. He didn't pause in front of number 202. Not yet. But he did notice the blinds were tightly closed. No surreptitious peeks inside. "You looking for somebody?" Stone turned and found himself facing a middle-aged woman in a faded house dress. She stood half in, half out of her apartment, holding a magazine in one hand. No, not really. My friend told me there might be some places for rent here, so I was checking it out." She eyed him, her tiny, dark eyes making the circuit up and down his body. "Might be," she said. "Gotta talk to the manager." She nodded toward 202. "I know they're trying to rent that place, but they ain't gonna. Not without lowering the price a lot anyways." "Why not?" She dropped her gaze. "Not sure I should say anything." Stone put on a conspiratorial expression. "Come on, you can tell me. I won't tell anybody." She glanced up and down the walkway to verify nobody else was nearby, but it was obvious to the blind that she was dying to spill the story. "The guy that lived there killed himself," she said, in a loud stage whisper. Stone widened his eyes in a look of appropriate surprise. "No kidding." The woman nodded several times, looking satisfied. "Yeah, about a month ago. The cops were here for a long time, and the ambulance guys, the coroner. It was crazy around here for a day or so." "Did you know him?" She shook her head. "I know his name was Dennis something. Saw him around sometimes, but mostly he worked during the day and didn't get in till late. I think he was some kind of construction worker. She lowered her voice again. I heard he cut his own throat. She sliced her hand across her own neck. I don't know if I believe it, though. That's a pretty crappy way to off yourself. Might just be the kids telling stories. Stone nodded, focusing on her as if this were the most interesting information in the world. Wow, he said. I can see why they might have trouble renting it if that gets around. He shrugged. I don't care, though. It's not like he's going to haunt the place or anything, right? I wouldn't mess with that if I was you. She frowned and crossed herself. Ghosts are nothing to fuck with. Pardon my French. Anyways, I gotta go. It's about time for my shows. I'm telling you, though, if you're smart, you'll pick a different unit. She waved her magazine and disappeared back inside the apartment, closing the door behind her. Stone's next stop was the manager's office. On the first floor near the back of the complex, it turned out to be not an actual office, but just another apartment. He knocked on the door, hoping the manager was home. Most people looking for a place probably called and set up an appointment. But no, the door opened on Stone's second knock to reveal a 30-ish man in a Warriors t-shirt and baggy athletic shorts who looked like he'd just woken up. The unmistakable aroma of pot smoke wafted out from inside and hung around the man like an invisible cloud. He scratched his head and regarded Stone with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. "Help you?" "I'm looking for a place, and I heard you have some vacancies." "Oh, yeah, we got a couple. You want to fill out an application?" "Actually, if you don't mind, I'd like to take a look inside first. No point filling one out if the place isn't what I'm looking for." The man shrugged. "Yeah, okay. Hang on a sec." He disappeared back inside the apartment and returned a moment later holding a clipboard with 3 keys attached to it. "I got 3, 104, 110, and 202. 202 is on the second floor?" "Yeah." "Let me look at that one. I don't like being on the ground floor." The man eyed him oddly. "You sure? 110 is really nice. Super clean, corner unit. It's the biggest one we got in the complex." "I'm sure," he said. There was a pause. "I'm gonna need you to fill out an app before I show you that one," he said. Why that one in particular? "Look," he said, "I really should have you fill one out before I show you anything. That's the rules." "You don't want to show me 202 for some reason. Why not?" The man's gaze sharpened. "You're a reporter, man?" This was getting more interesting. Despite what the neighbor woman had said, he obviously wasn't the first person interested in Dennis Avala's apartment. Okay, time for the direct approach. He pulled out his wallet. "Okay, you figured me out. Yes, I'm a reporter, and I want to get a look inside that apartment. I'll make it worth your while." He removed a pair of $20 bills and offered them. "Just let me in and let me look around for 5 or 10 minutes, that's all." The manager's gaze flicked from the bills to Stone's face. "This is getting annoying," he said, taking the 20s. "Okay, fine. 10 minutes, that's it, but no pictures, got it? I'll be right there with you. If you take any pictures, I'll call the cops." "No pictures," Stone assured him, though he privately doubted the guy wanted anything to do with the police. At least until he'd had a chance to shower and change into something that didn't smell like Ground Zero at a Dead concert. "I just want to look around and maybe ask you a few questions." "Questions are extra," he said. "Sorry, but I'm an apartment manager, not a freaking tour guide. Gotta make it worth my time, you know?" Stone gave him another 20. "Deal. Let's go then." Dennis Avala's apartment looked like your typical generic vacant space. Neutral beige carpeting, white walls, popcorn ceiling. The manager pushed the door open and waved Stone into a medium-sized living room, then moved in behind him and closed the door, flipping on a light switch. "Nothing much to see," he said. "I know you probably expected bloodstains or something, but we had a professional cleaner and replaced the carpets, repainted, the works." Stone nodded. The place smelled almost institutionally clean, and no sign remained of anything unusual that might have occurred here. He switched to magical sight and glanced toward the breakfast bar where he knew Avila had cut his throat. The area lit up with magical energy, dark red and unsettled. It centered on the counter and had an odd tinge to it, as if something unwholesome had been here. "That's where it happened?" he asked, pointing at the area.
"Yeah, they found him right there at the breakfast bar. He didn't show up for work, so they sent somebody over to look for him. When he didn't answer the door, they called me."
Stone raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you saw the body?" For the first time, the manager looked uncomfortable.
"Yeah, it was pretty awful. Blood everywhere. Weird, too, though."
"Weird? How so?"
"I didn't look too close, you know. As soon as we found the body, we called 911 and got out of there. Didn't want to mess up the scene or have the cops thinking we did it or anything, but it looked like he'd sat down to have dinner and just suddenly decided to kill himself. The knife was in his hand, and he was face down in his Burger King."
Stone nodded. "I heard a rumor. Can you tell me if it's true?"
"What?" "Like I said, I didn't see much."
"I heard they found some kind of box with him and a cross." The manager shrugged.
"I don't remember seeing anything like that."
"Did you know Mr. Avila? Talk to him at all? Did he seem depressed?"
"Didn't really talk to him too much, but I don't think so. I seen him around with his buddies from work, drinking beer and watching football and stuff. And sometimes he'd fix stuff around here for a little off his rent. Just seemed like a normal guy, you know?"
Strange. Stone continued examining the area around the breakfast bar. There was definitely some odd energy hovering around, something more than he would have expected from the suicide. Had it come from whatever was inside the box? The thing the cross had been protecting and the Enochian script warning against. He closed his eyes and narrowed his focus to the surface of the counter where the manager had pointed. He staggered back a couple steps.
"Hey, you okay, man?"
The manager reached out as if to grab his arm. Stone caught himself and shook his head. "I'm fine." He hadn't dared to suspect it. The odds were too high against two apparently separate situations being connected, even with the addition of the Enochian etched cross. But he couldn't deny it now. The unwholesome energy that still hovered around the apartment shared many similarities with the energy he'd detected in the victim's house in Gilroy. Too many to be mere coincidence. He had no idea how yet, but the two were definitely connected.
"Maybe we should go now," the manager was saying, glancing nervously toward the door. "I got a lot of work to do this afternoon."
"I'm sure you do. Those joints aren't going to smoke themselves, are they?" "Yes, all right." Stone didn't want to leave yet, but he didn't think he'd get anything else from the apartment, even if he sat here all day. He started to follow the manager out, then stopped, as a memory flashed to his mind from the files Cheng had sent him. It was a long shot, but when dealing with magic, far stranger things had happened before. "Oh, just one more thing." The manager was looking impatient now. Clearly he wanted to get out of here, and had tired of his tour guide role, bribe notwithstanding. "What?" "I also heard that when Mr. Avila was found, he had a cat with him." The manager stopped.
"Yeah, Raider, I think his name was."
"Do you know where he is now?"
"Why, you want to interview him?"
"If only you knew." "Just human interest stuff. Everybody loves a cat story."
"Not me. I don't want to live with nothing that craps in a box. But anyways, yeah, I think the guy down in 103 took the cat. He ain't home now, though. He works."
Stone nodded. He briefly considered magically breaking into 103, but that wouldn't go well for him if he got caught, especially after the conversation with the manager. He took out his wallet and handed over another 20. "Do me one more favor, will you? Get me his phone number so I can call him tonight. I'd like to see if he'll let me get a couple photos of the cat."
"Yeah, sure, but you gotta promise not to tell him where you got the number."
"You have my word." Chapter 12. Stone left a message for Avila's neighbor, letting him know that he was interested in seeing the cat. The guy called back at a little after 7 that night.
"You the guy looking for Dennis's cat?"
"That's me," he said, almost forgetting to use his American accent. The guy sighed.
"I'd like to help you. I wish you'd called a couple days ago."
That didn't sound good. Why? Did something happen to him?
A pause. "Look, I don't feel good about this, okay, but I couldn't keep him. There's something wrong with that cat. Maybe it was because he saw what Dennis did, I don't know, but he peed all over everything and hid under the bed constantly. I tried, but my whole apartment smells like cat piss. Good thing I ain't moving anytime soon, or I'd lose my whole cleaning deposit."
Damn. It made sense. Animals were more sensitive to the supernatural than humans were. If something was going on the night Dennis Avila died, it was entirely possible that Raider the cat had been traumatized by it. Where is he now?
I had to take him to the pound. I didn't want to hand him off to somebody else and pass along the same problem.
You did this 2 days ago?
Yeah.
Definitely not good. A cat with behavioral problems probably wouldn't last long at a space-strapped city pound. All right, thanks. Can you tell me where you took him?
You gonna go find him?
The guy sounded hopeful.
Let me look it up for you. It'd sure make me feel better to know I didn't get Dennis's cat killed, but you didn't see him. That kitty's messed up bad.
The pound was already closed that night, but Stone showed up first thing the next morning. This time he didn't bother with the disguise. The SJPD could hardly have a problem with him checking out a cat on death row, no matter who the cat might have belonged to. Fortunately, the place wasn't busy yet. He walked up to the counter. "I'm looking for a cat," he announced to the woman behind it. She smiled at him. "We've got plenty of them here," she said. "Kitten or adult?" She wore a scrub top with a Snoopy pattern and had the harried look of someone with too much to do. "Actually, I'm looking for a specific cat." Her brow wrinkled. "Is this a lost cat you want to claim, sir?" "No, he belonged to a deceased friend. He ended up here by mistake, I believe. The man who had him surrendered him for behavioral issues. His name is Raider. The cat, not the man," he added. He showed her the photo from the files Cheng had sent him, and gave her the name of Avila's neighbor. "He would have brought him by 2 days ago?" The woman examined the photo and jotted down the name. "Just a moment, let me check our records." Stone looked around the waiting room while she pulled up the file on her computer terminal. Colorful posters urging people to adopt, not to backyard breed, and to spay and neuter their animals covered the walls, along with cheerful drawings of pets by local school children. The far-off sound of barking occasionally reached over the soft music from a nearby radio, and the place smelled of disinfectant with just a hint of dogginess. The door to the back opened, and a grinning small boy emerged, clutching the leash of an exuberant mutt puppy, followed by his stressed-looking mother. "Sir?" Stone turned back to the counter. "Yes?" The woman didn't look like she had good news. "I'm sorry, sir, but I found the cat you're looking for. I'm afraid he's scheduled to be euthanized this morning." The whole plan had been a long shot anyway. It probably wouldn't have worked at all, but still. Scheduled? As in it hasn't been done yet? Well, let's stop it then. "I'm not sure whether it's been done yet," she said. She rubbed at her face and didn't meet Stone's gaze. Well, can't you check?" "I'm sorry, sir." She pointed at the terminal. "It says here that the cat was surrendered for severe behavioral problems. He might not even be safe to adopt, and odds are high that you'll just return him later even if you do. He's not available for adoption. Perhaps if I were to make a generous donation." "I'm sorry, sir," the woman said again. She didn't look mean or hard-assed about it. In fact, she looked as if she might be on the verge of tears. He didn't envy anyone who had to work at a place like this, especially if they liked animals. Unfortunately, since it appeared his usual go-to plans of charming or bribing people to give him the information he wanted weren't going to work on her, he wasn't any closer to Raider. And now the clock was counting down fast. It might already be too late. "Thank you," he said. "I wish I could help you, I really do." He dropped a 20 in the donation box. "Quite all right, I understand. I suppose I might as well take a look at your other cats while I'm here. Perhaps I can help out another one?" She brightened. "That's a great idea. Straight through the door there, down the hall. First door on the right is kittens, second door is adults. If you find anybody you like, let us know and we'll get you set." Stone thanked her and slipped through the door, waited until a pair of shelter workers passed by, and then ducked into an unused office. He hadn't brought one of his disguise amulets with him, so he'd have to hope his disregarding spell would be enough to keep anyone from noticing him. He used one of his crystals to power it so he didn't have to worry about maintaining it, and then hurried out and down the hallway. He passed the 2 doors the woman had mentioned. Contrary to what he'd told her, he wasn't interested in adopting any cats today. It didn't take long before he spotted another set of double doors, bearing a stern, "Authorized personnel only" sign. Glancing around to make sure nobody was paying attention, he pushed it open and went through. No cheerful schoolchild art or posters back here. He stood in a hallway painted institutional beige and lit by overhead fluorescents. Several doors lined it on both sides, interspersed with more utilitarian wall decorations like workplace law posters. Occasionally people in scrubs or sweatshirts would pass him, but everyone looked busy and no one paid him any attention. Both the barking and the doggy smell were more intense back here, and even a few loud feline yowls managed to rise above the general din. Stone moved fast, checking out the placards on each room in turn. Clinic, dog isolation, cat isolation, hold, strays, break room, laundry and storage, examination room. It occurred to him that he wasn't even sure what they would call the room he was looking for. Feline death row hardly seemed appropriate. "Where are you, Raider?" he murmured. He couldn't stay too long. The crystal he was using to power the disregarding spell wouldn't last too much longer, and if he had to power it himself, he'd have to be a lot more careful not to let his concentration slip. Deciding it was the likeliest choice, he shoved open the door to the cat isolation room and went inside. It was a small room, with a disinfectant smell even stronger than outside. Double-decker steel cages lined 2 of the walls, about a quarter of them occupied by cats. Most lay quiet, watching him with big, wary eyes. The exception was the yowling occupant of the top-level cage at the far end of the row. Stone swept his gaze over each quiet cat in turn, verifying that none of them was Raider. The yowling grew more insistent. "All right," he said, exasperated. "You can shut up now, I know you're here." He turned toward the loud cat and found himself facing a large, rangy, black and gray tabby sitting at the front of the cage and following him with narrowed green eyes. The cat yowled again for good measure, and then, apparently satisfied that he'd been properly acknowledged, shut up. "Raider? Is that you?" Stone hurried to the cage, checking to make sure nobody was coming into the room, and pulled out the photo. Comparing the picture with the cat in front of him didn't provide a definitive answer. Big gray tabbies all looked pretty much alike to him. Fortunately, the placard on the cage, while not including the cat's name, did list the date of surrender and Avala's neighbor's name and phone number. A quick glance with magical sight confirmed it. Faint traces of the same murky red energy he'd spotted at the victim's house and in Avala's apartment hovered around the tabby. "Well, good to make your acquaintance, Raider. Let's get you out of here, shall we?" Stone paused at that. He hadn't even thought about how he would get Raider out if he found him. Clearly, the cat wasn't the shy and retiring type, which meant trying to carry him through the lobby in his arms, assuming Raider even allowed that, he risked attracting attention. The disregarding spell was good at making people not notice him, but it relied on misdirection. Any odd behavior or inexplicable sounds would negate the whole effect. He wished he could just do his examination here, but this kind of thing, if it even worked at all, would take a long time, probably at least half an hour, and he doubted the shelter workers would leave him alone that long. Besides, he couldn't very well take what he wanted from Raider and leave him to die. That wouldn't be fair to the cat, whose only crime was to witness a horrific supernatural event. Kitty PTSD wasn't a valid reason for a death sentence. "Listen," he told Raider, who watched him intently through the bars. "I don't know if you know it, but you're in a bad situation right now. If you work with me, we can get you out of here, but you've got to stay quiet. All right?" "Oh, bloody hell, I'm talking to a cat." Glancing around the room, he spotted a stack of 3 cardboard cat carriers, each one emblazoned with a jaunty cartoon Garfield holding a suitcase and the words, "I'm going home." He used magic to bring one to him and opened it. "All right," he told Raider. "I'm going to open the door now and put you in here." Raider didn't reply, but at least that meant he wasn't yowling. Stone carefully opened the cage door and swung it outward. Raider stayed put. Taking that as a sign, Stone reached in. Raider scooted to the back of the cage and crouched low. Brilliant. Stone was already regretting this plan. Sometimes he wished he could just let puzzles alone. His life wouldn't be nearly as interesting, but it would also be a lot less stressful. "Come on, Raider," he murmured, reaching in further. Raider tried to scrunch himself backward again, but he had nowhere to go. Stone plucked him up, wishing it hadn't been too hot to wear his usual black overcoat. The cat wasn't huge, but even a small cat could do a fairly good imitation of a wood chipper if he got a mind to. He didn't, though. While he didn't seem happy about being picked up, he didn't struggle or attack. He made a token effort at resistance when Stone tried to lower him into the carrier, which was a bit small to contain him comfortably, but beggars couldn't be choosers, but eventually settled in and allowed the lid to be closed over him. "Right then," Stone said under his breath, and picked up the carrier. All they had to do was get down the hall, out through the reception area, and across the parking lot to the BMW, and they were home free. Easy, right? He made it to the door before he remembered that he probably shouldn't leave the placard behind. With the amount of activity in the shelter, he guessed if the workers didn't find an empty cage with a card indicating it should have an occupant, they probably wouldn't even notice a missing cat, especially one scheduled for euthanasia, until it was too late. He also doubted that even if they did notice, they would send the cat patrol out to retrieve him. But they still had to get out. He had another few minutes before the crystal's energy would deplete, and he'd have to power the disregarding spell himself. His other option would be to use a full-blown invisibility spell, but that would be a last resort. He'd never gotten the knack for true invisibility. It was a hard spell to maintain, exhausting him after only a couple minutes, and draining the crystals even faster. He'd do it if he had to, but he hoped he wouldn't. Gripping Raider's cardboard carrier and feeling the cat shifting nervously back and forth inside, he pushed open the door to the cat isolation room and looked both ways down the hall. A woman in a white coat walked by, deep in conversation with a younger woman wearing a San Jose State hoodie, but neither paid him any attention, even when Raider made a tentative meow. He was about to head down the hallway toward the reception area when he noticed another door. It was propped open with a kitty litter jug, and the sign above it read, "Exit." Could he be that lucky? That didn't happen to him very often. Maybe he was due, or this was the universe's way of letting him know that saving Raider was the right thing to do. Either way, he didn't ask questions. He shoved open the door and exited into the bright, mid-morning sunlight. "Hey, man," said a voice. Damn. 2 shelter workers, a skinny, scraggly-haired man and a plump woman in a pink t-shirt, leaned against the wall outside the door, both of them holding cigarettes. The man had spoken. Hey," Stone said, using his American accent. His usual British one was far too memorable if he had to have a conversation. He dropped the disregarding spell since it obviously hadn't worked here. "Who's the cat?" the guy asked, nodding toward the carrier. "Oh, His mind whirled, searching for a plausible answer, and latched onto the first thing that came to him. "He's, adopted. Nice old lady. I'm taking him out to her car for her." From inside the carrier, Raider meowed helpfully, as if to announce, "Yes, I am a cat." That was the lamest excuse Stone had ever heard. He certainly wouldn't have believed it if someone had tried it on him, but the guy merely shrugged and took another drag on his cigarette. "Cool. Have a good one." He turned back to his companion and resumed their conversation. Stone forced himself to move nonchalantly away, even though he wanted to take off running. He barely allowed himself to breathe until he reached the BMW, then exhaled in a rush of air. "That was bloody close, Raider." The cat said nothing. Chapter 13. On the way back to Palo Alto, Stone tried calling Chang again. This time he did leave a message, just a generic, "I'm trying to reach you, please call me back." But every day that went by without a response reinforced his suspicion that something had happened to the detective. He made it halfway home before he realized he hadn't thought this whole Raider plan through at all. He'd been so focused on the examination he planned to do that he'd completely forgotten about the more mundane aspects of having a cat. Things like food, litter boxes, and such. "Well, bugger," he said, glancing across at Raider's carrier, which he'd belted into the front seat. The cat had been uncharacteristically quiet on the drive so far. Maybe he liked Pink Floyd, which moved him up a couple notches in Stone's estimation. He couldn't very well leave Raider in the car while he went searching for supplies. It was far too hot for that. He also couldn't just let him run free in the townhouse, especially given that Avila's neighbor had said he'd pissed all over everything. Coming home to find that Raider had marked his sofa or one of his favorite books wasn't an acceptable option. If Jason or Verity were here, he could call them and ask them to meet him at the townhouse with supplies. But they weren't. He'd reached Mountain View before the solution came to him. It wasn't one he employed often, but desperate times called for desperate measures. He pulled out his phone again. Damn, but the thing was proving more useful than he'd expected. And made a call. The doorbell rang 15 minutes after he'd arrived home. He opened the door to reveal a tall, long-haired young man in a skinny puppy t-shirt and black cargo shorts, carrying 2 bags. "Hi, Dr. Stone," he said. "Sorry I'm late." "Quite all right, Mr. Green?" He waved him inside. "I appreciate your help. You're a lifesaver." Brandon Green was one of his graduate students, an irreverent goth kid with a smart-ass streak as wide as Stone's, an interest in primitive occult practices, and a strong talent for research. Stone hadn't pulled professor privilege in years to ask a grad student to run an errand unrelated to academics, but he figured after all this time he could allow himself just this one. "So you got a cat, huh?" Green grinned. "I kind of thought maybe you might already have one. You seem like the type." "He's not staying," Stone said. "I'm sort of cat-sitting. Did you get everything on my list?" "Yeah." He put the 2 bags down. "The litter box is out in the car. Hang on and I'll get it. He hurried outside and ran down the front walk. Stone investigated the contents of the bag as Raider meowed from the sitting room. He'd left the cat in the carrier for now, with plans to set up the downstairs bathroom for him. Green returned with a large blue plastic litter box and a bag of litter. Okay, so we got box, litter, food, bowls, and a cat bed. Oh, and I threw in a scoop, too. Unless you want to scoop the box with your good silverware. And I got decent food, not that crap they sell at the supermarket. He pulled a crumpled receipt from his back pocket. Total $62 and change. Stone gave him 80. Keep the change to cover gas and whatnot. Thanks again. This whole thing was rather sudden. No problem. Can I see him? The cat? Sure. He led Green to the sitting room and opened the carrier. Raider poked his head out and examined his surroundings. Nice-looking cat. You say you're just watching him? For a friend, yes. Not sure how long. He's a bit indisposed and can't take care of him. Don't let old Doc Mortensen hear you've got one. She'll want to come over and meet him. Oh? That was a side of Edwina Mortensen he wasn't aware of. Oh, yeah. Green scritched the top of Raider's head. She's crazy about him. I think she has like 3 of her own. She showed me photos once, in her wallet. She's got photos of cats in her wallet. That explained a lot, actually. He kept a close eye on the interaction to make sure Raider didn't take a nip or a swipe at Green. But the two seemed to be getting along fine. Hey, I don't judge. Anyway, I better get going. Got a seminar in a half hour. Oh, wait, almost forgot. He rummaged in his backpack and handed Stone something that looked like a handle with a wide roll of tape attached. You're gonna want that. It's a cat hair roller. Trust me, from one dude who wears a lot of black to another. After Green left, Stone shut Raider back up in the carrier and took the bags into the bathroom. It wasn't a large space, but he figured it would be big enough that the cat wouldn't feel cramped until he figured out what to do with him. He put the litter box in the shower and filled it, set up bowls of food and water, and put the cat bed in the nook between the toilet and the wall, then examined his handiwork. He'd never had a pet before, so he hoped he wasn't missing anything important. When everything was ready, he retrieved the carrier, set it on the floor, and opened it. Raider leaped out and immediately made a beeline for the space behind the toilet, where he crouched, watching Stone with his wide, unblinking green stare. Right then, Raider, Stone told him. I'm going to leave you alone for a bit so you can get settled in. I've got to get back up to campus. Tonight, we'll see what you might be able to tell me. As soon as he opened the door, Raider made his move, streaking for the exit. Stone barely got it closed before the gray and black missile managed to dash through it. He stood on the other side and let out a long sigh. Why am I doing this again? Chapter 14. Stone's pocket buzzed in the middle of his afternoon Western occult symbology class, but he let it go to voicemail. That was another new experience for him since he'd started using the mobile phone. In the old days, a couple months ago, the only way anyone would be able to reach him during a class was if they called the department office and the office sent a messenger over. That meant the call would have to be pretty important. Now that he had the mobile, it was entirely possible he'd missed someone trying to sell him vacuum cleaners or a cut-rate oil change. He checked it on his way back to the office. It wasn't a telemarketer. Instead, a brisk, no-nonsense male voice said, "Dr. Stone, this is Captain Mark Flores at the San Jose Police Department. Could you give me a call back as soon as possible, please? It's urgent. Thank you." This couldn't be anything good. Had they figured out he'd nicked Raider from the shelter? No, that was absurd. Why would the San Jose police be involved with the theft of a cat destined to be put to sleep? Surely they had more important things to do with their time. A chill ran up his neck. What if it was about Cheng? He stepped off the path, found an unoccupied spot behind a nearby building, and returned the call.
Flores? Captain Flores, Alastair Stone, you left me a message. How can I help you?
The briefest of pauses crackled on the line.
Yes, Dr. Stone, thank you for getting back to me so quickly. Would it be possible for you to come down here today?
His initial assessment was right. This couldn't be anything good.
Do you mind telling me why? I'm supposed to be teaching another class shortly. I'd prefer not to discuss it over the phone, Dr. Stone. I assure you, though, it's very important.
I'm not in trouble for anything, am I? He forced himself to keep his tone light, but the last thing he wanted to do was walk in blind and end up getting arrested for something.
No, we just want to ask you some questions. When could you get down here?
He glanced at his watch. His next class was intro level. He could get one of his teaching assistants to take it for him.
I'll be there in an hour, Captain. Thank you, Dr. Stone.
Flores gave him the address.
Just tell the front desk to buzz me when you get here.
The desk sergeant didn't ask questions when Stone arrived, but called Flores immediately. Stone waited in the busy lobby, pacing around and examining the wanted posters until the captain arrived.
Dr. Stone?
Stone turned. Here we go.
Captain.
A tall, broad-shouldered man with graying temples and wire-rimmed glasses, Captain Mark Flores looked as if he would be more comfortable in a uniform than in his white shirt, gray slacks, and blue-striped tie.
Thank you for coming, he said. Let's talk in my office.
Stone followed him through a maze of desks and bustling people, both uniformed cops and administrative personnel, to a small, neat office near the back of the room. He sat in the indicated desk chair, taking in the framed certificates on the wall, the photo of a smiling woman and 2 grinning kids on the credenza behind the desk, and the drooping plant on top of a file cabinet that looked like you could hide in it to survive a nuclear blast.
Mind telling me what this is about, Captain?
Flores didn't answer until he'd settled himself behind his desk and pulled a pair of closed folders in front of him.
When was the last time you saw Detective Cheng, Dr. Stone?
The crawling feeling at the back of Stone's neck intensified.
In Gilroy at the murder victim's home, last week. Why do you ask?
He opened one of the folders and consulted a sheet of handwritten notes on the top of a stack of papers.
It says here that you phoned the department in the middle of the night a couple of days ago about an odd phone call you received.
Yes.
Stone frowned. Has something happened to Detective Cheng, Captain? Tell me about that phone call.
Clearly the captain would answer questions when he was damn good and ready. Stone could either press him for answers or go with the flow and wait for Flores to get around to telling him what was going on. Deciding to opt for the latter, at least for the moment, he told the captain everything he could remember about the phone call.
If you told me that was what you were interested in, I could have brought my notes, but I think I've got it all. And this was on your home phone, not your cell.
Home phone, yes.
Did you recognize the voice?
No, I'd never heard it before. Flores nodded and made a note on the paper, and then flicked his gaze back up to meet Stone's. His expression revealed nothing of his thoughts.
Did you have any further contact with Detective Cheng after he informed you that he'd been requested not to consult with you any longer?
Stone narrowed his eyes. Should I be retaining a lawyer, Captain? Be assured I'd like to help you, and I'll do everything I can to do so, but please tell me what's going on. Has something happened to Detective Cheng?
Detective Cheng was murdered, Dr. Stone.
Stone stared at him, shocked.
Murdered? When? Can you please answer my question? Did you have any further contact with the detective following the night in Gilroy?
He could lie, he supposed, but he couldn't think of any valid excuse to do so. If Cheng was indeed dead, it wasn't as if he could get the detective in trouble for contacting him.
Yes.
I didn't see him in person, but I did speak with him on the phone.
Did you call him, or did he call you?
He called me. He wasn't convinced that his captain, presumably that's you, was correct in his assessment of how valuable my consultation might be.
What did he ask you to do?
He told me he wasn't allowed to work with me officially anymore, but that he still believed the occult angle was worth pursuing. Stone leaned forward in his chair. Captain, please tell me what's happened to the detective. Do you believe his murder was somehow related to the phone call I received? He didn't know if going on the offensive would work with this man, but he wanted to deflect the captain's line of questioning away from his continued consultations with Cheng. If he revealed his suspected connection between Dennis Avala's suicide and the other murders, he feared the mundane police would interfere with his chance to investigate the supernatural angle. Once he knew more, he'd decide whether it would make sense to reveal it, but not yet. Apparently, however, Flores was not to be steered from his line of questioning. What did the detective ask you to do? Stone had a ready answer for that, and it wasn't even a lie. He thought the odd sigils around the bodies were significant, and he asked me to continue researching them.
And did you discover anything about them?
So far, only that they're written in a very old language. Bits of it look familiar, but as yet I haven't been able to identify it. My plan was to consult other research materials I have access to and see if I can discover anything else.
I see. And do you plan to continue doing so?
I like puzzles, Captain, and contrary to what you might believe, I'm still convinced the crimes include an occult angle. The detective showed me the photos from the recent crime scene, and as you know, he allowed me to accompany him to the one in Gilroy. I'm not going to forget that information, even if I don't have access to anything else going forward. If I should come up with anything, of course, I'll share it with you. He paused. Is there a reason you're not telling me anything else about Detective Cheng's murder, Captain? The only reasons I can work out are either that I'm a suspect, in which case I hope you'll understand I don't plan to say anything else until I've retained a lawyer, or that there's something unusual about it. Am I correct?
You're not a suspect, Dr. Stone, he said.
Stone let his breath out, only just now mindful of the tension in his shoulders. He'd been a suspect in one murder last year, and he was in no hurry to repeat that performance. The circumstances were unusual, then. Suddenly, Flores looked tired. He put aside the top folder and pulled up the other one.
Detective Cheng's body was found by a couple of homeless people late last night, in the office of an abandoned warehouse in East San Jose. He opened the folder. His body was in much the same condition as the last murder victims.
Stone went still. In what way? Despite his resolve to remain objective about the case, he couldn't bring himself to elaborate on the atrocities that had been inflicted on the other victims. They had been nameless, faceless, almost literally, statistics. The fact that they'd been dismembered and skinned, horrific as it was to contemplate, also served to dehumanize them. But Stone had known Johnny Cheng. He'd spoken with him, had coffee with him, even gotten to know him a bit as a person, not just a detective. He wasn't sure he wanted to look at the crime scene photos, even if Flores offered to show them to him. To disassociate himself from the horror for just a moment, he shifted to magical sight and took a quick look at Flores. Not surprisingly, despite his stoic exterior, the captain wasn't taking this as impassively as he might want to suggest. His clear blue aura, odd but not entirely unexpected, Stone thought idly, that so many cops' auras were blue, shifted and surged, shot through with muddier areas that indicated emotional disturbance. It made sense. The guy had been Cheng's boss. This couldn't be easy for him, either.
The scene was similar to the others,
Flores said. Clearly, he wasn't in any more hurry than Stone to discuss the particulars. Stone glanced down at his hands, then back up at Flores. I'm sorry, Captain. I didn't know Detective Cheng very well, but...
Yeah.
Flores riffled through a few more papers and photos in the folder without letting Stone see them.
I can't give you any details about the case, you understand, since it's still an ongoing investigation. I'd like to keep it quiet, but I'm sure that isn't going to happen. I expect it will be in tonight's paper.
He squared up the folder's contents, stuck them all back inside, and closed it. Then looked up to meet Stone's gaze. We'll be requesting your phone records around the time you receive the call, though I doubt it'll pan out. If he was smart, he'd call from a payphone or someplace else he couldn't be traced." He paused, then pushed the folders aside. "If there's anything else you can tell us, if you think of anything else later that slipped your mind, please let us know." His gaze hardened. "Naturally, we had our full attention on these murders before, but when this guy killed one of our own, he made it personal. We're going to find him." Stone doubted that, but didn't say so. Instead, he stood. "The only thing I can tell you is that I fully believe the detective was right. There is an occult involvement in these murders. As I told him in Gilroy, I think you're looking for more than one murderer, all directed by someone pulling the strings. Someone with a strong connection to the occult. I know you don't believe that, and I know you want to deny it, but if you want to catch the man at the top, you'll need to keep an open mind." "I appreciate your thoughts, Dr. Stone." Flores stood as well, and his expression suggested that getting anything supernatural past his button-down cop's mindset was going to be a hard sell. Before, Stone would have said impossible. Now, though, with one of his own men as a victim, perhaps a chance existed that he might open his mind a bit more. "Captain," he said, his hand on the doorknob. "Yeah?" "I wonder. I told you I planned to continue trying to decipher the sigils found at the other crime scenes. I still plan to do that, now more than ever. Would it perhaps be possible to get a copy of the ones found with Detective Cheng?" He braced for impact, expecting Flores to order him out of the office. Instead, the captain merely looked tired. He sighed. "I can't let you have the crime scene photos, Stone, you know that." "Nor do I want them. I'd rather remember the detective as I knew him. All I want is the sigils. If there's some sort of larger message, having another part of it might help my translation efforts." He paused for a moment as if weighing his options. "Yeah, okay. But you'll need to sign something stating that you won't release them to anyone else." "Of course." "Thank you, Captain." Flores picked up the folders. "Give me a few minutes and I'll get copies made. You can wait out in the lobby area." It was 20 minutes before Flores returned carrying a thin manila envelope and a clipboard. "Sorry, it's always crazy around here. 10 things to do at once." He made Stone sign a form swearing not to reveal the contents to anyone else, then handed over the envelope. "Remember, if you get anything, you call me. Understood?" "Absolutely. Thank you, Captain." As the man turned to leave, one other thing occurred to him. "Captain?" Flores looked impatient now, his mind obviously already moved on to the next fire he had to fight. "What?" Stone moved closer to him so he wouldn't be overheard. He didn't want to ask the question, but this time it wasn't merely his usual insatiable curiosity. If he was to understand the bizarre message the killer was trying to leave, he had to have as much information as possible. "I'm sorry to ask this, but it might be important to helping me understand what the killer is trying to accomplish. You said Detective Cheng's body was in the same condition as the other murder victims. Was he missing an organ, like the others?" Flores glared at him. "You're pushing your luck, Dr. Stone." That would be a yes, then. But it sounded like the captain wasn't going to be forthcoming about which one was missing. "Forgive me, Captain, and please accept my condolences to your department for your loss." Chapter 15. As Captain Flores had predicted, the murder of Detective Cheng was all over the news by the time Stone arrived home. It was the top story on all the 5 o'clock news channels and made the front page of the Mercury News. Stone spread the paper out on the coffee table next to a fresh bottle of Guinness and studied it. "SJPD Detective Latest Victim of Ritual Killer," the headline read. He skimmed the article, hoping for more information than Flores had given him. In light of what had been published about his involvement in the case, he believed somebody on the paper's staff must have an inside track with somebody in the department. But the only new bit of information it contained was that sources believed Chang must have been killed late Friday night, shortly after he called me, Stone mused. He glanced up at the television to see several people gathered behind a podium in a nest of microphones. A press conference, it looked like. He turned up the volume. Has several solid leads, and it's only a matter of time before this horrific killer is in custody. In the meantime, it's strongly suggested that everyone refrain from going out alone at night unless necessary. Remain in well-populated areas, and remain vigilant about what's going on around you. Stone turned it down again as the various reporters surged forward in a clamor of questions. The last thing he wanted to do right now was listen to a bunch of talking heads repeat the same meaningless platitudes in a variety of different ways. Images of Cheng kept returning to his mind. Anger rose at this unseen killer, as well as a healthy dollop of guilt. The detective hadn't deserved this. None of the other cops involved with the case had been killed, at least not yet. Why Cheng? As far as Stone was concerned, two possibilities were the most likely. Either he'd discovered something that took him too close to the killer, or the killer had murdered him as a warning to Stone to stay off the case. Normally, he'd have thought the latter to be fairly conceited on his part, except for the phone call. The killer had made it a point to call him, to tease him, to warn him off. That meant whoever this guy was, he knew about Stone, and probably knew what he was. He leaned back on the sofa, taking another long drag from the Guinness bottle, and watching the silent, talking heads and jostling reporters. A muffled yowl rose from the other room, followed by several faint scratching noises. Damn. In all the upheaval around his trip to the police department, he'd forgotten about Raider. He jumped up and hurried to the bathroom. Sorry, he called. I'm coming. This time he was ready when he opened the door. Raider dropped down from where he'd been scratching at the inside and made another break for it. Stone scooped the cat neatly up and dropped him, struggling, back inside. Well, he said, closing the door and looking around, you have been having fun, haven't you? The bathroom was a wreck. Raider had knocked the soap off the sink, deposited the hand towel in his water dish, and gathered the rug into a little ball in the corner behind the toilet. He'd unspooled the entire roll of toilet paper, shredded it, and spread it all over the floor. In the shower enclosure, he'd flung litter with great enthusiasm around the perimeter of the box. Kibble from his food dish littered the floor like crunchy caltrops. Right now, he'd leapt onto the toilet seat and was eyeing Stone with a mixture of feline pride and apprehension, as if fearful of how this strange two-legger might react to his art project. Stone sighed. Raider, if you'll be staying here for a while, we're going to have to work out some ground rules, aren't we? Raider tilted his head, but said nothing. Oddly, given what Dennis Avala's neighbor had told Stone, one feature seemed conspicuously absent from the scene. The neighbor had claimed he'd given Raider up because he'd pissed all over everything, but Stone found no evidence of that. Neither did he notice that the cat was particularly antisocial, beyond the standard fear any creature would have when placed in a new situation. Raider hadn't even clawed at him when he'd thwarted his escape, but merely struggled to get out of his grip. He reminded himself that Raider wasn't staying. Once he'd done what he planned to do, regardless of whether he had any success, he'd find the cat another home. He wouldn't take him back to the pound, of course. Despite the fact that he had no desire to take on a feline roommate, he certainly wouldn't consign Raider back to death row. That was something he could deal with later, though. For now, it was more vital than ever to see if he could get any useful information from the cat. He wasn't sure it was even possible to do what he intended to try. He'd gotten better over the years at reading objects, at picking up emanations from items with a strong emotional component associated with them. It was spotty, and he couldn't always get it to work, but when it did, he got images similar to those he'd gotten at the murder scene in Gilroy. Not enough to give him definitive answers. He'd never held a murder weapon in his hand and seen an image of the killer, for example, but usually enough to move him at least somewhat further along the path to discovering the whole story. But that was inanimate objects. As a living being, Raider had an aura just as any human did. But animal auras were simpler in nature, and far more difficult to read past the basic eat, fight, run, mate drives. Normally, Stone wouldn't have even thought to try this, but given the horrific scene the cat had witnessed, and the fact that he was obviously still suffering some degree of lingering trauma from it, even after a month, it might be worth the effort. The worst thing that could happen was that it wouldn't work, and maybe he'd get a few scratches for his trouble. And either way, he'd find someone who was good with difficult cats, and see about finding Raider a new home where he'd be happy. "Right then," he said. "Do you think you can behave yourself for a while? We'll need a bit more room than we have in here." When Raider still didn't reply, he scooped the cat up and opened the door, preparing to fend off a struggle all the way up the stairs. However, as soon as the door was open and it became obvious they were leaving the small bathroom, Raider calmed down immediately. He still wasn't happy. In Stone's arms, he felt like a spring-loaded muscle covered in fur, but he allowed himself to be carried upstairs and deposited on the guest bed. "Now you behave yourself," Stone told him. "No pissing on the bedspread, or it's back to the bathroom with you. Got it?" He had no idea why he was carrying on a conversation with a cat, but given his preference for sharing his thoughts with human sounding boards, he found Raider to be a surprisingly acceptable alternative. He sat down on the edge of the bed. Raider immediately moved to the other side and up near the headboard, never taking his eyes off Stone. After a moment of contemplating how he was going to do this, inanimate objects stayed where you put them and didn't try to hide under the bed while you were taking readings from them. Stone took off his boots and swung himself up onto the bed, stretching out and taking deep, centering breaths. He didn't know much about how to handle animals, but he did know that most of them were good at picking up emotional cues from the humans around them. Stressed human equaled stressed cat. Maybe if he could project an aura of calm tranquility, it might help Raider settle down enough that he'd at least stick around long enough for Stone to get a few impressions. After a few moments, he turned his head to find Raider watching him from his perch on top of the pillows. "That's it," he murmured. "You just stay there for a few minutes like a good chap. If you don't destroy anything, I'll see about setting up a space for you in here. How's that sound?" Raider licked his front paw. Taking that as a good sign, Stone shifted over to magical sight. Raider's aura, like those of all animals, shone much dimmer than a human's, and extended only an inch or so from his body. It was pale green. Almost all non-human animals' auras were normally some shade of green, but shot through with angry red patches, like the visual representations of sore spots. Something had happened, either to or near this cat, without a doubt. Slowly, so as not to startle him, Stone reached out his hand, stopping a few inches away from where Raider sat. The cat's green gaze switched back and forth between Stone's face and his hand. After several moments, he leaned forward and sniffed. Stone let him do it for 30 seconds, and then, still moving slowly, extended his arm just a bit further until he was scratching Raider behind the ears. "There you go," he said. "Good boy." Raider didn't seem inclined to move. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying the attention. A low, rumbling purr began. It wasn't loud enough to be audible, but Stone could feel it under his hand. This was about the best he could hope for. Continuing the gentle scratching, he locked gazes with the cat and narrowed his focus. When he looked at an object with magical sight, one of two things happened. Either nothing, if the object had no particular significance or emotional resonance, or a series of flashing images. The images were almost never coherent or sequential. They flickered and flitted like an old film projected on a bad screen. Objects with stronger resonance, such as a ring worn by a murder victim or the beloved toy of an abused child, provided more and clearer images. But Stone still often struggled with making sense of them. The process usually exhausted him, and he developed the habit of always carrying a small notebook and pen so he could note down the impressions before falling asleep or passing out. Raider was different. He'd never tried this on a human before, at least not a living one, so he had no idea what to expect with the cat. As he stared into Raider's green eyes, at first he didn't get any images at all, merely impressions. Fear. Run. Hide. Faintly. At the edge of his awareness, he felt the cat tense under his hand. "It's all right," he whispered. "It's all right. Nothing's going to hurt you here." Clearly, he'd need to sharpen his focus even more to get anything. He'd told people on many occasions, reassured them, in fact, that mages couldn't read minds. That much was true. As far as he knew or had ever heard, no mage had ever been able to reach into another being's mind and unearth their deepest secrets. But it wasn't the whole truth. Most people, whether they knew it or not, were open books to those skilled enough to pick up their unspoken tells, emotional cues, and careful evasions. Even some mundanes could do it, and do it well. Psychologists, good poker players, and stage mentalists based their careers on the ability to ferret out the things people didn't want them to see. But when those talents coupled with the magical ability to see auras and the training to spot minute changes in their color and configuration, it wasn't necessary to read minds. Some humans could hide their tells, but no mundane could hide his or her aura. Raider, oddly, required more focus than a human would. Animals' emotions were closer to the surface than a human's would be, but they were also more alien, primitive, primal. Stone moved his hand down the cat's back, tightening his hold just a bit as he concentrated on Raider's eyes. "Show me what happened," he murmured. His hand trembled, and the beginnings of a headache poked at him. He couldn't keep this up much longer. His mind slipped sideways as the impressions came in a flood. Home. Safe, warm. Friend. Big, two-leg, warm friend. Home. Food? Food. Two-leg has food. Has something else, too. Want food? No. Something bad. Stay away, careful. Two-leg puts food on floor. Sit. Eat food together. Good food. Two-leg watch something. New thing. Strange smell. Dirt from outside and something else. Box. Little box. Smells old. More food? Maybe crazy plant. Creep closer. Sometimes Two-leg brings toy with crazy plant. Two-leg opens box. Takes out thing. Takes out other thing. Takes out... No. Bad thing. Bad heart thing. No. No, no, bad thing. Run. Hide. Two-leg holds bad heart thing in his paw. Stares. Listens. Hide. Hide. Don't let bad heart thing see you. Suddenly, blood. Sharp, tangy, strong smell. Prey? Not prey. Two-leg. Blood is from Two-leg. Heart thing pulses. Grows. Alive? Two-leg falls. Blood gushes forward, covers bad thing. Smell of blood fills room. Bad thing is moving. Run. Hide. No. Don't let it see you. Quiet. Hide. Bad thing will find you. Bad thing will kill you. Something else in room. Strange cloud drifting through air. Smells wrong. So wrong. Smells like death and pain and old, old blood. Tense. Crouch. Stay still. Cloud drifts over bad thing. Bad thing glows. Gets bigger. Pulses. Two-leg friend is dead. His life smell is gone. Now just blood. And meat. And bad thing. Another two-leg. Faint. Glowing, but getting stronger. Floating. Bad heart thing glows, but dark, not bright. Pulses. Beats fast like mouse heart. Then it's gone, and there is just the new two-leg. Hide. Don't let new two-leg bad thing see you. Be still. New two-leg bad thing backs away from box. Fear. Afraid of box and things inside. Two-leg bad thing waits. Long time. Muscles ache from crouching. Heart pounds from fear. Don't move. Hide. Don't run. New two-leg bad thing is gone. He is alone with his own two-leg. No more warm two-leg friend. No more food. No more warm bed. Now just cold two-leg thing. Meat. Blood. Run? No. Stay. Hide. Other two-leg bad thing might come back. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. When Stone came back to his senses, his right arm and chest hurt, and his heart pounded as if he'd run across town while pursued by a pack of werewolves. He sat up quickly, glancing at the clock on the nightstand. He'd been checked out for about 15 minutes. Not unconscious. He didn't have the swimmy feeling or jackhammer headache he always got when he passed out from pushing too much magic. No, it was more as if he had been elsewhere. Raider was nowhere to be seen. A quick look at himself revealed the cause of Stone's pain. His bare arm was covered with several red scratches, some of which were still bleeding. He pulled off his t-shirt to discover a few more, shallower this time, on the right side of his chest. His cheek stung too, and when he touched it, his fingers came away dotted with red. Clearly, Raider had taken violent issue with his attempts at determining what had occurred the night Dennis Avila died. Bloody hell. The images came back to him, as clear as they'd been during the strange vision. Ignoring the bleeding scratches, he pulled his notebook from his pocket and began dashing off everything he could remember before it faded. His heartbeat slowly returned to its normal rate, but he didn't think he'd ever completely forget those images. Whatever Raider had seen, Stone now understood why the cat was acting the way he was. Hell, most people would be candidates for a few nights in a supervised environment with soft walls if they'd seen something like that. And he hadn't even got it all. All he got was Raider's version. The fear. The overwhelming compulsion to stay still and not attract the notice of whatever that thing, bad heart thing, had been. He couldn't even begin to guess at the level of psychic emanations it must have been putting out in person. He finished his notes, enough at least that he was confident he could elaborate on them in more detail later, and went in search of Raider. The scratches stung, but weren't serious. Certainly not serious enough to take time for a healing spell, especially as tired as he was now. He'd tend to them after he found the cat. Fortunately, he'd had the presence of mind to close the bedroom door, so that narrowed down the potential hiding places Raider could have discovered. He checked under the bed first, but found nothing there but some old boxes. A lot of dust. He'd have to see about hiring a new housekeeper. And a pair of shoes he'd forgotten about. "Raider? Where are you? I'm sorry I had to do that to you, but better out than in, right?" There was no reply, but he hadn't expected one. In the end, he found the tabby crouched under the armoire. He almost hadn't looked there, since the space beneath it hardly seemed large enough to accommodate him, but apparently cats could achieve a boneless state when they were sufficiently frightened. When he crouched down and took a cursory glance underneath before entertaining the possibility that Raider had managed to open the door and close it behind him, he spotted a pair of luminous eyes fixing him with an unblinking, terrified stare. He sighed. Raider, I'm sorry. I truly am. I don't even blame you for scratching me up. I'd probably have scratched you, too, if you did that to me. And if I had claws. He didn't attempt to pull the cat out or even reach in to pet him. Raider was obviously a cat who needed some time to himself. Tell you what, he said. I need to get cleaned up a bit and take care of a few things. Suppose I just leave you alone for a while. I'll bring your stuff up here and you can stay under there as long as you like. He knew he was taking a chance given what Avila's neighbor had said about Raider's bathroom manners, but at this point he thought a few stains on the bedspread were a fair trade for what he'd inflicted on the poor creature in his pursuit of knowledge. The only good part of the whole thing was now he had some more knowledge, and a few more avenues to pursue. Chapter 16. The next day, Stone didn't have any classes until the afternoon, so he set out in the late morning to hunt down the location where Avila had found the box. He was convinced the man had dug it up at his construction site. He had no other reasonable explanation for why it had been found near a dead man, especially one who'd worked as a backhoe operator only hours before his suicide, with fresh dirt around it. Besides, Raider's vision had suggested he'd brought it home the night he'd killed himself. He checked on Raider before he left. The cat was still under the armoire and had touched neither the kibble in his food dish nor the litter box Stone had stashed in the back corner. If that didn't change soon, he was going to have to find someone who knew more about cats than he did. He had several angles to follow now, but finding Avila's job site was probably the easiest of them, since it didn't require talking with anyone who might get suspicious about his involvement. He'd brought along the same amulet he used at Avila's apartment building, planning to use the nerdy reporter persona to get the information he needed. A second and more difficult angle was to find out what had become of the box, and determine how hard it would be for him to get his hands on it. Since the police considered Avila's death as suicide, did that mean they'd return it to one of Avila's relatives? Was it boxed up in some evidence locker in the back of a police station? Or, most likely, given that the cops around here seemed to be fairly good at their jobs, at least as far as mundane cases were concerned, had they drawn the same conclusion he had, assuming that Avila had dug the thing up at his job site? If that were true, they might have given it to the owners of the property, or they might have handed it off to a museum or other expert in local antiquities for analysis. He made a mental note to check with Jason to see if he or Stan Lopez could find an answer to that question. Right now, though, he wanted to see the place where Avila had found it. If one such object had turned up, it wasn't unreasonable to expect more might have been buried at the same spot. He probably wouldn't be able to find them, but if the ground was still sufficiently disturbed, it wasn't out of the question. Worth checking, anyway. The report Cheng had given him included Avila's workplace address. He found it in an old blue-collar industrial park off Highway 237, tucked between an auto body shop and a metal fabrication firm. Convincing the bored-looking teenage girl behind the counter to look up the site for him was almost disappointingly easy. All he had to do was slip her a 20 and she searched through a series of files until she came up with the one he was looking for. She wrote the address down for him without even asking why he wanted it, and had gone back to the book she was reading before he got out the door. The site itself was on the outskirts of Milpitas, a bedroom community just north of San Jose. Stone parked a block away, activated his illusion disguise, and walked the rest of the way over. The job site took up more room than he'd expected. The development appeared to be in stages. One group of massive, vaguely Spanish-influenced homes was close to completion, another was a forest of skeletal wooden frames, and a third looked like nothing more than foundations. Far off in the distance, heavy machines rumbled around a fourth site like oversized yellow beetles, digging out still more foundations. Stone doubted they could have finished the homes Avila had been working on in a month, but they must have reached at least the foundation pouring and possibly even the framing stage by now. Construction scheduling wasn't exactly his area of expertise. In any case, he had a couple hours before he had to head back to Palo Alto, so he had time to walk the whole area looking for any traces. The late summer day was setting up to be a scorcher. He was glad for the illusion, which covered the scratches on his arms so he didn't have to wear long sleeves. They still stung and itched, and it took a lot of willpower not to scratch them. Already he regretted not taking the time for a healing spell, but now it was too late. At least they seemed to be healing well on their own. Nobody approached Stone as he walked. He kept magical sight up, and frequently glanced at the ground, hoping to spot a glow indicating that something interesting had been unearthed. His mind flashed back to a situation he'd dealt with several years ago, where a swimming pool excavation at the suburban San Jose home of a former Stanford colleague had revealed a long-buried magical idol. There, the ground had glowed faintly red at the spot where the idol turned up. This time, though, nothing glowed. His feet crunched on the uneven, dry ground and gravel as he checked out the foundations, taking in the big concrete slabs, the poking, capped-off wiring, and the scattered construction debris that hadn't been cleaned up yet. If this was the place where Avila had found the box and anything else lay buried, it had most likely been covered with concrete. No luck there. He headed for the framed houses, but not with much enthusiasm. He'd just take a cursory look around and then head back home to check on Raider before he had to go to campus. Stepping inside the first house he reached, he got a better feel for just how large these places would be when they were finished. Given the prices in the area, they'd no doubt sell for a small fortune. He was halfway surprised that nobody had accosted him yet, demanding to know what he was doing on private property. If nothing else, they wouldn't want him blundering around a site due to potential liability concerns. Americans seem to be obsessed with suing each other over the most ridiculous things. If he tripped over his own feet and broke his arm while poking around a half-finished construction site, he'd hardly expect someone else to pay for his clumsiness. A quick walk through 3 of the houses yielded nothing of interest. Nothing glowed or otherwise caught his attention. These places were so new that they wouldn't have any sort of psychic residue of their own, and obviously wherever Avila had dug up the strange box with his backhoe was either somewhere he hadn't checked yet, or, more likely, was buried under several tons of concrete by now. In other words, this was becoming increasingly pointless. He'd check one more house and then head back home. That would give him a bit of time to try calming Raider down, and perhaps even grab a quick lunch. He'd almost reached the doorway when the sudden sensation of being watched hit him. Paranoia? Possibly, but possibly not, too. He spun and looked back the way he'd come, and just caught the movement of a dark figure past the series of wood-framed walls. By the time he got a good fix on it, it had disappeared. "Is someone there?" he called. No answer. Surprised to discover his heart beating fast and his breath picking up, Stone admonished himself for his reaction. Don't be absurd. It was probably one of the workmen wanting to know who he was and what he was doing here. He hurried back through the house toward where he'd seen the figure. "Are you there?" he called again, louder. "Did you want something?" Still no reply, and no sign of the figure. That's because there wasn't anyone there, you prat. Get a grip. It was the middle of the day. He hardly thought bloodthirsty murderers would be lurking at construction sites for overpriced yuppie tract houses. Hell, it was summer. It could have been local kids who'd taken off when they realized someone else was nearby. The figure appeared again as he turned back in the direction of the door. This time it stood outside one of the windows on the far side of the house. It paused there for a moment, as if daring Stone to approach it, then stepped aside and out of sight. He got a brief impression of a tall, pale form in dark clothes before it disappeared. Stone didn't hesitate. He ran outside through the front door and around the side of the house, taking the distance in long strides that got him to the corner in bare seconds. The area around the open window was deserted. He took off again, skidding to a stop at the house's back corner. It was the only place the figure could have gone that quickly, unless it had either disappeared or flown away. Nothing. Feeling ridiculous, but doing it anyway, Stone even took a few steps back and checked the skeletal roof to make sure it hadn't leapt up there and scrambled away. Nothing there either. Finally, deciding if he was going to be ridiculous, he might as well make a good job of it. He walked back to the spot near the window where he'd seen the figure and looked for footprints. Bloody Sherlock Holmes he was turning into. Maybe he should invest in a magnifying glass and a deerstalker hat. The dusty ground beneath the window showed no footprints. Not even workman's boots. Stone frowned. Had he been imagining things? He wasn't usually prone to flights of fancy, but between the odd phone call, Cheng's murder, and Rader's psychic images, he had no doubt he wasn't imagining the supernatural involvement in the killings. On a hunch, he switched to magical sight and checked out the spot. The faintest of glows shifted in the air and was gone, so quickly he couldn't even be certain he'd seen it. "Hey!" a voice called. Stone spun to see two burly workmen approaching him. They wore dusty jeans and t-shirts, carried lunchboxes, and eyed him in suspicion. Startled, he almost forgot about his disguise illusion. "Yes? What are you doing here?" one asked. "This is private property." "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see a fence or anything, and I wanted to see the houses. I might be looking to buy one." The two construction men looked him up and down, obviously doubting that his schlubby nerd persona planned to buy $1 million home. "Well, you can't look around here yet. Insurance won't allow it. Talk to the sales office if you want to get on the list. They got brochures with floor plans and stuff," the other one added. He hooked a thumb over his shoulder. "Or they got a model house a couple streets over you can look at." "Ah, thank you." Stone nodded to them and turned to leave, then stopped. "Hey, have either of you seen somebody else around the site today?" "Somebody else?" the first man asked. "Yeah, when I was looking around, I thought I saw somebody peeking in the windows at me. A man in dark clothes. Have you seen him?" "We ain't been over here till now," the second man said. "But if somebody else is around here, they shouldn't be either. You better go now, man." "Yeah, I will. Sorry." He felt their gazes on him as he hurried off the site and back toward his car. All the way back, he kept his magical sight up in hopes of spotting the figure again. But it didn't reappear. Chapter 17. Stone stopped at home to shower and change clothes, and checked on Rader before he left. The cat was still under the armoire and refused to come out, but Stone found indication that he'd eaten a little from his kibble bowl. Nothing in the litter box, but a sharp odor sent him sniffing around the room until he discovered a stain on one of the guest bed pillows. "Brilliant," he muttered. He wore a lightweight black sport jacket to class to cover up the scratches on his arms. His mind wasn't on the lecture, but fortunately it was an undergraduate-level class, so he could teach it without thinking about it. As he prowled the aisles, rattling off facts about the history of alchemy, he chewed over what had happened over the last couple days. Cheng, the problems with Rader, the vision he'd seen from the cat, the strange figure at the construction site. More than ever, he knew he'd have to get to the bottom of the sigils, which meant a trip back home to England, where he had better reference materials and a couple other people he could consult with. He didn't linger after the class was over, but hurried back across campus toward his office, where he planned to make some notes about his next steps. He had several angles to follow up on now, and didn't want to let anything slip through the cracks. Deep in thought, he almost collided with Edwina Mortensen in the hallway. "Oh," he said, backing off. "Terribly sorry, Edwina." Mortensen eyed him in suspicion. She carried a stack of file folders and books, and was clearly heading toward her own office a few doors down from his. "Are you all right, Alastair?" Fine. Suddenly he remembered Brandon Green's words when he delivered the cat supplies. Mortensen had, like, 3 cats of her own, and carried photos of them in her wallet. "Edwina," he said slowly, "I wonder if I might ask your advice on something." She looked startled, and he wasn't surprised. In all the years he'd worked at Stanford, he'd never once asked her advice on anything. The two of them tended to avoid each other except when absolutely necessary. Of course. What is it?" She waved him toward her office. Mortensen's office looked like a cross between a library and a psychic reader's parlor. 2 stuffed bookshelves lined one wall, while framed prints of classic Rider-Waite tarot cards decorated 2 others. The Priestess, the Moon, and her newest edition, the Hierophant. A large, polished crystal ball on a marble stand had pride of place on the credenza behind her desk, flanked by carved wooden boxes, a scattering of runestones, and a leather-bound tome with a stylized image of the sun on the cover. The faint hint of incense hung in the air, but Stone could never be sure if that was the office or the concentrated effect of Mortensen's perfume. She settled into her high-backed leather chair and regarded him expectantly. "Please, sit down." He didn't sit. Instead, he paced the small area in front of the desk. Her office was larger than his, but not by much. "I have an unusual dilemma, and from what I understand from one of my students, you might be able to offer me some insight into how to deal with it." "Oh?" Her gaze sharpened. "This isn't about those murders you were consulting on, was it?" Something seemed to occur to her, and her eyes got wide. "Oh my. That police detective who was murdered, he was the one you were working with, wasn't he?" Stone rubbed the back of his neck. Yes, but that's not why I'm here. It's not about the murders. It's about, cats." Her expression went from concerned to confused. "Cats?" "Right." He plunged ahead before he regretted this. "Brandon Green told me you have expertise." "Well," she said slowly, "I don't know if I call it expertise, but I've had cats for years. What can I help you with?" She was now watching him as if wondering who he was and what he'd done with Dr. Stone. This didn't surprise him either. There were things he'd be less likely to ask her about, but not many. "Well, it seems I've acquired one, temporarily at least," he added. "A friend was unable to keep him, and I'm cat-sitting? It was either that or send him to the pound. But we're not getting on too well, I'm afraid." "I see. What do you mean by not getting on too well?" In answer, he slipped off his sport jacket and tossed it over the guest chair. Mortensen stared at the latticework of angry scratches on his right arm. "Oh my, I hope you've taken care of those. Cat scratches can get infected easily." "They're fine," he assured her. "But I need some ideas about how to deal with the beast that don't involve additional mayhem, on his part or mine." "What were you doing to him to make him scratch you like that?" "I just tried to pick him up," Stone lied. He couldn't very well tell her. He witnessed a horrific supernatural event, and I freaked him out while trying to gather his psychic impressions of it. He's also having litterbox issues. He was a bit traumatized before I got him, I'm afraid. I've got him shut up in my guest bedroom at present, and he's already left his mark on one of the pillows. If this keeps up, the place will be unlivable, and I'll have to have someone in to give it a thorough cleaning." "Well," she said, "it's hard to say without meeting the cat. It depends on what you mean by traumatized, and whether it's a temporary thing. Some cats, unfortunately, Never really lose those bad habits. But if it's something fairly recent, he might revert to normal after he's calmed down and feels safe. Stone weighed the pros and cons, and finally decided if there was any chance Mortensen could help with Raider, he had to take it. Would you consider coming by sometime to take a look at him? I don't want to let my friend down, but I'm not really set up to deal with these kinds of issues. He would owe Edwina big if she agreed, which was not a position he particularly wanted to be in. However, desperate times and all that. To his surprise, her plain, severe face lit up in a smile. "Of course," she said. "I'd be happy to meet him, Alastair. Just let me know when it's convenient." He blinked. That was a surprise. It was odd finding out new things about old colleagues after years of working with them. How about tomorrow evening? I'm not far from campus." He wrote down the address. "Thanks, Edwina. You're a lifesaver." Possibly literally, he added to himself. Chapter 18. That evening, Stone called Jason, half expecting him not to be home. Instead, his friend picked up the phone on the second ring. "Hey, Al," he said. "How's it going? V's here. Mind if I put her on too so she stops making rude gestures at me?" "Of course not." A few seconds later, a muffled rustling, then, "Hi, Doc, what's up? Jason was telling me you've got some kind of weird murders going on up there." "I do," he said. "Officially, I'm off the case, especially since the detective I was consulting with has become one of the victims." "Holy shit," Jason said. "Same MO. Stan told me about a cop getting killed, but I didn't know it was the guy you were working with." Stone filled them in on the details. When he got to the part about Raider, Verity interrupted. "Wait a sec, Doc. Are you telling me you picked up all that stuff from a cat?" "That, and quite a lot of scratches. And you can't come up here and stay at my place until I get the guest room thoroughly fumigated." "Still, that's pretty impressive. I'll have to tell Edna about it. So where's the cat now?" "Cowering under my armoire. Dr. Mortensen is coming by tomorrow to see if she can talk some sense into him. But that's not the point," he added. "The point is, I think the original victim, Mr. Avila, let something nasty loose when he opened that box, and I need to find out what it is." "How are you planning to do that?" Jason asked. "I think if I go home this weekend, I'll have a better chance of deciphering the sigils and figuring out what it's up to. I was hoping to find something at the construction site today, but other than someone apparently watching me, nothing turned up." "Yeah, about that. So you're saying this guy kept appearing and disappearing, but you couldn't find footprints or anything?" "Nothing. And the ground would have shown it, too. I wish I'd had more time to try to find him, but the workers ran me off." "You should go back when they're not around," Verity said. "But be careful if you do, okay?" Jason said. "Don't know if you'll find anything if you go back, but you should definitely see if you can find out about the land. Like, who owned it before and what went on there." "Good idea," Verity said. "Maybe there was a massacre there or something a long time ago." "I doubt that," Jason said. "But if you know the history of the area, it might give you some clue about why the box ended up there. Might have been an old graveyard or something. That area probably had a lot of church activity, trying to convert the local Indians." Stone jotted that down. "Good thought. I don't tend to think of things like that, since I've never gotten round to learning much about the local history. I know someone who might be able to help, though, so thank you." "No problem." "So ask Jason what's going on with him," Verity said, the grin evident in her voice. "V, go on, ask him." "All right, I'll bite," Stone said. "Jason, what's going on with you?" "He's got a girlfriend," Verity said, still obviously grinning from ear to ear. "V? Indeed. Do tell, Jason." Stone usually didn't make it a point to pay much attention to Jason's or Verity's personal lives. If they wanted to tell him about anyone they were seeing, that was their business. Jason chuckled. "Okay, fine. Yeah, I'm seeing someone. Her name's Kristen, and she's an EMT.
I met her at the hospital last month when I was checking on a guy there for a job.
Well, good for you, Stone said. Perhaps I can make it down there soon and you can introduce us. We'd love to see you, Verity said. But I know you're not going to go anywhere until you figure out your mystery. Let me know if you want me to come up there and help out. I was planning to go visit Shara for a while, but if you need me, I'll stay around. I'm sure Edna'd give me a break. Jason's probably too busy, though. Her smirk came through in her voice. I'll keep that in mind, Stone said dryly. But don't postpone your trip on my account. I'm sure I can sort this out on my own. You two take care. It was good talking with you. Say hi to your cat for us, Verity said. There was the grin again. It's not my cat, I told you. It's temporary. Yeah, you keep on believing that, Doc. Chapter 19. The more Stone thought about it, the more Verity's idea about going back to the construction site when the workers weren't there made sense. And after an hour, the temptation grew too strong to ignore. He had no idea if the strange figure he'd seen earlier hung around the site, or if his overworked imagination was just blowing things out of proportion. But if there was any chance he might see something, he intended to take it. He waited until 10 o'clock so he could be sure no late evening walkers might be strolling through the area. Checked to make sure Raiders' food and water dishes were full. He caught a glimpse of the cat dashing back under the armoire when he opened the door. He supposed that was a bit of progress. And headed off. After dark, the job site looked a lot different from that morning. A few lights illuminated the area, but few enough that most of it was still wreathed in darkness. Stone parked closer this time in case he had to get out in a hurry, and didn't waste time looking at the concrete foundations. The skeletal framed houses loomed eerie against the dark sky, like some kind of zombie buildings ready to pull free of their moorings and shamble after him. He'd brought a flashlight, but didn't use it. The dim light was enough to make sure he didn't trip over anything, and what he was looking for would show up far better under magical sight. He hadn't thought to check out the mysterious figure's aura. He barely had time to spot it at all before it disappeared, but if anything alive lurked around here now, it would be easy to pick out from the featureless gray of the houses and construction equipment. The most logical place to start was probably the house where he'd seen the figure before. Careful not to trip over anything, he began walking the perimeter, keeping magical sight up and alert for any sudden movements. A small form darted off, startling him, until he identified the faint green aura of some kind of creature, perhaps a stray cat or a raccoon. He must have startled it more than it had him. "I know you're here," he muttered. "Come out and let's have a look at you." Nothing answered, of course. He finished his perimeter walk around the house without spotting anything. He even used the flashlight, shielded with his hand, to double-check the dusty patch under the window, but found no sign of footprints or other evidence that anyone or anything had been there. He'd been inside when he spotted it last. Lengthening his strides, he hurried back around to the front of the house and slipped in through the front doorway, scanning the large entry area with magical sight before entering. "Are you in here?" he called. "Don't be shy." Still no reply. Magical sight picked up nothing but more gray, unremarkable features. The wooden frame, stacks of drywall, construction debris. He hadn't looked upstairs before. It was possible that what he'd seen was nothing more than homeless people who used the places for shelter. It was hot enough in the summer that they wouldn't need a roof, just somewhere to sleep in peace away from the cops. The house had one of those sweeping, curved staircases so popular in ostentatious mini-mansions, though it looked much less impressive in its naked wood form. Stone mounted it slowly, shifting his magical gaze back and forth. It wouldn't do to have someone surprise him at the top. Still nothing to see. If anybody was hiding in here, they were doing a good job of it. He checked the rooms quickly. 5 large bedrooms, including 2 master suites with enormous baths and what looked like walk-in closets. 2 additional baths, a linen closet the size of a small bathroom, and what appeared to be some kind of office or nursery with a tiny second attached room. His footsteps rang hollowly against the bare floors, the air full of typical construction smells. Drywall dust, fresh wood caulking. Every few seconds he'd glance out the window, but no glowing auras hovered there. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. He was seeing even less now than he had earlier. Surely he must have either imagined the figure or it had been something innocuous, like a workman or a local kid. Either way, it was likely a waste of time to remain here for long and risk being spotted by a night watchman. He headed back for the stairs, pausing for a moment at the top to scan the area below. The series of quick steps behind him barely registered before something shoved him hard from behind, and he was falling. Chapter 20. Stone tumbled down the stairs, pain lighting up his left shoulder as it took the brunt of the impact, rolling over and over until he managed to get his shield up an instant before he slammed into the curve, halfway down. As he lay there, stunned and panting, he just spotted a shadowy figure darting back into the darkness at the top of the stairs. Ignoring the pain, he made the quick shift into magical sight. No glow showed around a figure as it disappeared. Bloody hell. A humanoid figure with no aura could only mean a small number of things. It had vanished before he could get a proper look. It was an illusion, or it wasn't alive. Neither of those last 2 possibilities were good news for him right now. Stone struggled to a sitting position and took stock. His shoulder throbbed, but not enough to make him think he'd broken it. Fortunately, he'd gotten his protective shield up quickly enough that he hadn't gone arse over tea kettle all the way down the stairs and probably brained himself in the process. He jumped up, taking advantage of the adrenaline rush, and ran back up the stairs, following the path the figure had taken. The house was big, but in its skeletal state, it didn't include too many potential hiding places. Either the figure was still in here somewhere, or it had jumped out the window and taken off. But why would it shove him down the stairs and then run? One thing was sure. He wasn't imagining things anymore. Something was here, and it was out to get him. A quick sweep through the rooms on the side where the figure had run revealed no sign of it. Stone didn't rely only on magical sight this time, but turned on the flashlight and swung its beam around, trying to pick out anyone crouching in a shadow. Suddenly the big house felt cramped and close, with too many places the thing could be lurking in ambush. Where had it gone? He didn't bother going down the stairs this time, but merely climbed out through an upstairs bedroom window and stood balanced on the roof beams overhanging the 3-car garage. His heart pounded along with the throbbing in his shoulder, but he ignored it. A quick noise just above him. He reacted without conscious thought, flinging himself sideways as something heavy hurtled down from the roof above him and crashed into the space he'd just stood. Whatever it was dropped through the opening between the wooden beams and slammed into the floor. This time, though, Stone was more prepared. Instead of rolling off the roof and landing hard on the ground, he called up a levitation spell to stop his momentum before he reached the edge, and twisted his body so he could see the roof level above him. The dark figure crouched there, half hidden behind a massive brick chimney, holding something in its hand. This time it wasn't trying to hide, though. It leaned out further and whipped the object towards Stone. Stone didn't bother trying to get a good look at either the figure or the object. He shifted to the side and gathered more magical energy as the object sailed past him, then loosed a concussion spell at the figure with a roar. The spell blew the figure backward. It tumbled over itself and dropped off the roof without a sound. It also tore a hole the size of a large dog in the side of the chimney, sending a spray of bricks and dust flying after the figure. "There you go," Stone muttered in satisfaction, levitating up and over the house to follow the figure's trajectory. The force of that spell, even striking only a glancing blow, should have been enough to incapacitate any normal, non-magical human. Of course, normal, non-magical humans had auras, and this thing didn't. He reached the roof's edge on the other side and peered down, looking for a prone form. Nothing other than more chunks of brick and dust cascading over the edge and pattering to the ground. Where the hell was it? Stone levitated down, landing on the ground about 20 feet out from the house. Summoning his shield again in case the figure decided to chuck more building materials at him, he stood in the middle of what would eventually be the street, with plenty of room around him, turning a slow circle in an attempt to spot where the figure had ended up. The shield flared pink as something hit him hard from behind. He spun. This time, the figure didn't make any attempt to move, but merely stood there, half-crouched, watching him. It held another brick in its hand, but didn't throw it. It was too far away to make out any features, but Stone got the impression of roughness, as if it were humanoid but not quite properly formed. He was sure now that, whatever it was, it didn't have an aura. In fact, it almost seemed darker than the darkness around it. "What do you want?" he called. Something else hit his shield, and once again it flared pink. Stone took a quick glance over his shoulder and spotted a second figure standing in the same half-crouched pose, shifting from foot to foot as it watched him. Like the first one, this one didn't have an aura either. "What the hell are you?" A third brick struck the shield from yet another direction, the pale pink of the impact glowing a little brighter this time. Whatever they were strong. He turned slowly, picking out 3 figures altogether. Each one stood around 15 feet away from him in a loose circle, close enough that if he made a run for it, they could probably take him down before he got past them. Likewise, he couldn't stand here all night letting these things pitch bricks, or worse, at him until his shield failed. But damn it, he had to at least take a shot at figuring out what they were. If need be, he could get out of here with his levitation spell. Sure, they might lob a few more bricks at him, but he could get himself gone fast enough that even if a couple got past the shield, they'd have to have bloody good aim to peg him anywhere likely to do permanent damage. It was worth the risk. He pulled the flashlight from his pocket and aimed it at one of the figures. "You want to play? Let's have a look at you then," he called. The thing shied back as if the light hurt its eyes, but not before Stone got a look at its face. It did look human. It had all the standard-issue parts, but at the same time it looked oddly alien, as if its features had been fashioned from rough clay by a sculptor who wasn't quite sure how to represent a human figure. Stone got a brief impression of beady black eyes, a lumpy nose, leathery skin, and a thin slit of a mouth, before the thing took a couple steps back and shielded its face with its arm. It wore jeans, a denim work jacket, and a dusty plaid shirt. 2 more bricks hit Stone's shield from behind. "Damn it, that's quite enough of that!" He whirled, sighted on one of the figures, and flung a concussion beam straight toward the center of its chest. Maybe if he could knock it out, the others would take off and he could question it. The thing didn't see it coming, but to be fair, concussion beams were hard to dodge. Unlike more showy spells like fireballs and lightning bolts, they appeared as nothing more than air rippling between the caster and the target. Aside from being Stone's go-to choice when he wanted to hit something without making it obvious he was throwing spells, he also didn't want to kill whatever this thing was. Not yet, anyway. If he killed it, he wouldn't be able to make it tell him who'd sent it. The spell slammed into the figure and blew it backward, halfway across the cleared space where the street would eventually be. It hit the ground hard and rolled into the debris-strewn front yard of the house across the street, but scrambled quickly up again. It didn't even look like it was breathing hard. Stone took a quick look around again as 2 more bricks hit his shield. So far, those 3 seemed to be the only ones in the area. "What do you want?" he called again, as the one he'd plugged resumed its spot in the loose circle ringing him. "Tell me about your boss. Perhaps the 2 of us can have a chat." He backed off a bit. The 3 creatures moved along with him, keeping the same distance between themselves and him. He flashed the light around between them. Odd. They all looked almost identical, as if they'd been cast from the same imperfect mold. Were they some kind of construct or golem? Had the thing he'd seen forming from the vile heart in Dennis Avala's apartment created them? A thought chilled him as another brick smashed into the shield. Perhaps these things, or something like them, were responsible for the murders. It all fit. They wouldn't have fingerprints, which explained why none were found at the sites. Clearly they were capable of manipulating objects. But did they possess the fine motor control necessary to skin a human body? And just how many of these things were there? "Let's have a few less of you, shall we?" he murmured. His shield was glowing more brightly now. It was in no danger of failing yet, but he couldn't stay here all night. He gathered magical energy and formed it into a more potent, more focused concussion spell, one that would hit like a bullet instead of a boulder. He didn't target the same one as before, but spun at the last second and threw it at one of the other 2. This time, the effect was more dramatic. Instead of tumbling backward, the creature jerked in much the same way it might have if shot. It made a little woof sound and crumpled into a heap on the ground. Yes! At least magic could affect the things. Stone hurried over toward it, taking advantage of the momentary opening in the circle around him. He expected to see the creature lying there unconscious, but when he reached it, he could only stare. It wasn't unconscious. It was gone. All that remained were its clothes, lying spread in the shape of a prone humanoid figure, and a large quantity of dust. It resembled what happened when a black mage fully drained a victim for magical power, a process the magical community referred to as ashing. But this wasn't ash. It was dust. Stone crouched and quickly gathered a handful of it, jamming it into the pocket of his jeans as something a lot heavier than a brick smashed into the top of his shield. He leaped back to his feet, panting, in time to see a dented water heater rolling away from him, back down the slight rise toward the street. One of the 2 remaining creatures was running back toward its companion from the direction of the nearest house. All right, enough playing around. "Didn't your mother, or whatever, tell you it's rude to throw things at people?" he called to them. Without waiting for them to answer, not that he expected them to, he aimed another focused beam at the one on the right. Apparently, however, the things were capable of learning. As soon as he pointed his hand at it, it threw itself sideways and rolled behind a pile of debris. The other one took off in the opposite direction and disappeared behind another skeletal house. Stone didn't push it. He couldn't hold the shield forever, and it would take time to get it back to full power again. And now, he thought, fingering the dust in his pocket as he headed back toward his car, he had something tangible to analyze. When he reached the car, he paused, scanning the area to make sure the creatures hadn't sneaked around and followed him. Nothing moved. He wasn't disappointed. His shoulder throbbed now that his adrenaline was fading, and he looked forward to getting home and healing it before it got too bad. He settled in and fired up the BMW. Its engine purred reassuringly, and music from his most recent live Pink Floyd bootleg CD filled the cabin. Comfortably numb. How appropriate. Perhaps he'd have a Guinness or 2 when he got home after the healing. Was it safe to give Guinness to cats? Probably not, which was a pity. Maybe it would calm Raider down. He'd heard the song dozens of times, and wasn't really listening to it as he put the car in gear and pulled away from the curb. Even so, he only made it a few feet forward before the laughter registered. Low and faint, it came out of the car's speakers, barely louder than the music. Stone pulled the car back over and stopped, staring at the controls, then shook his head in annoyance. He was being ridiculous. It was a new CD, a different remix of the song. Maybe the arranger had added the laughter as some kind of ironic counterpoint to an otherwise thoroughly depressing piece. He tapped the button to advance to the next track. The laughter didn't stop. It didn't get any louder, but merely continued lurking just beneath the music. It was a sort of rolling chuckle, amused but vaguely sinister, as if the laugher knew some unwholesome secret. Well, this was getting interesting. He hit the eject button. The CD spit out promptly and smoothly like a silvery tongue, but the laughter persisted. It filled the car's soundproof cabin, issuing from every speaker. As he reached for the volume knob, he got a quick glimpse of the rearview mirror and stiffened. A figure stood behind the car. Illuminated in one of the area's few streetlights about 20 feet back, it obviously wasn't one of the crudely formed creatures that had menaced him previously. This one was tall, thin, and wore a long, sweeping coat and an oddly shaped hat. Stone couldn't see its face clearly, but its eyes glowed with faint red pinpoints. Locking eyes with it for a moment, he thought he saw it smile. His heartbeat picking up again, he whipped around in his seat, intending to get a better look at it. The area beneath the streetlight was empty. The street deserted except for his own car. He turned back around, gripped the steering wheel for a moment, and once more pulled out into the lane. Glancing up at the rearview mirror again, he saw no sign of the figure. Even so, he couldn't resist the temptation to check over his shoulder to make sure it wasn't sitting in his back seat like some horror movie cliché. It wasn't, but it didn't need to be. The image was clear in his mind. "All right," he said to the empty seat. "So that's the way you want to play it, do you?" The figure he'd seen in the mirror was the same one he'd seen in Rader's vision of Dennis Avala's last night alive. Chapter 21. Stone had no idea how Dr. Maria Alvarez, professor of history with a specialization in Northern California, would react to him showing up at her office late morning the next day. Or, to be fair, if she'd even remember him. It had been several years since they'd dated, and even then it had been a short relationship, ending in the usual flurry of weirdness that commonly sent his potential girlfriends exiting stage left. He hadn't spoken to her in years, and had heard from mutual friends that she'd gotten married in the meantime. He shouldn't have been concerned. "Alastair!" She greeted him with a smile when he appeared in the doorway. "What a surprise!" "Hello, Maria. So good to see you. You're looking well." She was. She'd gained a little weight and changed her hairstyle to something a bit less hot young professor and a bit more soccer mom, but she wore the new look well. He glanced at her hand. Apparently the rumors about her marriage were true. "How have you been?" "Oh, busy," she said, waving at the stacks of books and papers piled on her desk. Her smile turned knowing. "What can I do for you? I know you didn't just show up for a social call after all this time." "Hey, I'm giving the small talk thing a go," he said. "I deserve a bit of credit for that, don't you think?" "Don't quit your day job," she said. "So, what's up?" "I'm looking for some information, something I hope you can either help me find or point me to someone who can." He glanced around the office, taking in the large framed map of old California on one wall, and the collection of Native American and Mexican artifacts arranged on a table next to an overflowing bookshelf. The grouping of framed photos on her credenza showed her with a smiling, dark-haired man and a pair of young children. Even before she'd broken it off with Stone, he'd had reservations about their future due to her obvious longing to settle down and start a family. She'd gotten what she wanted then. Good for her. She tilted her head. This doesn't have anything to do with that murder case I heard you were consulting on, does it? Well, he'd never been known for dating stupid women, but had everyone on the bloody campus heard about his extracurricular activities? So you know about that, then. I read the paper, she said, and you don't exactly have one of those common names that's easy to confuse with somebody else. He sighed. Guilty. Yes, it might be tangentially related. I'm actually off the case now, but bits of it is still intriguing me, so I'm doing some digging of my own. How can I possibly help with that? She asked. Do you remember all those years ago when you tracked down the history of a piece of land in San Jose? Maria arched an eyebrow. I remember you lied to me about why you wanted it. She had a good memory, too. Yes, well, I need the same sort of thing. I'm not lying about it this time, since I'm not worried about you showing me the door if you decide I'm barking mad. He nodded toward the photos. Congratulations on your marriage, by the way. She gave him a wry smile. Thanks. Only 5 years late, but hey, who's counting? So what's this piece of land, and why do you want to know about it? As I said, if it's related at all, it's tangential. Okay, so he was lying again. But he couldn't very well tell her the whole truth. If she let it slip to anyone else, he could cause himself a lot of trouble for not sharing his findings with the police. I need to know the history of a piece of land in Milpitas. He gave her the address. It's currently a construction site where they're building a load of monstrously ugly houses. I want to know what it was before that. How long before that? No idea, he said. Not recently. If you could give me everything from about 100 years ago and back as far as you're willing to go, that would be lovely. She chuckled. You don't want much, do you? You asked. I'd offer to take you out to dinner, but that doesn't seem proper these days. And you'll forgive me, but I'm rubbish about small children, so that leaves out a family outing. Lunch? She shook her head with an exasperated sigh. Alastair, you're something. I'm not sure what exactly, but at least you're honest. Okay, I'll see what I can do. When do you need it? Whenever you can get it to me. I've got a couple of other angles to pursue, but it would be a big help. Got it. Anything else? Stone paused. He wasn't going to say anything, but then he remembered that nobody but Johnny Cheng had even suspected a connection between Dennis Avala's mysterious box and the murders. He decided to take a chance. There is one other thing, yes. She waited, tapping her pen on the desk. Suppose someone were to find this sort of interesting object buried underground. What might become of it? She leaned forward, more interest showing now. Did somebody find something on this job site? Did you? Is that why you're trying to find out its history? Well, yes. Not me, though, he added hastily, as her gaze sharpened on him like a hawk sighting a tasty mouse. Just a rumor I heard that one of the workers found it. It's supposed to be a box about this big. He indicated the dimensions with his hands. Made of stone, and decorated with carvings of crosses, priests, angels, that sort of thing. The man who found it committed suicide, and I'm fairly sure the authorities suspect he found it on the job that day and brought it home, rather than it being something he'd owned beforehand. It would have been easier if he could show her the photos he had, but then he'd have to explain where he'd gotten them. Wait, she said, holding up a hand and looking confused. You said this guy committed suicide? What's that got to do with people getting dismembered? Probably nothing, Stone said. Just following a hunch. Since the guy killed himself, I'm guessing they wouldn't need the box for evidence. So what would they do with it if they thought it had historical significance? She shrugged. I'm not sure. If they could prove he took it from the site and it wasn't just something he already owned, probably donate it to one of the public museums, or possibly hand it off to an expert for analysis. If not, it's probably still in some evidence locker somewhere until they can verify ownership. I can ask around with my colleagues if you like. I'm not sure what I'd use for an excuse for how I knew about it, though. But if it's as you described, I'd love to take a look at it myself. Well, you might get a chance to, if you can locate it. Good old scientific curiosity. The weak spot of professors everywhere. Just please make sure my name doesn't come up. I'm already getting enough nutters leaving messages on my voicemail, wanting to interview me about the occult involvement in the murders. I'll see what I can do, she said again. And hey, if this box exists and I can get some quality time with it, you might not have to take me to lunch. Chapter 22. Stone had never invited Edwina Mortensen to his home before, and part of him regretted finally breaking the streak. He'd never been to her place either. In fact, he didn't even know where she lived, except that it was somewhere in Mountain View. As far as he knew, none of the occult studies departments saw each other at all outside of campus, and the occasional work-related function. At 7:30 that evening, Raider remained stubbornly entrenched beneath the armoire. He had come out to eat and had actually used the litter box rather than the pillow, which Stone supposed could be counted as progress. Stone deliberately avoided the room for now, wanting Mortensen to get an unvarnished view of the cat's unique situation. He'd almost backed out of the invitation twice today. Even that afternoon at the department meeting, he'd been dead tired. No doubt from staying up too late the previous night, writing up notes from his adventure at the construction site, and analyzing the dust he'd gathered from the ruined creature, or construct, or whatever the hell it was. Unfortunately, the analysis didn't provide much useful information. The dust was exactly what it appeared to be. Dust. And by the time he got it home, it retained only the faintest fading hint of magical energy. He hadn't seen the odd figure from the rearview mirror anymore after he left the site, though he made sure the wards on his house were at full strength, just in case. He was in his study leafing through his notes in hope of making a new connection, when the doorbell rang. "Here we go," he muttered, taking a few deep breaths. He'd devoted less mental preparation to some of the magical threats he'd faced. Edwina Mortensen looked like she'd come straight from work, still dressed in her New Age finery. She carried a blue tote bag with an embroidered Celtic knot pattern. "Edwina," he said, putting on his best charming smile. "Thank you so much for coming. I'm happy to help, of course." She looked around as she came in, clearly trying to take in as much of the place as she could without being too obvious about it. As it was, she might have been more obvious if she waved a sign, but possibly not. "May I offer you anything?" he asked. "A drink? A cup of tea? Or would you like to get right to it?" "Thank you, no, I'm fine. I'd like to meet this cat of yours." "Right then," he said, relieved. Sitting around trying to make small talk with Edwina Mortensen might not be his exact definition of hell, but it was in the same area code. "Just up here." He took her upstairs, glad that he'd remembered to close all the other doors. "I warn you," he said, opening the one to the guest room. "He's quite skittish. I can't get him to come out from under the armoire when I'm anywhere near." "Oh, we'll see. I'm pretty good with cats." Stone closed the door behind them and flipped on the light. As he expected, Raider hadn't made an appearance. He sat down on the chair next to the bed and pointed at the armoire. "These are all yours. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help." She didn't reply, but instead lowered herself with care down to the floor until she sat a few feet away from the armoire, her tote bag next to her. "What's his name?" she asked. "He's called Raider. They actually answer to their names?" "Not usually," she said wryly, "but one can hope. Is he eating?" "When I'm not around." "And he hasn't attacked you again?" "I haven't tried picking him up again. Or, reminding him of the worst night of his life." "Well," she said, "I haven't met the cat yet who can resist catnip." From her tote bag she pulled a narrow rod with a small object attached to it by a string, kneaded the object a few times in her hands, and then shoved it into the space under the armoire. After waiting a few seconds, she slowly pulled it back out. A second later, Raider's head poked out, his eyes wide and fixed on the object. As Mortensen pulled it farther away, he belly-crawled the rest of the way out and pounced on it, gathering it in his front paws and kicking it vigorously with his back legs. Mortensen let him play with it for a minute or so, then tentatively reached out to pet his head. He went on savaging his prey as if she weren't even there. Stone stared, impressed in spite of himself. "Bloody hell, Edwina. You're some sort of cat whisperer." "You just need to know how to relate to them," she said, without turning away from the cat. She continued gently petting him. "Isn't that right, Raider?" she crooned. "Who's this sweet boy?" "You've got him high, haven't you?" She chuckled. "As I said, very few cats don't like catnip, and when they're stressed it helps them calm down." Gently extricating the object from Raider, she waggled it and dropped it into her ample lap. Raider took a languid swipe at it with one front paw, then climbed into her lap, reclaimed it, and settled in. "Come on over," she said, keeping her voice low. "Don't make any sudden movements. See if he'll let you near him now." Stone got up and, moving slowly, crossed the room and crouched next to her. Raider didn't even seem to notice him, let alone make any move to get up. "See if he'll let you pet him." Thoroughly quashing any thoughts about how unutterably weird and borderline inappropriate it was to be stroking a cat settled into the lap of his normally prickly and standoffish department head, Stone reached out a tentative hand and scratched Raider's ears. The cat tensed just a bit, glancing up at him as if to say, "What?" and then returned to his slow-motion savaging of the object, now revealed on closer examination to be a catnip mouse. Mortensen stroked Raider's flank. "Honestly, Alastair, from the way you described it, I was expecting much more of a challenge than this. He's a sweetheart. You said you're watching him for a friend." "Well, that's the plan." Stone stood and sat down on the edge of the bed. "My friend isn't well, though, and he might end up having to give him up. I'm not sure if I want to take him as a permanent house guest. I don't know anything about having a pet, and I'm away so often it wouldn't be fair to him." He regarded her hopefully. "You wouldn't want to take him in, would you, if my friend can't keep him?" "I would, but I've already got 3, and that's about as many as I can handle." She continued stroking Raider, who seemed in no hurry to vacate his warm new spot, and pulled her tote bag to her. "I brought you a few things, though, that might help. You can keep the mouse. Just wave it around and let him chase it before you go to bed. It will tire him out so he doesn't keep you awake. And—" she pulled out a laser pointer, a couple more catnip toys that weren't on strings, and finally a small plastic jug. "This stuff works miracles on accidents. You probably won't be able to salvage the pillow, but if he marks the walls or the rugs, this will neutralize it." Seriously, who was this woman and what had she done with Edwina Mortensen? He'd been at Stamford for close to 7 years now. Not once had he ever had a non-work-related conversation even half this long with her, and now she was chattering away as if the two of them were lifelong friends. "Thank you, Edwina, honestly. I appreciate this." "Quite all right. I hope it ends up being helpful." She shooed Raider gently off her lap and made as if to get up, but struggled to manage. Stone offered her a hand up, and was surprised when she accepted. "Thank you," she said, her tone hovering between her usual briskness and gratitude as she smoothed her skirt and blouse. She dug in the bag again and offered him a book. "This covers basic cat care. You might find it useful." He noted that Raider hadn't returned to his spot beneath the armoire, but was now sitting in the middle of the floor watching the two of them. At least now he knew how to get the cat out of there. Mortensen started toward the door, but stopped before she reached it. "May I ask you something?" she said, without looking at him. "Of course." Stone tensed. Now that the cat crisis had been handled, she sounded like she was reverting to the old Edwina he was used to. "Well, She actually sounded uncomfortable, and still didn't meet his gaze. "I have to admit I've been following these murder cases you were consulting on, and I wonder—" Stone frowned. What didn't she want to say? "Well," she said again, her hands tight on the handles of her bag, "I wonder if perhaps there isn't some supernatural involvement in the murders. I know," she added quickly, raising a hand as if expecting him to interrupt her. "It's all academic to you, and you've never made any secret about that, but I like to think I've got a more open mind about such possibilities." "Edwina—" He let his breath out slowly. He should have known this was coming. In her own prickly way, Mortensen was every bit as curious, some would even say nosy, as he was, especially regarding anything that even had a whiff of the otherworldly around it. "I don't know what to say. I can't really discuss it, but I can tell you that it's fairly clear that whoever's killing people thinks they've got some connection to the supernatural, but that's as far as I'm willing to go." She spread her hands. "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You and Mac are both so pragmatic about the whole thing, but if you'd seen what I've seen—" "Careful." Stone took a step toward the door. The last thing he wanted to do was get into it with her about all her spiritual contacts and psychic events. Mortensen was damned sharp, and a hell of a lot less airy-fairy than she looked on the surface, but that didn't mean she didn't believe. Trying to discuss the subject with her was like walking a thin beam across a shark-infested tank. The temptation to either let her have it with both barrels about what was really happening on the spooky side of the street, or to shut her down with a few carefully aimed bits of sarcasm, made it a subject he preferred to deflect whenever possible. It was easier that way, since he had to work with her every day. "Edwina, I'm not going to change your mind. You believe what you like. I'm not officially involved anymore, but I promise you, if I see anything odd going on, I'll give it all the consideration it deserves." She narrowed her eyes, frowning. The remaining vestiges of the helpful cat enthusiast dropped away in favor of her usual chilly, formal self. "Of course," she said. "I'm quite sure you will. Anyway, I should be going. I've got some things I still need to do tonight." "As do I. Thank you again for the help with Raider. I'm sure we'll get on like old mates now." She got out of there fast, and Stone stood in the entryway for a moment after the door closed behind her. The next few days at work were going to be fun, he was sure. At least they were back to their usual relationship. He'd appreciated Mortensen's help, but the chatty cat lady had unnerved him. It was sort of like how a child felt the first time he saw his teacher at the supermarket. Just wrong. Ah, well, he did have things to do tonight. He turned back toward the stairs to find a furry form sitting at the top, watching him with wide green eyes. Damn, forgot to close the door. "Well, Raider," he called, "are you going to behave yourself now? Did Auntie Edwina convince you no one's going to eat you if you stop hiding under the furniture?" Raider licked his paw and said nothing. Chapter 23. Stone didn't get up to campus until after noon the next day. Brandon Green fell into step with him on the way to class. "Did you hear there was another one of those weird murders?" Stone stiffened. He hadn't checked the news yet. He'd awakened to find Raider curled up at the foot of his bed and spent the morning going back over the files Johnny Cheng had sent him, while the cat had watched from the other side of the table. "I did not." Green dug a newspaper out of his backpack and offered it. "Yeah, in Brisbane this time. They're not releasing too many details, but it says that based on the MO, they suspect it's the same killer." Another one. Perversely, Stone was grateful the victim wasn't somebody he knew. The killer obviously had some agenda far more important than taunting him about his inability to figure out what the hell was going on. This was 6 now, that he knew of, and they were coming closer together. How much more skin, blood, and body parts would the demon need? "I'll read this later," he said. "Thanks. So you're not consulting anymore?" I thought since you were in the paper, maybe you already knew. Not anymore. Seems things got a bit strange for the department, so they cut me loose. Green nodded. Not surprising. Cops don't go for that kind of stuff. Too weird for their straight arrow brains. He zipped up his backpack, waved, and hurried off. Stone paused there for a moment, looking down at the paper. As usual, it was light on details, but he didn't need details. He could practically picture the crime scene in his mind. He wondered if he could convince Captain Flores to send him a copy of the sigils from this one as well. As he started up again and headed for his class, he made up his mind. He'd been planning to head to England tomorrow and spend the day studying, but if he wanted to get anywhere with this before more people were murdered, he'd have to step up his game. He couldn't afford to wait for things to come to him anymore. He'd go this afternoon, get a few hours sleep, and start in the morning. He hoped Raider could handle being left alone for a day or two. Maybe at this point, the cat might like having the place to himself for a while. Chapter 24. Stone handed off his last class of the day to his teaching assistant and took the portal to England a little after 3 o'clock. Even though it was almost 11 when he arrived, Aubrey was waiting for him at the house. "I told you not to wait up for me," he told the old caretaker. "It's not like I'll get lost on the way. It's likely the only time I'll see you." Aubrey closed the heavy front door behind them. "What sort of magical problems are you working on this time?" "Aubrey." Stone made his best mock hurt face. "How did you know I didn't miss you and couldn't bear another day away from you?" "Because I don't see any sign of head injury, sir," Aubrey said mildly. "So what is it this time?" "I'll tell you tomorrow. I need to do some research, and I want to get a start on it. Go to sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Or perhaps the afternoon." "Yes, sir. I've put fresh linens on the bed in your suite and aired the place out. Not that you'll use it." "Doubtful," he agreed. "But thanks, Aubrey. I appreciate the thought." "You'll appreciate this one more," he said, holding up a large thermal bottle. "I made some of that vile coffee you fancy, the stuff that corrodes the inside of the container. This should keep you going for the night, I think." Stone chuckled. "You're too good to me." His destination, after Aubrey headed back to his spacious apartment over the garage, was down a wide hallway blocked off with 3 chairs covered with a large white sheet. Nobody but Stone ever ventured down this hallway anymore. Even Aubrey didn't bother cleaning it, because if they used it, they'd have to heat it. Even in the summer, not that it ever got as hot here as it did in California, something Stone missed about home, the temperature in this part of the house never rose above mildly chilly. If anybody were to get the idea that Alastair Stone was harboring one of the finest magical libraries in all of Europe in his ramshackle old manor house, there were several places they might logically search for it. None of those places would get them anywhere. As far as Stone knew, the only people other than himself who currently knew its exact location numbered 2. Aubrey and Jason Thayer. He'd never even brought Verity here, though he supposed he should remedy that someday, especially since her magical training had now reached the level where she could benefit from some of the tomes on the shelves here. He opened a door hidden behind a powerful illusion, descended a flight of stone stairs, and crossed the vast basement with careful steps to avoid sending up too many clouds of dust. He used only a dim light spell. He knew his way through here in his sleep, negotiating the looming piles of sheet-covered furniture rising on either side of him like an explorer in well-traveled territory. Before long, he arrived at what looked like a blank wall, covered by an enormous, dusty tapestry depicting a medieval pastoral scene. He didn't bother pushing it aside, but simply walked through it, ending up at the top of yet another stairway. This one longer, narrower, and rougher. A wave of his hand lit a series of magically glowing sconces along the carved walls. He hurried down the steps and opened a final door. This one a heavy, wooden, iron-bound thing. This area was one of the oldest parts of the house, excavated in a location featuring 3 intersecting ley lines, and created before most of the rest of the place had been built. Stone wasn't sure how old the library was, but if forced to make a guess, he'd imagine somewhere north of 300 years. His father had once told him that he was the 6th in an unbroken line of male mages who'd lived here, though he'd never gotten around to researching his genealogy. Must ask Aubrey about that sometime. The old man probably either had records somewhere or knew where to find them. Stone paused to form the pattern in his mind that would get him through the last set of wards, then worked the complex magic lock on the door. He shoved it open and stepped inside, feeling as if he'd finally come home. The familiar sense of wood polish, old books, and dust carried him back, as they always did, to the countless hours he'd spent here in his younger days. He threw his briefcase on the table and paced the room, scanning the shelves. Jason hadn't believed him when he told him that he knew the name and location of every book in this room. He hadn't written down any filing system, nor had any of his mage ancestors. When he'd been a boy before his apprenticeship, one of the tasks his father had set him to when he was home from his boarding school for holidays was studying the books down here and memorizing their names, locations, and purposes. Even though the shelves rose high above his head, the room contained no ladders, and no catwalk surrounded them at the 1-story height. Stone identified the books he wanted, levitated upward, and pulled them one by one, then drifted back down and settled them on the table next to the briefcase. When he was finished with the first round, he had a stack of 10 of varying sizes, from a tiny book with perhaps 100 pages to a tome nearly 2 feet high and 5 inches thick. Most of them covered ancient magical languages, while the remainder described various types of demons and other malevolent spirits and how they might be summoned. He sat down, opened the coffee jug, pulled the copies of the sigils from his briefcase, and selected the top book on the stack. By the time he looked up from his reading and checked his watch, it was nearly 4 a.m. The coffee was long gone by now, and his eyelids had begun to droop alarmingly over an hour ago. Worst of all, he was getting nowhere. He slammed his current book shut in frustration. Nothing in any of his reading had even come close to the situation back in San Jose. There were descriptions of how to cure skin, human or otherwise, and use it as a bookbinding or as vellum for spells, or as the covering for various magical items, most of them deeply unpleasant. He'd found plenty of instances where blood could be used. Everything from ingredients in alchemical mixtures or ritual preparations to a method for locating an individual anywhere in the world. Body parts were also often used in the nastier types of rituals, and some ancient cultures believed that consuming parts of one's enemies' bodies imparted a portion of that person's power to the eater. Stone pursued that angle briefly, but it didn't make sense. The people the demon or its agents had killed hadn't been powerful, and they almost certainly hadn't possessed any magical abilities. True, he hadn't seen all the crime scenes, but his instincts told him he was going down the wrong road with that idea. He stood and began pacing the room. This was the first time in a long while that his library had failed him. Even the language avenue hadn't turned up anything useful. He'd found numerous examples of both types of so-called demonic script and Enochian, but he could already read Enochian, and none of the demonic examples resembled the sigils on his photocopies. He had more possibilities, but they represented even more remote chances of giving him what he was looking for. Stone sighed. He'd been hoping he could return home tomorrow with some answers, but clearly that wasn't to be. He was going to have to call in some help. Trying not to think about what Raider was doing to his townhouse in his absence, he shelved the books, gathered up his papers, and headed back up toward the main part of the house. Chapter 25. When he awoke the next morning, closer to afternoon if one was being honest, he made some calls while allowing Aubrey to indulge his all-too-rare chance to fix him a proper breakfast and catch up with the news. An hour later, he headed off to the tiny village station to catch the train into London. By the time the black cab pulled up in front of his destination, it was after 2. The little row house along a shabby, narrow side street in Hackney wasn't much to look at from the outside. Nothing distinguished it from its neighbors. A series of stalwart brick residences that looked as if they'd teleported here bodily from some time in the 1940s and never bothered to update. It didn't even have a house number, in fact. It didn't need a disregarding spell to keep anyone from noticing it. There simply wasn't anything of interest to notice. The man who answered Stone's knock looked like he went with the house. The wiry little guy with angular features, buzz-cut hair, and a mouse-brown sweater had the same threadbare, lived-in look and the same feeling of being just slightly out of phase with the rest of the world. He broke into a big grin. "Well, would you look at what the cat's dragged in?" His accent was Cockney, so thick that most Americans would have to concentrate hard to penetrate it. "Good to see you, Eddie." Stone shook his hand and allowed the little man to steer him into a dim, dusty entryway and closed the door behind them. "Arthur's already here. We had a bet going on that you wouldn't roll in until after 3. He glanced at his watch. "Guess he wins that one, so I'm buying the first round tonight." With a stern mock glare, he added, "You are coming to the pub with us tonight, Arthur, and there's no arguing about it." "Let's see what we find out," Stone said. "Don't you worry. Have I ever failed you before?" Eddie Monkton was a wizard with research, both literally and figuratively, but Stone hoped this wouldn't end up being his first failure. He followed him down a narrow hallway. Seriously, this place was clearly built for people with smaller proportions than the average human, as thin as Stone was. Every time he came here, he felt as if he needed to turn sideways while navigating its passages, and into a sitting room. The room hadn't changed either, and probably never would. The busy wallpaper, moldering floral rug, and stuffy old lady furniture always put Stone in the mind of a place where one could come to be given a stern talking to by one's ancient grandmother. The fact that he'd never known either of his grandmothers didn't change this fact. It was sort of an archetypal proto-grand thing. The only occupant of the room stood up when Stone and Eddie entered. Arthur Ward, a handsome, studious-looking black man around Stone's age, put aside a large briefcase and smiled. "Stone, how are you? It's been a while. Did you ever get that business with the possession sorted?" "I did, yes." The last time the three of them had been together, with a couple of others, had been in this very room 2 years ago, when he'd consulted with them following a break-in of his library. "So this is a new one, then?" "It is, and I'll admit it's got me stumped, and more to the point, it's got my library stumped. So you two are my last hope, before I've got to look at more extreme measures." "I always like a good puzzle," Ward said. "And you realize, of course, that I'll never let you live it down if Eddie or I manage to work it out when you couldn't. At this point, I'd be relieved enough to have it done that you're welcome to bring it up every time we see each other for the next 20 years. "Can't pass up an offer like that," Eddie said, settling himself on the edge of an ancient love seat. "Let's hear it, then." Stone began at the beginning, giving them the whole story of the murders, from the point Johnny Chang had showed up in his office, all the way through to the session with Raider, and the attack and strange sighting at the construction site. He didn't leave anything out. It felt good not to have to censor his words, to hold back bits of the story because the listeners wouldn't believe him, or would eye him as if sizing him up for a berth at the local mental health facility. When he finished, he spread both the crime scene photos he'd gotten from Chang and the photocopies of the sigils from the other murders across the fussy little coffee table. Ward and Eddie leaned in to look. "Somebody had it in for these blokes," Eddie said at last, swallowing hard. "Some kind of mess he made." "That's the thing, though," Stone said. I don't think he knew any of the victims. I have no idea why he chose the ones he did, except for Cheng, but I'm convinced the entity I saw in Raider's mind didn't commit the actual murders. You think he sent those things from the construction site to do it? Ward said. Stone nodded. I don't think they're human. I think he created them somehow. Possibly that's what he needed the body parts for. Could be, Eddie said. He pulled out a pair of wire-rimmed glasses and perched them on his nose, examining one of the photocopies more closely. I've seen symbols like this, I know I have. Where? Stone leaned forward in his chair, gripping the arms. Do you remember where or when? Keep your knickers on. Eddie held up a hand, but didn't lift his gaze from the page he was studying. Let me think, will ya? You know how many ancient languages I go through every week trying to track down answers for you lot? It takes me a little time to work it out. He examined the page for a few more seconds, then leaped up out of the chair. Talk amongst yourselves, he called over his shoulder, then disappeared through a doorway, still carrying the sheet. Ward examined the page he was looking at for a moment longer, then tossed it back on the table. So, you talked to old Desmond lately? Not this time. I thought of asking his advice on this, but I had Aubrey check. He's away on some extended trip. Relieved then, are you? Ward gave him a sly smile. Stone chuckled. A bit, perhaps. Though I shouldn't be, I suppose. He'd probably take one look at the sigils and give me one of those looks he used to give me when I buggered up some spell. That sort of, remind me again why I took on a gibbon as an apprentice, one. And then read them to you like the weather report, Ward agreed. He leaned back in his chair with a satisfied smile. We should get together more often, Stone. And not just when you're trying to save the world from something. Just having a pint or two like the old days is good too. The portal goes both ways, Stone reminded him, and it ends up in an excellent Indian restaurant, by the way, if that's any incentive. Tempting. We'll see, though, once I've worked the bugs out of the new apprentice. He's quite bright, but lazy. He shook his head. So many of them are these days. They've got so many distractions from their studies, and most of them don't want to do more than learn basic magic. How's yours doing, by the way? I've sent her off to study with another teacher for a while. She's brilliant, but her style and mine don't mesh as well. For the best, I suppose, though I miss having her around. She's coming back, though, right? If not, you could always take on someone else if you're missing the thrill of teaching proper magic. Oh, don't you start, Stone said, with mock annoyance. I've got enough of that from Desmond. Ward held up his hands in surrender. Hey, no offense, mate. At least you're teaching in your field after a fashion, unlike me. Stone was about to answer when Eddie came bounding back into the room. I knew I remembered seeing something like those symbols somewhere, he announced, tossing a pair of large tomes and an armload of rolled-up scrolls on the table in triumph. You found it? Stone asked, astonished. He reached for one of the books. Eddie slapped his hand. Now, just you wait a tick. Let me show you what I found, and then we can have at it. The books appeared quite old, and didn't look as if they'd been opened prior to today for several decades at least. A series of yellow slips of paper poked from various sections, each one scribbled with something in Eddie's arcane shorthand that Stone had never learned to decipher. The librarian snatched up the top one, opened it to one of the marked pages, and spread it on the table for the others to see. Say, it was the demon bit that gave me the answer, he said. He pulled Stone's photocopy from inside the front cover of the second book and placed it next to the open pages. Take a look. Stone leaned in for a closer look, his gaze flicking back and forth between the copy and the book. Damned if the symbols didn't look similar enough that they had to be related. He pointed at the book. What is this? Bloody old is what it is, Eddie said. He opened the other book to another marked page and put it down above the first one. This language is several thousand years old, at least by anyone's best guess. Predates written human language by a fair bit. It's one of the languages used in the spirit realms, specifically one where the residents, when they turn up on Earth, usually get slapped with the label demon. The only other copy of this book I know of is supposed to be in the Vatican Library, though there's rumours that some mage in Russia somewhere has one. So it's a demonic language? Stone asked. That doesn't surprise me, and it fits, given what I know of the entity. Can you read it? No, I'm not that good. He indicated the materials on the table. But I think we've got enough here that we can take a good shot at sorting out your little messages. At least enough that you can get the general thrust. I'm not saying we'll get pristine translations, mind you. At this point, I'll take anything I can get, Stone said. You're brilliant, Eddie. I know, he said, with a broad grin and an exaggerated bow. Come on, let's get started. I hear a pint calling me, and I'm not missing out on a trip to the pub tonight. They adjourned down the hall to another, larger room with a massive table in the center, surrounded by chairs. It had probably been originally intended as a formal dining room, but had long ago been repurposed as a research area. Bookshelves lined the walls, as overstuffed as the ones in Stone's own library, though these had powerful illusions on them to make them appear as mundane tomes. The good stuff, Stone knew, was downstairs, and Eddie almost never let anyone into his domain down there. A large chalkboard, similar to the one in Stone's library, dominated most of one wall. He barely noticed the time passing. The three of them alternated between studying the tomes and scrolls separately, and breaking periodically to compare notes on what they'd found. Each time one of them thought he'd found something relevant, he would go to the chalkboard and add it to the growing list of notes, scrawls, and sigils. Finally, this maddening puzzle was beginning to come together. The language was vile and imprecise, and even merely looking at it brought to mind dark and disgusting things that hadn't seen the light of day in thousands of years, but at least it was beginning to reveal some semblance of sense. Finally, Stone jotted another note and looked at his watch. Nearly 7 hours had passed since they'd entered this room. Right then, Eddie said, still as full of energy as he'd been when they had started. I think we've got enough of this syntax to be getting on with here. Like I said, it won't be an exact match, but at least it'll get you closer. Let's see those photos again, Stone. We'll look at them in order. Stone shoved the first crime scene photo across the table, and he and Ward moved around behind Eddie so they could all examine it at the same time. It doesn't look like a spell exactly, Eddie said after several moments. No, Stone agreed. More like a sort of prayer? That's my guess too, Eddie said, nodding. Like the sigils are supposed to be an offering to something, or an invocation. Too bad the one thing they seem to have left off is the name. You didn't see anything that looked like a name, did you? Both Stone and Ward shook their heads. In truth, that was the main thing that concerned Stone. If this were some sort of demon spirit thing, having its name would make dealing with it a lot easier. Perhaps if it used the constructs to commit the murders, they didn't need to include a name, because they contained enough of its essence that it wasn't necessary. Good point, Eddie said. He used his pen to indicate one group of the symbols. Now, don't hold me to this translation, but based on my knowledge of similar languages, I think what this is saying is that it's making an offering to whatever it is, sort of, is another part of the whole. That makes sense, Stone said. But then all the messages around the bodies are different. If it's nicking body parts to build something, wouldn't the messages be the same? Except perhaps for the name of whatever specific part it is. Eddie said, leaning in for a better look. I'm not sure it's exactly building something. You said it's draining blood, skinning the victims, and taking body parts. I've never heard of all of those together before. And dismembering the corpses, at least most of the time, Stone said, though that doesn't seem to be a constant. Could it be a diversion? Ward asked. The skinning and bloodletting is unsettling enough, but even experienced policemen are likely to be put off by dismembered bodies. What if this thing is trying to mislead them? Possibly, Stone said. Although, if the call I got really was from the demon, it hardly seems concerned about the police. So far, I don't think they've got any decent clues about how to find it. Well, they wouldn't, would they? Eddie asked, since they're not willing to take the supernatural evidence into account. Ward was examining the crime scene photo next to two of the other inscriptions from Stone's notes. There are similarities, he said, pointing out a few of the sigils. I keep coming back to what you said, Stone, about this vision you got from the cat. This Avila bloke dug up something that someone had carefully buried, and the whole thing started when he opened it and removed the cross. So whatever was underneath the cross had magical power, but was dormant because of the warding. And you said it looked like a heart? Stone nodded. It was hard to tell because Raider didn't want to look at it, and the kinds of visions I get aren't like watching a film at the cinema. But the way it glowed and pulsed in Avila's hand, it bloody well looked like a heart to me. Right then, Ward said. So if a heart got it started, perhaps it's gathering more bits to create a body for itself, either physical or metaphorical. Gaining power with each new part, Eddie added, nodding. Interesting thought, Stone said. Seems odd that any old parts would do, though. I wonder if the thing was dismembered itself and its parts scattered around. Since it can't reclaim the original equipment, it's shopping for aftermarket stock? Not a bad idea, Eddie said. So maybe there won't be too many more murders then. How many parts does this thing need before it's got a full body? You said there have already been 6 murders, right? I prefer that there be no more, Stone said. And who knows how many bits it needs. Perhaps it's taking the important parts first, but are we going to start seeing murder victims missing big toes and gallbladders? What about the blood and the skin, though? Ward asked. He studied the notes they'd made on the blackboard. Are those part of its new body, too? Seems to be quite a lot of skin for one demon. Maybe it's using it for its constructs, Eddie said. But I don't think so. Look at this. He pulled another sheet of notes to him and unrolled one of the scrolls. This is another imperfect translation, but it looks to me like it's got its lackeys consecrating the skin and the blood to be used to create something else. See here, something very loosely like, the force of life will bring completion to that which I started. That tweaked Stone's memory about something he'd seen earlier. He rifled through the scattered papers until he found another of the crime scene photos. And this one here, something about the vessel for my power. He shoved his hand through his hair, struggling with a half-formed thought that skittered maddeningly away every time he tried to settle on it. The force of life, Ward said. That could be blood, could be magical power, but in this case... Yes! Suddenly the thought solidified in Stone's mind. He leapt from his chair. Yes, that's what I've been trying to remember. I don't think the blood and the skin have anything to do with creating the constructs, or with forming this demon thing's body. What then? Eddie regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. I think he's got plans once the body's finished. Stone stabbed a finger down on one of the pages, fighting to keep his words coherent as his thoughts whirled so fast he could barely contain them. Bring completion to that which I started. It makes sense. What if he's using the skin to create pages and the blood as ink? Eddie and Ward both stared at him. Bloody hell, Stone, you could be right, Eddie said at last. There's certainly precedent for black mages using human skin and blood to inscribe spells. It's not common nowadays, but in ancient times it happened more than you might think. So the question now, Ward said, is what he's planning to do with it. Had he already started it when he was destroyed, and now he's picking up the job again? Was it a single elaborate spell or a series of them, and what's he planning to do with them when he finishes? Damn good questions, Stone said. I don't think we have the answers to any of them yet, at least not in what we've got here. He tossed his pen down on top of the papers in frustration. I was hoping this would give us a way of finding him, an invocation that included his name, or even a clue to which one we're talking about. If he's that old and he's been here before, I'm betting there are references to him in the old texts. Almost certainly, Eddie agreed. But you've got to give me more to go on than that, mate. Do you know how many so-called demonic entities I could put my hands on in the library given enough time? Even if you narrowed it down by geographical area, it would still take me weeks to turn anything up without more solid information. Stone knew Eddie was right, but that didn't make him any happier about the fact. He had no idea how he was going to find out anything else about the entity. Perhaps if Maria turned up anything about the box, it might be a good place to start. But until then, he was stuck once more. A little further along the path than he'd been before, but nonetheless still stuck. How many more people would be murdered while he spun his wheels? "You know," Ward said, holding up one of the pages, "this one looks a bit different. Did you notice?" "Different how?" Stone recognized this sheet instantly. It was the photocopy Flores had given him, showing the sigils that had appeared at Johnny Cheng's murder scene. He'd focused more on the first few, figuring that if he could decipher the early ones, it would make the later ones easier to read. Even so, though, it hadn't looked that much different when he'd examined it. "A couple of these sigils are unique," Ward said. "I don't see them in any of the other arrangements. Even though the others are all different, they all have the same sort of look. This one isn't quite the same." They all leaned in for a look. Stone focused on the two sigils Ward had pointed out. Captain Flores had obviously obscured the part of the image showing Cheng's body before he made the photocopy, so the symbols arrayed themselves in a semicircle around the large white spot in the middle. The two odd symbols were at the endpoints of the semicircle, one on each side of the redacted section, and separated from the rest by more space than any of the others. Almost as if the writer had meant them to stand out or be examined separately. Eddie flipped through one of his books and pointed at the one on the right, then laid the book down and indicated a passage on the page. "This one," he said slowly, "looks like some kind of accusation, sort of a 'this is on you' or 'this is your fault.' Do you agree?" Stone flicked his gaze back and forth between the two and nodded. "I think you're right. And that wasn't in any of the others?" Ward riffled through the remaining sheets. "I don't see it in any of these. But this other one is harder. It looks like a simple word, not a concept. Hang on a tick." Eddie shoved the book aside and grabbed another, then slammed it shut and unrolled one of the scrolls. "This one's a tough one. Best I can do is, I don't know, cliff, canyon, rock, something like that." Stone gripped the table. Ward stared at him. "Hey, you all right?" "Bloody hell, mate, you just went pale as a spook," Eddie added. "What is it?" Stone swallowed and took a couple deep breaths. "Not rock," he said. "Stone." Chapter 26. Stone allowed himself to be dragged to the pub an hour later, after they'd put away all the research material, but only because Eddie insisted. He did his best to participate in Eddie's and Ward's conversation on the way over, but his mind stubbornly refused to stop returning to the two sigils on either side of Cheng's body. "This is your fault, Stone." It wasn't even new information, not really. He'd suspected it before, of course. Why would the demon single out Johnny Cheng of all the people in the area it could have chosen as its next victim, except to send a message to the man who was getting too inquisitive about its activities? But to have it written there, plain as day, in ancient demonic script, to have it directly addressed to him, as if the thing were taunting him, had sent him reeling, as even the telephone conversation hadn't. It was one thing to have an enemy threaten you. It was another entirely to have the same enemy commit a horrific crime and make sure to include a taunt that the victim would almost certainly still be alive if it weren't for your involvement. His friends, perhaps realizing that no matter how hard they tried to get his mind off the subject with their banter, at least had the good grace to wait until they were seated at a scarred table in the back corner of the Dancing Dragon Inn before bringing it up again. "So, what are you gonna do?" Eddie said. "You got a plan?" Stone stared into his half-finished pint of Guinness. "I'm going to find it, and find a way to sort it out. What else can I do?" "You could leave it alone," Ward said. "Who says it's down to you to deal with this sort of thing? "He won't do that," Eddie said. "Our Alastair has taken up a second career as some sort of magical avenger, looks like." "Third career," Ward pointed out. "In between spell research and teaching university students about vampires and how to chase down ghosts." "Oh, give it a rest," Stone said. But his sour mood wasn't directed at them. "Who else is going to do it? The police?" He snorted. "They do their best, but every time they're confronted with something they don't understand, they try to fit it into some sort of mundane cubbyhole. They'll never get near this thing." "So, that makes it your job then, does it?" Eddie asked. "I don't see anyone else lining up to do it." Stone drained the rest of his pint and signaled for another. "There aren't that many fully qualified mages where I am, and those who are either aren't suited for this sort of thing, or they have no desire to do it." "That doesn't mean you have to," Ward pointed out gently. I know. You love puzzles. I remember back at university you could never let any kind of puzzle go, and it's clear you've only gotten worse with age, but—" He spoke his next words with obvious care. "Could this one be different? How will you deal with the guilt if it decides to hurt more people you know?" "It doesn't matter, Arthur." Stone glared at him. "This thing has a plan, that's obvious. It's killing people. It doesn't look like it plans to stop anytime soon, and if our translations can be believed, it's not planning to stop there. Once it's got all its bits together so it can have a proper body, there's the matter of the skin and blood to deal with. Do you think it would take those skin pages and that blood ink and draw up a nice little book about rabbits and clowns and the bloody county fair for its demon grandchildren?" His tone rose as he spoke, thick with sarcasm and growing anger at this unknown demon that had decided to make this personal. "Calm down, mate," Eddie said, patting his shoulder and glancing around at a few nearby pubgoers who looked up in surprise at Stone's sudden increase in volume. "Come on. It's okay, we get it." "I don't think you do," Stone said, deflating. He gripped his fresh pint so tightly that if he were stronger, the glass would shatter under his hand. "I think it's getting worse." "What's getting worse?" Eddie asked. The other side." He waved his glass, taking in the pub. It had been one of his favorite haunts back during his days at university. He and Ward had come here dozens of times during their undergraduate years to get drunk, talk about everything and nothing, and get away from the pressures of their mundane studies. The place was hundreds of years old, some of the decor in its dark, cave-like corners dating back almost that long. It was one of the things Stone missed most about home. Even the things people considered antique in California barely qualified as comfortably lived in to him. He'd mostly gotten over the culture shock in the intervening years, but every now and then it still hit him. Things had been so simple back then. "Sorry," Ward said, tilting his head. "I don't think I follow." "You wouldn't. Neither of you would," Stone said. "You're scholars, both of you. You research old tomes, study ancient rituals. Tell me," he said, including both Ward and Eddie with his glance, "when was the last time you actually used magic in a practical sense? I don't mean to move books around in your library or bring something to you from across the room. I mean, have you ever been up against a genuine magical threat?" Eddie said. "Well, the spirit that lives in the library gets a bit shirty sometimes, and I have to remind it who's boss. But I suppose that's not really what you're looking for, is it?" "I summoned up something a couple of years back to help me with some research," Ward said. "It got away from me a bit, but I dealt with it before it got up to any serious trouble." Stone nodded. "That's what I mean." He took another drink. He suspected he'd be doing that a lot tonight. "Back here, that's about all I did as well. There were a few times, one during my apprenticeship and a couple when I was doing my graduate work, but nothing too serious. But ever since I took the job in California, I've dealt with everything from cannibal ghouls to extra-dimensional body snatchers to ancient Indian vengeance spirits. I've never heard about any of this sort of thing before I got there. I'll admit I didn't pay as much attention to what was going on in America before I actually lived there, but... He spread his hands. Are you saying you think you're causing these problems somehow? Eddie asked. Stone shook his head. No, that would be fairly narcissistic of me, wouldn't it? I don't think I'm causing them, but I do wonder if I might be one of the few who actually cares to notice them, and if I might be making things worse by exposing them to the light. You don't really believe that, do you? Ward asked. No. Stone set the glass down and rubbed at his face with both hands, shoving his hair up into spikes. I don't. Perhaps it's just that I've unwittingly chosen to relocate into a place that's prone to more supernatural goings-on than others might be. Though I do wonder whether the increased amount of activity is starting to, well, feed on itself a bit, I suppose. You mean the fact that it's there might be attracting more? Eddie grabbed a handful of peanuts from a nearby dish and nibbled on them. Is it really that, though, or is it possible that you're seeking it out? Ward asked. When you were here before, asking if anyone had pilfered our libraries, you never did give us the whole story about what you were looking for. Stone gazed down at his hands on the table. I don't know. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I'd be better off if I just kept my nose out of things that didn't concern me. But you can't do that, Eddie said, an odd understanding look on his narrow face. No, I can't. The image of the taunting sigils floated across his mind's eye, raising his anger again. This bastard isn't going to win. It won't frighten me off this with its threats. He sighed. Bugger it, let's talk about something else. I'm sick of the whole thing. I'll deal with it, somehow, when I get back home. For now, I just want to get good and drunk and forget about the whole damn thing. Are you two in? Eddie grinned. When was I ever not, mate? Despite his best attempts to the contrary, however, Stone remained stubbornly sober. He threw himself into swapping old stories with Eddie and Ward, recounting well-worn anecdotes from their days as apprentices and university students. By mutual agreement, none of them brought up anything recent, but Stone couldn't shake his obsession with what was going on back in California. He wondered if the demon would kill someone else while he was on the other side of the world, downing pints of Guinness and chattering on as if he didn't have a care in the world. Finally, around 1 a.m., he gave it up. Look, I'm sorry. I'm not fit company tonight. It's been great to see you both. I really must get over here more often, or you should visit me sometime in America. But for now, I think I'll just head back home and try to get some sleep before I go back tomorrow. Eddie nodded in understanding and pushed back from the table. No problem, mate. I should get going too. Got a couple of other projects I put aside to work on this thing of yours today, and folks are waiting for 'em. He stood and clapped Stone on the shoulder. Take care of yourself, Alastair, and call if you need any help. That goes for me as well, Ward said, standing too. I won't lie, you probably won't get me out looking for things in dark alleys. Not really in shape for that these days. But if you need any help with research or just someone to chat with, don't hesitate. I appreciate that. You know I do, Stone said. And don't worry, Ward, I'm not expecting you to go on any adventures. I know what a hobbit you are. Bloody right, Ward said, nodding emphatically. You should think about being a bit more of a hobbit yourself, Stone. You live longer that way. But where's the fun in that, though? Stone didn't join them in standing. Instead, he waved them off. You two go on. I'm going to finish my pint and hit the loo before I head back to the train station. Eddie gave him the fuzz-gazed once-over Stone immediately recognized as magical sight. You sure, mate? Go on, he said. I'll be fine. Not like something's going to come after me halfway around the world, is it? The two of them departed, leaving Stone alone at the table with the last of his Guinness. Few customers remained now, scattered in small groups at a few of the tables, and interspersed along the heavy, dark wood bar. The Dragon was an out-of-the-way place, tucked back along a side street, and not catering to the tourist crowd, which was much of the reason he liked it. The light pop music from the speakers competed with the low hubbub of voices and the distant drone of a couple elevated TV screens showing football matches. Stone allowed himself to relax, finishing up his pint. He wasn't looking forward to the cab ride back to the train station, and hoped Aubrey hadn't waited up for him. If he got home and the caretaker was asleep, he'd just leave a note and head back to California tonight so he could check on Raider and get a few hours' sleep. He set the empty glass on the table and headed toward the back of the pub toward the restrooms. When he returned a few moments later, after dousing his face in cold water to take the edge off his unsatisfying alcoholic buzz, someone was sitting at his table. Chapter 27. At first, he barely noticed. Even though the place wasn't crowded, it wasn't entirely out of the question that somebody else had come in and chosen the exact table he'd been sitting at only 5 minutes earlier. Unlikely, but certainly possible. But as he passed by, the shadowy figure raised its head and met his gaze, a strange half-smile hovering on its thin lips. Stone paused and turned back as a crawling sensation settled at the base of his neck. The man was still watching him, still smiling, with blatant lack of regard for any sort of social niceties. He was tall, possibly taller than Stone, though it was hard to tell since he was seated, and thin. He wore a long, black, Western-style coat, jeans, and a white-buttoned shirt. His shoulder-length gray hair swept neatly back from a high forehead, revealing a thin, leathery face with jutting cheekbones and a sharp beak of a nose. Despite the Old West get-up, though, he didn't look like a cowboy or even a Native American. His eyes burned with an odd inner light, like pinpoints of fire at the bottom of deep pits. Something about his face seemed subtly wrong, but Stone couldn't quite put his finger on why. "Something I can do for you?" Stone asked. He was being absurd. It was late, he was half-drunk and tired, and seeing shadows where none existed. The man's smile broadened, and he indicated the seat across the table from him, where Stone's empty glass still sat. "Sit down. I'd like to talk with you for a few minutes." "Do I know you?" Stone studied the man through narrowed eyes, trying to remember where or if he'd seen him before. It wasn't the sort of face you'd forget. The voice sounded ever so slightly familiar, though. Pleasant, resonant, amused. "Oh, in a way. Please," he said again, once more indicating the seat. "I promise I won't keep you long. I know you have things to do." Stone glanced around the room. A few other people, mostly in small groups, still sat at tables, drinking and chatting and glancing now and then up at the TV screens. Nobody appeared to be paying any attention to him and the odd stranger. Without taking his eyes off the man, he lowered himself into the chair. "What do you want?" "I wanted to meet you. I've been hearing a lot about you, and given how interested you seem to be in me, I thought it only proper that we meet." Stone froze as he remembered where he'd heard the voice before. He'd heard it on the telephone the night Johnny Cheng died. Bloody hell. Instantly he shifted to magical sight. No aura surrounded the tall man's body. The only light on him was from those unsettling eyes. "You!" The man's smile broadened. "There's no getting anything past you, is there?" "What do you want?" Stone asked again. He stared harder at it, trying to pierce its disguise. Was it an illusion? Had the thing actually managed to bring its physical body here? He gathered magical energy to him, but didn't use it yet. Best to be prepared. "As I said, I wanted to chat. And before you think of trying to attack me, don't bother. I'm not technically here, so it would be pointless. That's aside from the fact that I'm sure you don't want to reveal your magical talents to even a small crowd such as this. For a second, Stone's mind refused to serve up a response. How could this thing be here? Why was it here? Had it followed him halfway around the world just to deliver its taunting message? Was it paying enough attention to him that it knew where he was even when he'd traveled thousands of miles? When he finally spoke, his voice was soft and even, but shook with cold rage. "I'm going to stop you." "Oh, I doubt that. You don't know anything about me. You don't know who I am, or what I want, or where I might strike again." He shook his head, making a clucking, "what a shame" sound. "The fact is, Dr. Stone, despite talking to cats and trying to track down the place I emerged into your world, you're, how do you say it, stumped. Don't be so sure about that. I know you're slowly reassembling yourself from bits and bobs you nick from the people you kill. How's that going, by the way? Hunting down a spleen next? Or perhaps a gallbladder? Is that why you can't pop by in person yet, because it's quite the social faux pas to show up in public without your kidneys?" The man chuckled. "That part of my plan is nearly finished. That's not the important part, anyway. Just the prelude. You're correct that my power isn't at its fullest yet, but it won't be long now." "And what then? You'll take all that skin and blood you've been collecting and, I don't know, write your memoirs? Create a volume of bad poetry? Build yourself a girlfriend?" "Keep going, Dr. Stone. You think you're so amusing. But you won't be smiling when you finally see what my true plans are. Of course, that won't be until after I've completed them, and there's no longer any chance for you to stop me. Trust me, though, you won't be able to miss it." Stone gave him a mocking, mirthless smile. "You claim not to be concerned about what I'm doing. But if that's so, then why did you bother to leave me your little messages?" He indicated his old leather briefcase, stuffed now with stacks of notes from his research with Ward and Eddie. "You're wrong, you know. Detective Cheng's death isn't my fault. If you think you're going to paralyze me with guilt over what you've done, you're quite deluded, and you don't know me very well." The man shrugged one bony shoulder. "It doesn't matter. It is your fault, Dr. Stone, whether you want to accept it or not. If you hadn't decided to poke your nose into my business, your friend the detective would still be alive. It's not as if he had any chance of getting anywhere. The police have nothing. No fingerprints, no evidence, no leads. Of course they don't. You have managed to figure out one thing, and I'll give you that one for free. They'll never catch my agents." "Because they don't exist," Stone said. "Because you're forming them as you need them somehow." "Somehow," the man agreed. "You don't have the faintest idea how, but you've got the general thrust." "That was you the other night, buggering up a good Pink Floyd song, wasn't it?" "Of course. I had a faint hope that my associates might be able to dissuade you from your activities, but I can see you're quite stubborn. No matter, my plan will proceed whether you're on the case or not, and it won't make a bit of difference." Stone gripped the glass. "Then why kill Cheng? If you don't consider me a threat, then why would you take the trouble to send me a direct message?" "I wanted to see how clever you are. If you could even figure out the message and what you'd do if you did. Most mages are cowards. I've known many of them over the years, killed many of them over the years, and I thought you might be one of them." "Sorry to disappoint you," Stone said. "Go right ahead and underestimate me. You won't be the first, and you probably won't be the last. Feel free to follow along. I don't mind an audience. What should I call you, by the way?" The man smiled, showing white teeth with the hints of points. "Come now, Dr. Stone. You don't think it will be that easy, do you?" "No, I suppose not, but I've got to call you something. Let's see." He tilted his head at the man, studying him for a long moment. "I think I'll call you Archie." "Archie?" For just a second, the man seemed genuinely confused. "He was a boy I went to school with back in my boarding school days. You remind me of him. Smarmy little wanker and quite the bully. Yes, that will do just fine, I think. Archie it is, unless you want to give me a better suggestion. The red pinpoints in the man's eyes flared. Be careful, Stone. I could kill you where you sit if you stop entertaining me. Go on, then. Stone spread his hands and leaned back in his chair. Archie stood. He was tall, at least 2 or 3 inches taller than Stone, 6'2", and almost skeletally thin in his long black coat. For a moment he loomed over Stone, but then took a step back and made a mocking bow. I'll bid you good night now, Dr. Stone. I'm glad we had this chat, and you'd best hope your rudeness doesn't get another of your little friends killed. Perhaps the gray-haired woman who likes cats, or your dark-skinned drinking buddy. You'll never know, will you? You'll just have to wait and see what I do next. He turned to leave, then stopped and turned back. Remember, I'll be watching you. I've got big plans for you, but not just yet. Stone watched him sweep out of the room, focusing his magical sight in an attempt to get a reading from him as he left. But it was as if the man didn't exist. He noted that nobody else had seemed to notice him despite his unusual clothing. As soon as he disappeared through the doorway leading out to the front part of the pub, Stone got up and hurried after him. He was gone, just as Stone expected. Chapter 28. All right, Stone. Gus, the cheerful old barman who'd been pouring them pints all night, looked up from where he'd been clearing glasses from a table. The front room was nearly deserted now, most of the pub-goers having already left for home. Without the swell of voices to take the edge off them, the bouncy pop music and the football highlights rose from background noise to battle with each other in a jangling cacophony. Fine, Stone said. He scanned the room in case Archie was lurking in the shadow somewhere. Gus, did you see someone leave just now? He'd have come out of the back room. Gus's brow furrowed. Don't think so, he said. Just now? Tall, thin chap in a long black coat? Sounds like you, Doc, he said, tilting his head and making a show of taking in Stone's jeans, black t-shirt, and the long black overcoat he carried over his arm. So, nobody went out the front door in the last couple minutes? Stone asked, ignoring that. Nope. Last I saw leave were old Rog and his latest tart about 15 minutes ago. He shrugged. Your bloke might have slipped out when I wasn't looking, but it's been right slow out here. I'd have noticed somebody like that. All right, thanks. Good to see you, Gus. You should come by more often. Ain't the same without you lot tearing it up in the back till all hours. I'll see about it. Want me to call you a cab? No, thanks. Need to clear my head a bit. Think I'll walk to the tube station. See you later, Gus. He slipped his coat on and pushed open the door. Outside, the narrow street was quiet. As the door closed behind him and cut off the last of the sound from inside the pub, Stone paused a moment to glance left and right. He didn't truly expect to see Archie slinking away in the shadows, but that didn't stop him from checking. All along both sides, the other businesses were closed and dark. Only the pub's brightly lit sign, a few flickering streetlights, and the far-off headlights of an occasional meandering car on a cross street pierced the blackness. Odd. I don't remember it being this quiet. Later than I thought, I guess. He jammed his hands into his pockets and started off in the direction of the tube station. Good thing he decided not to take a cab, since none were in evidence. Ah, well, he really could do with a little head clearing, and the 3-block walk to the Manor House station would be good for him. He'd take the train back to Holmbury and be back in Palo Alto with enough time to have another look at the sheaf of notes in his briefcase. Almost unconsciously, he picked up his pace, glancing around as he walked, looking for any sign of other people. Aside from the distant headlights moving back and forth, he saw no one. No late-night groups of tipsy friends weaving home from a night of tossing back pints and watching the matches. No couples meandering along on their way back from a date. Not even any homeless people sifting through bins looking for anything they could use. "Hey!" called a voice. Stone jerked, startled. The voice came from above him, off to his left. He looked up to see a shadowy figure of an old woman leaning out the open window above a shuttered cigarette shop. He stopped. He couldn't see her clearly, but he got a brief glimpse of deep wrinkles, unkempt gray hair pulled back into a messy ponytail, and a tiny, glittering dark eye. "Yes?"
"You're going the wrong way, you know."
Her creaky voice sounded as if she didn't use it often. Great, the nutters are out. "Thanks," he said, and started off again.
"I'm telling you, that's the wrong way. You should turn back now."
He stopped. "How can I be going the wrong way when you don't even know where I'm headed?"
"Doesn't matter,"
she said. She leaned out a little more. The right side of her face, which had been obscured before, bore a deep, angry scar that ran from her forehead down to her jaw. The scar cut through where her other eye had been, leaving a shadowy crater.
"What's your hurry? Why don't you come in and have some tea with me?"
She smiled, revealing crooked, stained teeth, then broke into a fit of coughing, bringing a cloth to her lips. "That's quite all right, thank you." He kept going.
"Well, fuck you then!"
Her voice changed instantly from wheedling to shrill. Something soft and wet smacked him in the back of the head, and he whirled. The old woman was glaring at him now with her single dark eye, her lips twisted into a sneer.
"Fuck you, you high and mighty bastard! I tried to warn you, I did."
Stone glanced down at what she'd hit him with, and his stomach lurched. The rag she'd been coughing into lay there, sodden with blood and gods knew what else. He backed away, putting a hand to the back of his head where the thing had hit him. It came away damp. He swallowed hard and hurried off, out of range, in case she had any other grotesque missiles to chuck his way.
"Fuck ya!"
she called, even louder, followed by the sound of shutters slamming closed. Stone stopped, heart pounding with anger and disgust. He'd run into some crazy people in his many years of prowling the London streets, especially late at night, but this was the first time anyone had ever flung a blood-soaked rag at his head. He glanced around to make sure nobody else was watching him from upper levels, then picked up his pace again until he was almost jogging. The near-deserted street unnerved him more than he expected. Suddenly he wanted to be where lights and other people, normal people, were, and to find a bathroom where he could get that horrible old woman's muck out of his hair. At least the last vestiges of his night's buzz had melted away. He didn't see anyone else until he reached the cross street that would take him to the station. Still no cars. Oddly, the far-off headlights seemed as far away as ever. Perhaps it was a trick of the light, or of his jangled mental state after his chat with Archie and his encounter with old Bloody Mary back there. No matter, he could see the tube station's familiar red and blue logo up ahead. Just another block, and he'd be on the train back home. He gripped his briefcase tighter and kept walking. Up ahead, two young men slouched in an alleyway. One leaned casually against the wall, one leg bent so he could rest his foot against the bricks. The other was in front of him, hands jammed into the pockets of a shapeless jacket, and the glowing stub of a cigarette poking from between his lips. "Got smoke, mate?" the first one asked as Stone grew closer. They both eyed him up and down as if he were something good to eat. "Sorry." He continued past, ready to act if they came after him. "Don't be an idiot. Why would they come after you? They just asked you for a cigarette. Pull yourself together." They didn't move as he passed, except to turn their heads to watch him go. Their expressions were oddly detached and impassive now, as if they were observing some mildly interesting scientific experiment. They were there again, at the next alley. Same guys, same slouched positions, same glowing stub of a butt and shapeless jacket. "Got smoke, mate?" the first guy asked again, in the exact same tone he'd used before. The other one smiled. He had the same teeth as Bloody Mary, crooked and stained. Something crawled at the back of Stone's neck, and his disgust this time was not at the two men, but at himself. Archie. Archie was still messing with him. It had to be. He shifted to magical sight and focused on the two men, expecting to see the same lack of aura that he'd seen on the things back at the construction site. But no. Both men's auras, one gold, one green, shimmered around them just as he might have expected if they were normal, non-supernatural humans. The one with the cigarette tilted his head. "Something wrong, mate? You got a smoke or not?" the other one asked. What the hell was going on? Stone stumbled forward, away from them, half expecting them to reappear in front of him again. They weren't Archie's strange dust constructs. Those didn't have auras. He spun back around to look at them again. Both of them were still there, but on closer inspection, they didn't look anything like the two he'd seen before. Both of those had been white, while one of these was East Asian and the other was black. Neither had cigarettes, and both wore hooded sweatshirts, not jackets. They watched him with sideways glances, their expressions suggesting he might be the nutter here. Stone ignored them and kept going. Perhaps he'd had more to drink than he thought. He'd lost track of how many pints Gus had brought him while he caught up on old times with Eddie and Ward. He was well practiced at holding his liquor, but he hadn't taken the last few days' stress into consideration. "I have got to get home. I'll sleep it off for a few hours before I get back to it." He descended the stairs into the station, passing a few hunched figures on their way up and out. The familiar sounds and smells, muffled announcements, the far-off rumble of trains, dampness, the tart odors of various kinds of food, calmed him, and he slowed his headlong pace. Off to his left, he passed by a young busker playing guitar with a case open in front of him and a tiny dog lying huddled at his feet. He recognized the song, but not by name. Some energetic pop tune that seemed to be everywhere nowadays. But the busker played it slowly and in an odd key, making it sound macabre. Stone tossed a handful of coins into the case. When the man met his eyes and nodded thanks, he had the same glittering eyes and stained teeth as the old woman. What the hell is going on? Stone hurried forward again and didn't look back. He scanned the sparse crowd with magical sight, noting the riot of colorful nimbuses, some bright, some dimmer, shining around each person. Nothing out of the ordinary. He spun. The young busker was still there, but now she was a woman with blonde hair. No dog lay next to her, and she played the flute, not the guitar. Her aura was bright pink. Stone's head pounded now. He waved his card at the machine, pushed through the turnstile, and made a sharp right, out of the small but growing crowd. Pressing his hand against the tiled wall, he braced himself, closed his eyes, and took a series of deep breaths. There's nothing going on. Everything's fine. You've had too much to drink. Just get yourself home. He stuck the briefcase under his arm and rubbed at the back of his neck with his other hand, trying to ease the knot that had settled there, wincing as his fingers touched the stiff patch, dried now, where the old woman had hit him with the bloody rag. Suddenly, he couldn't stand the thought of it any longer. He had to do something about it. Spotting a men's room nearby, he strode toward it. If he missed the next train, so be it. Another one would be along soon. Inside, he headed to a vacant sink and bent over it, scooping water in his hand and rubbing at the back of his hair as an old man eyed him with suspicion from 2 sinks over. He rinsed his hand and pinkish water gurgled down the drain. All around him, other men went about their business, ignoring him as they hurried on their way. It didn't take long for the water to run clear again. He stood there a moment, briefcase under his arm and clutching the edge of the sink, staring at his reflection in the cracked, pitted mirror. Aside from some deep black circles under his eyes, he looked about like he'd expected, which was a relief. The water ran down his neck, sending shivers down his back, but there was no helping that. The paper towel dispenser hung open and empty on the wall, its front covered in graffiti. He ran his hand back through his hair and started toward the door. The door wasn't there. The place where he'd entered the restroom was now a blank, tiled wall, cracked and defaced with more colorful graffiti. For a moment, he thought he saw more of the sigils from the murder scenes, but then he blinked a couple of times and the scrawls resolved themselves into the usual scribbled tags. "All right, mate." He spun. The old man who'd been watching him before was now regarding him with concern. Sorry, the old man said, raising both hands in a clear, "Stay away from me, I'm not a threat" gesture. "You just looked a bit adrift." "Bit too much to drink," Stone mumbled. He almost asked the man where the exit had gone, but then he spotted it, on the other side of the restroom. How the hell had it gotten over there? Or had it been there all along, and he'd just been so preoccupied he'd gotten himself turned around? He checked out the old man, who glowed with a flickering blue-green aura. "I need to get home, now." "Sorry," he said, and pushed past the man toward the exit. As he reached it, the familiar "Way Out" sign above it flickered and morphed until it read, "No way out." "Archie, damn you, if this is your doing." He shoved open the door and dashed out, trying to focus his thoughts. If Archie was messing with his head, he had to throw it off. He had to concentrate. A sudden horn blared, so loud it physically stunned him for a second, and a bright light dazzled his eyes, nearly blinding him. His whole world erupted into sound and light and confusion. The horn blared again, closer. He glanced down and spotted rails beneath his feet. He had a bare second to think, why the hell did the restroom let out onto the tracks? Before the train hit him. Time slowed, stretched, warped. Most people don't ever get to experience the reality of the expression, "hit him like a train." But at that moment, Stone's thought processes ground to a crawl, making sure he felt every split second of the process. He'd been standing a little sideways, so the speeding wall of metal struck him first in the shoulder and upper arm. Pain lit up, rising until it wasn't even pain anymore. His brain didn't have words to describe the actual sensation. His arm broke first, then his shoulder. Blood flew from somewhere, making an artsy Peckinpah-style spray that mixed with the graffiti on the side of the wall. Idly, as if he were watching an old-style film reel spinning out, he traced the arc of his briefcase as it flew from his flailing hand through the air, though he didn't see it land because by then he was falling. The only way he knew he was screaming was that he felt his jaw stretch as the shriek tore from his throat. The actual sound was lost amid the screeching brakes and the horn's solid wall blare. By then, the train's inexorable forward motion, don't care how slow it was going, can't stop something that heavy that fast, was crushing his legs beneath it. More blood flew up and pattered back down upon him. His wildly careening thoughts fixed for a second on old Bloody Mary and her disgusting missile. He'd been in such a hurry to wash off that small bit of blood, and now this. It would never come out. He'd have to get a new coat. Would they find Raider? The poor creature would starve since nobody could get past his wards to find him. There was no pain now. Everything was numb. His mind drifted. His lower body must be near liquefied, but it didn't matter anymore because he could no longer feel it. The train rumbled forward, slower, as if it knew its prey had no chance of escape. He'd never track down Archie now. This was how it ended. Wait. Archie. Goddamn bloody Archie. Stone clamped his eyes shut. No! Archie, you fucking bastard, this is not happening. Give it up. It was a nice try, but you can bugger right the hell off now. He didn't know if he yelled it or only thought it. All he knew was that he believed it. No, that wasn't correct. He didn't believe it. Belief wasn't enough. He knew it. He opened his eyes without hesitation. The station was gone. The train, the blood, all gone. The blare of the horn and the shriek of the brakes, gone. He sat slumped over the scarred wooden table in the back room of the Dancing Dragon, one hand clutching his briefcase, the other clamped in a white-knuckled death grip around his empty pint glass. "All right, Stone." Gus stood in the doorway, a rag in one hand and an odd, tentative look on his weathered face, looking as if he were deciding whether to disturb Stone's slumber. "About to close up. Can I call you a cab?" Stone let go of the glass and pushed himself up. He was sure his expression was more than a little crazed, but he didn't give a damn. He nodded. "Thanks, Gus. I'll take you up on that." "Take that, Archie, you mind-buggering twat." As he followed a confused Gus out to the front and waited for the cab to arrive, his head pounded. His stomach roiled along with the vivid half-memories of Archie's illusion, and he had to brace himself against the bar to keep from staggering. None of that mattered, though. Not at all, because, damn it, he felt good. "Gus." The barman finished talking to the cab company and hung up the phone. "Yeah, cab'll be here directly." "Thanks, Gus. Did you see anyone come out of the back room? Tall chap, long black coat. Or perhaps see him back there sitting at my table?" "Didn't see nobody, mate. I checked on you a couple of times, but you looked like you was thinking hard about something, so I left you alone." "Why?" Stone waved him off. Never mind, it's nothing." Chapter 29. When Stone got to campus Monday, he had voicemail waiting in his office. He'd spent most of Sunday catching up on sleep. It wasn't by choice. He'd planned to spend the day on some reading and research, but apparently the vivid sensation of being crushed by a train had a stronger effect on his psyche than he'd anticipated. Raider had nearly pounced on him when he'd arrived home, fixing him with a "Where have you been?" expression that would have made him feel guilty if he hadn't been so wiped out. Despite the fact that it was only 7 o'clock in California, he barely took the time to scoop the cat's litter box, not a pleasant task after nearly 2 days, and top up his food and water dishes before trudging upstairs and falling into bed. Surprisingly, Raider hadn't committed any obvious acts of destruction, though Stone suspected he'd find more subtle examples when he had time to check more thoroughly. When he woke from his deep, dreamless slumber late Saturday afternoon, he found the cat curled up on his pillow next to his head. Maybe the little beast wasn't so bad after all. The message at his office was from Maria Alvarez, and she'd left it Sunday evening. "I've got something for you about your construction site," she said. "Let me know if you can meet for lunch tomorrow, and I'll give you the details. Faculty club sound all right?" He checked his calendar and found he had a meeting with Mortensen, but called to reschedule it. Archie couldn't wait any longer. The faster he got to the bottom of where this spirit, or demon, or whatever the hell it was had come from, the sooner he could start working on how to get rid of it. At least Archie hadn't killed anybody else while he was gone. At least, not that he knew of. He had a hard time concentrating on his morning lectures, and showed up at the Stanford Faculty Club 15 minutes early. "I hope you've got something good," he said, when Maria arrived shortly after. "Well, I guess that depends on what you were looking for. It's interesting, anyway, in an academic way." They got their food and settled at a small table near the window, overlooking the red-tiled courtyard. and Maria pulled her briefcase into her lap and removed a folder. "Since you told me about the box you were interested in, I confine my research to more than 100 years ago, and concentrate on anything to do with the church. It looks like that entire area belonged to the Catholic Church back then. There's a mission in Milpitas, but it didn't really get going until the late 1880s. Before that, the church ministered to the local Native American and Mexican population, but it was more spread out." Stone nodded. That didn't surprise him, but it was nice to have it confirmed. "Any idea what that box might have been? It looked too small to be a cremation urn." "They didn't cremate their dead back then," she said. "Maybe it was buried with someone? Though it seems unlikely since you didn't say anything about bodies being dug up. That would have been all over the news anyway, plus they'd never have been allowed to continue with the construction." Stone said. "And they had cemeteries near churches, right? Holy ground and all that?" "Usually," she confirmed. "But we're talking about a period where they didn't even really have churches in the area yet." She pulled a photocopy from her briefcase and slid it across the table. "Before the mission was built up here, they used to have a thing called a penitencia, which was a small adobe building where the priests from the nearby churches could go to hear the locals' confessions. There's even a creek in the area named after it." Stone skimmed the article. "Do you know where this place was?" "Nobody knows for sure. The prevailing thought is that it was somewhere near the creek, but that still covers a pretty big area." Stone said again. He hadn't brought a map showing the location of the construction site, and had no idea if any creeks were nearby. "Let's say, for the sake of argument, that the box was buried at the location of this... what do you call it again?" "Penitencia." Penitencia. That would be considered holy ground, right?" She shrugged, smiling. "Maybe. Hey, I'm Catholic on paper, but I haven't been to Mass since I was a teenager. If you want my advice, I'd go talk to the folks at one of the big churches, maybe the one in downtown San Jose. The church keeps a lot of historical records, so they might be able to give you more information." "Not a bad idea. Did you find anything about the box?" "Still working on that. I've got a couple of calls out, but they haven't come back yet. I'll let you know if they do." "I appreciate it, Maria." He nodded at the paper. "May I keep this?" "Sure. Sorry I didn't find any massacres or mass murderers or anything this time." In truth, Stone was sorry, too. That would have made the whole thing a lot easier, especially if it meant he could track down news stories with names in them. But if somebody had buried Archie's heart beneath holy ground, while also including a cross carved with Enochian protective enchantments, that meant a few things he'd suspected were probably true. First, it all but confirmed that Archie had been here before, and Maria's research had narrowed down the time frame. Second, that whoever had defeated him the first time had to possess some heavy-duty magical chops. Had one or more of the priests in the area been practitioners? That was going to be a hard one to question anybody at the modern-day church about, given its current attitudes about magic. For that matter, had the person or people who'd put Archie down even been working in conjunction with the church? It was an outside possibility that he was looking at one or more rogue mages who'd operated outside the church's purview, or perhaps even without its knowledge. You didn't have to be a formal member of a church to be a devout believer, and mages had good reasons to stay away from organized religion, especially back in the days when it wasn't uncommon for witches to be put to death without trial. Either way, it appeared that all current roads pointed toward Archie having some connection, however tenuous, to the church. That meant he'd need to have at least one uncomfortable conversation, and the sooner he did it, the better. Chapter 30. The big church in downtown San Jose, Stone soon found out, was the Cathedral Basilica of St. Joseph on Market Street. He drove down that afternoon following his office hour, discovered that trying to find parking in downtown San Jose on a weekday afternoon was a nightmare, and eventually ended up heading back on foot after finding an empty space nearly 4 blocks away. As he entered the church through the open front door, he was reminded once again of the gap between his native home's cultural perceptions and those of his adopted one. The basilica was a beautiful building, to be sure, large and impressive by California standards. But Stone had grown up in and around London, in the shadow of St. Paul's Cathedral, Westminster Abbey, and other world-renowned and historically important houses of worship. Even as an avowed agnostic, his interest in history and the supernatural meant he'd spent his fair share of time in many of these old cathedrals. He smiled, wondering what Aubrey would think if he could see him now. The old caretaker, a lifelong Anglican, had made numerous attempts to interest Stone in giving the faith a try, mostly back when Stone had been a child and young teenager before he'd begun his apprenticeship. Aubrey still dropped hints occasionally during the rare times when Stone came home for longer than a day or so, inviting him along to Sunday services. So far it hadn't taken. He'd relented once, shortly after his father had been killed, but almost instantly found his mind wandering during the service, in favor of examining the intricate artwork on the ceiling and the stained glass windows, and speculating about the history of the people buried beneath its floor. Aubrey hadn't said anything, but it was more than 10 years before he'd offered another invitation. The cavernous nave was lit only by the afternoon sun streaming in through the large stained-glass windows, illuminating a holy water font and rows of pews flanking a central aisle. Stone spotted a few people sitting interspersed among the pews. Mostly individuals, but a few couples and mothers with small children as well. His footsteps rang softly on the inlaid wooden floor. He paused for a moment, realizing once again that he didn't have the faintest idea what to do now that he was here. Perhaps he should have called ahead and requested an appointment. But what would he have said? Yes, I'd like to talk to a priest about a piece of land somewhere. I think a demon might have been awakened by a construction guy digging a hole. Yes, that would have gone over great. Probably better to do it in person. It took him a bit of asking around, but eventually he found someone who could point him at one of the priests who wasn't busy. He followed the woman down a hallway, and she knocked on an office door. "Father Reed, someone here to see you." Stone wasn't sure what he thought a priest's office would look like, but somehow he thought it would be more ecclesiastical. Sure, a few trappings fit, the large crucifix on one wall, a framed painting of the Virgin Mary on another, but mostly it just looked like the kind of place where work got done. The stacks of books on the desk and overflowing wooden bookshelf reminded him of his own office back at Stanford. The man behind the desk looked up and smiled, removing a pair of wire-rimmed reading glasses and closing the book he'd been reading. "Welcome," he said, standing and offering his hand. "I'm Father Reed. How may I help you?" He was perhaps 50, with dark, graying hair and an open, friendly face. He wore a black, short-sleeved shirt over a clerical collar. Stone shook hands. "Hello, Father Alastair Stone. I work up at Stanford, and, well, I've got a few questions for you, if you have a moment." He offered his business card. Father Reed studied it. "Department of Occult Studies, that's one I hadn't heard of." He didn't look at Stone as if he shouldn't be here. In fact, he didn't even seem disturbed by the idea. That was something. "Not surprised, we're quite small. Why don't we walk?" Reed came around the desk and indicated the door. "I was about to go get a cup of coffee. Would you like one?" Stone couldn't decide whether Reed was serious or just wanted to get him out of his office, but he supposed it didn't matter. "Yes, that would be nice, thank you." As the priest exited the office, Stone caught a quick look at him with magical sight. His aura was a strong, pulsing gold. Reed headed off down the hall, moving at a leisurely pace. "So, what can I do for you, Dr. Stone?" Well... Stone considered how to phrase his question so as not to raise Reed's suspicion about his motives. "I understand the church keeps records regarding land it used to own. I'm interested in finding out about a particular area for a project I'm working on." Reed nodded. "There are indeed extensive records about that sort of thing. What area are you talking about, and why do you want to know, if I may ask?" He pushed open a door and waved Stone inside. It was a break room, much like every other one of its type Stone had ever been in. A counter on one side had a couple of coffee makers, a bowl of fruit, and a microwave. Next to it were a refrigerator and a small vending machine. A young woman stood at the microwave, waiting for something to finish cooking. Stone waited until Father Reed got 2 cups of coffee and headed for the farthest of the 3 tables scattered around the room. Near another bookshelf and an elaborately framed print of the Last Supper. "It's an area in Milpitas," he said. He pulled a map from his briefcase and spread it on the table, indicating the area in question. "It's a construction site now, but a colleague at Stanford tells me it used to belong to the church." Reed examined the area. "I'd need to check our records, but given where it is, wouldn't be at all surprised if that used to be church property. Not any time recently, though. What time period are we talking about?" Mid to late 1800s, probably." "Yes, quite possible, then," he said. "We didn't have a mission in that area, but there was still a heavy church presence to minister to the local population." He tilted his head. "If you don't mind me asking, Dr. Stone, why do you want to know this? Does occult studies include the study of the church?" "Not per se." Stone regarded him for a moment. He seemed like a reasonable guy, and so far his aura hadn't wavered. "Father." He pulled the photo of the stone box recovered from Dennis Avala's house from his briefcase, along with the one showing the wooden cross and its Enochian carvings. He'd made second copies of them, cropping them down and removing everything that made them look like police photos. "Have you ever seen something like either of these?" Reed took the photos, holding one in each hand. He focused on them a lot longer than he had the map, and when he looked up, his expression was thoughtful. "Where did you get these, Dr. Stone?" "From a colleague." There wasn't a lie. He and Johnny Cheng had been colleagues of sorts. They thought I'd be interested in them due to the odd carvings on the box and the cross. Have you ever seen anything like that?" "Does your colleague have these items?" "Careful, he's sharp." "No, only the photos. In fact, part of why I wanted to find out about the area in Milpitas is that I'm trying to track them down, and I think they might have originated in the area. So, have you?" Reed examined the photos for almost another full minute, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two. Finally, he put the photo of the box on the table. "I've seen things like this before. It's not local craftsmanship. By that I mean the Native American and Mexican people who lived in the area. Their art styles are very different. This is obviously quite old, and it looks like it had been buried for a long time. But the craftsmanship is beautiful. I'd say it was hand-carved by an artisan, and almost certainly one who belonged to the church." "Do you have any idea what it's used for?" Stone leaned forward. "Does it have a specific purpose?" "Not a specific one, no. Though those I've seen were often used to house sacred objects or other items with spiritual significance." Stone nodded. "What about the cross? Do you recognize the carvings?" Reed pulled his reading glasses from his pocket and settled them into place, pulling the second photo closer. "Yes, but I can't read them." The fact that he even knew what they were surprised Stone. "What do you think they are?" "They're crude, but they look to be an ancient language called Enochian. It's reputed to be the language of the angels." He looked over his glasses at Stone. "I'm surprised you didn't know that, given your occupation. Or perhaps," he added, tilting his head, "you did know that." It was almost, but not quite, a question. Stone inclined his head. "Touché. I didn't know if the church still taught about Enochian. It's fallen out of favor as a topic of study in the last few decades." "Can you read it, Dr. Stone?" "I can, yes." "Would you be willing to share your knowledge?" Stone paused. This conversation was going in an entirely different direction than he'd planned, but Father Reed had still shown no signs of being put off by it. Perhaps he'd found one of the rare clergymen who didn't find talk of the occult disturbing, or at least was willing to view it with an open mind. "Let me ask you a question first, Father, if I may." He glanced over toward the young woman who was the only other occupant of the room. She sat at the table farthest from them, eating something from a plastic container with a book open in front of her. He dropped his volume so his voice didn't carry. "Do you have any experience dealing with Demons. Demons? Reed didn't drop his volume. The young woman glanced up, then quickly returned to her book as if embarrassed to have overheard them. Stone waited. "Well," Reed said carefully after a moment, "I think you'll need to be more specific, Dr. Stone. Do you believe in them? Would you mind telling me why you're asking this? We've moved quite a distance from questions about former church property." Stone nodded toward the photo at the cross. "You asked me what the Enochian script read. It's a warning, Father. Since, from what I understand, the cross was found inside the box, I believe the Enochian message was included as a warning to beware of whatever else was inside, and possibly as an attempt to ward against its power, or keep it contained." "And you think the box contained a demon?" Reed frowned. "Dr. Stone, no, nothing like that." Stone lied. Apparently he'd reached the end of the father's willingness to consider the supernatural. "I teach occult studies. I don't, as you Americans say, drink the Kool-Aid. I don't even believe in demons. This is all purely academic. But given that I think the people who created the box and carved the cross did believe, I'm examining all possible research paths to help me understand what might be going on here." Reed gave him a long look as if trying to gauge any ulterior motives. "As you probably know, the church does on occasion have to deal with demonic entities. But it's not common, and if you're envisioning something like The Exorcist, well, I won't say it doesn't happen. Exorcists do exist, and they do grapple with cases of demonic possession, but there aren't many of them left, and most of them are quite old. It's not a doctrine that's universally accepted these days, and not a calling popular with the younger members of the clergy." "But what about whenever this thing was created?" Stone pointed at the box photo. "Do you think this might be connected with an exorcist?" "I couldn't begin to say, Dr. Stone." Father Reed took a deep breath. Suddenly, he didn't look like he was enjoying the conversation any longer. "I won't rule it out, of course, and should you happen to find out where the box and the cross are located, I'd be very interested in seeing them in person. They certainly look as if they belong with the church." He finished off his coffee and stood, glancing at his watch. "I hope I've answered at least some of your questions satisfactorily. I do apologize, but I have an appointment in a few minutes." "Of course." It was clear to Stone that he wasn't going to get anything else out of Father Reed. At least not now. "You have my card if you happen to think of anything. If you do, I'd very much appreciate the call. If I do, I will certainly contact you." Reed offered his hand again, and Stone shook it. "Thank you for coming by, Dr. Stone." Stone mulled over his new information as he walked the 4 blocks back to his car. If the church had indeed owned the land where the box had been found, it was beginning to sound as if someone, either a clergyman or someone else knowledgeable enough to realize that imprisoning Archie's heart in the box and interring it on holy ground would be sufficient to keep him under wraps, perhaps indefinitely, had been behind it. Whether this person, or persons, had been magically talented or merely highly devout was still up in the air, and he didn't think at this point he'd be able to find out which was true. If only he could get his hands on the box or the cross. They had to be somewhere, but now that he no longer had Johnny Cheng to consult with, his chances of finding out where had been diminished significantly. His best bet was Maria Alvarez. She could be pretty damn tenacious when on the trail of some interesting artifact relevant to her areas of study. If she could manage to get some time with it, he was sure he could persuade her to let him at least take a look. He got back to his office a little after 5. Hubbard, Mortensen, and even Laura, the admin, had left by then, so aside from an anthropology professor at the end of the hall holding a late office hour, he had the place to himself. He glanced at the paper to make sure there weren't any new murders and noticed his voicemail light was on. Still skimming the headlines, he used magic to shut the door and then hit the button. The first 4 messages were the typical stuff from students wanting to meet with him or asking questions about upcoming exams. The 5th was from Mortensen, wanting to schedule a meeting for next week. He let them wash over him, jotting down the occasional note, but not really paying attention. The sixth message was a female voice he didn't recognize. "Dr. Stone? You don't know me, but my name's Grace Ruiz. You were talking to Father Reed today. I'm sorry I eavesdropped, but I had to tell you this. I know it's going to sound weird, but if you're trying to find out about demons, well, you shouldn't. Please, I don't think you realize how dangerous it could be. Could I talk to you? I'll try calling back tomorrow during the day. Please, listen to me though. Stay away from it." The line went dead. Stone stared at the phone, only then realizing that he was gripping the paper so tightly that his fingers had torn holes in it. Grace Ruiz. Like hell. He flung the paper at the trash can across the room. It slammed into the wall and landed on the floor next to the receptacle as he shoved his chair back and got up, fist still clenched. "Archie, you bastard," he murmured under his breath. "You might have fooled me once, but it won't happen again." Chapter 31. True to her word, Grace Ruiz, or whoever the hell she was, called just after noon the next day. "Stone," he snapped when he answered, unable to keep the sharp edge out of his voice. He'd already startled 2 students and Mortensen with it on earlier calls. "Dr. Stone?" It was the same voice as the one on his voicemail. "This is Grace Ruiz. I left you a message last night." She sounded tentative, nervous. "Listen," he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "I don't know who you are or what you want. No, wait, actually, I do. I know exactly what you want, Archie. I might have fallen for your little trick before, but you won't fool me again, I told you. You're not going to frighten me off this." There was a long pause. "Archie? I'm sorry, but I don't know who that is. Is this Dr. Stone?" He sighed. "All right, fine. I'll play it your way for the moment. Just so you know you're not fooling anyone. What did you say your name was again?" "Maria Graciela Ruiz. You can call me Grace. I was at St. Joseph's yesterday in the break room while you were talking to Father Reed." Stone did vaguely remember seeing someone else in the room, but he hadn't paid much attention to her. "All right. Did you need something from me?" Another long pause, then a swallow. "Like I said on the message, I know this is going to sound really weird. Would there be any chance I could meet with you in person? It's hard to do this on the phone." "Meet with me about what?" "You're the Dr. Stone who was working with the police about those murder cases, aren't you?" Stone frowned. It had been long enough since his photo had been published that he didn't think anyone who didn't know him would have remembered it. Of course, if this was Archie trying to deceive him again, of course he'd use that. "Listen, Miss Ruiz, or whatever your name is. I think you'd best not call me anymore. I don't know what you want, but I can't help you." "I know that." She swallowed again. "I think I can help you. I just don't want to see you get hurt." "Hurt? By what?" The pause stretched out for nearly 30 seconds, until Stone thought perhaps she'd broken the connection. Finally, she said in a soft, resolute tone, "Demons." Now it was his turn to pause. "Demons?" "Yes." "You think I'm in danger from demons?" "Dr. Stone, I know it sounds crazy. I know you don't believe me, but I really need to talk to you. If you're messing with something you don't understand, your life could be in danger." "And how do you know this?" Could we meet? Like I said, this is really hard to do on the phone." He considered. This could well be Archie trying to lure him off somewhere again. The thing, the demon, had already called him on the phone once, and had proven capable of getting around his mental shields, at least when he wasn't expecting it. But he was expecting it this time, and he had managed to break Archie's hold once he twigged to the fact that things weren't making sense. "Fine," he said. "We can meet, but I can't get away until this afternoon." "That's fine. This afternoon is good. I'm off at 3. Do you know where the San Pedro Street Market is?" Stone had passed it as he'd walked back to his car the previous day. "That's the one with all the food places?" "Yes. I'll meet you in there near the potato place. Does 4 o'clock work?" "Yes, I'll be there." And I'm warning you, if you are Archie and you've got anything planned, I'm ready for you this time. You won't find me such an easy mark. I don't know who Archie is, but I promise you I'm not him. Please, be careful, Dr. Stone. You have to take this seriously. I'll see you there. Stone hung up, more confused than ever. Assuming this girl was telling the truth and she wasn't Archie playing his tricks again, who was she? What had she been doing at the church, and what did she know about demons? She said she'd overheard him talking with Father Reed, or at least the part where he'd mentioned demons. Probably just some superstitious church volunteer, he decided. He didn't like handing off his afternoon class to a TA for such a flimsy reason, but at this point, at least until he'd heard back from Maria Alvarez, assuming he did, he had no guarantee she'd even find anything about the box and its current location. He had no more leads to follow. He was about to leave when someone knocked on his door. He opened it on a young man with close-cropped green hair wearing a black t-shirt and ripped jeans. "Hi, Dr. Stone," he said. "Sorry if I'm bothering you." No bother." Stone couldn't remember the kid's name, but he recognized him as one of the students from his Occult in America course. "I can't meet with you now, though. I was just heading out." "That's okay," he said. "It'll just take a second. I did your extra credit assignment, and I wanted to turn it in." He unslung his black, patch-covered backpack from his shoulder and unzipped it. "Which extra credit assignment?" Stone asked, frowning. "You know, the one about coming up with a supernatural explanation for those murders." He pulled a stapled sheaf of papers from a binder and offered it to Stone. "Most of it I just made up. I figured it could be something like intelligent zombies or ghouls or something like that. But I did find some stuff that looked like those symbols you put up on the board." Stone froze. "You did?" "Yeah, it looked pretty close anyway. I figured it was close enough to get credit." Stone flipped through the sheaf, skimming the text. Sure enough, toward the end were a series of hand-drawn symbols. One row consisted of the 3 Stone had written on the board the day he'd given the assignment, and 3 more rows beneath included several other different ones. They weren't well drawn, but they closely resembled sigils Stone, Eddie, and Ward had discovered in Eddie's research material the past weekend. "Excellent work. Where did you find these?" he asked, careful to keep his tone even and only mildly interested. "The library down at the Rosicrucian Museum? I remembered you mentioned it last quarter as a good place to find lots of weird occult texts, so I went down this weekend and poked around a little." Stone glanced at his watch. He'd need to leave soon if he was going to take care of a couple last-minute errands and get down to the meeting with Grace Ruiz early enough to scope the place out before she arrived. "Good job. I'll take a look at this in more detail later, but I've no doubt you'll get the extra credit. I'd like to take a look at the material where you found these. Can you tell me where it is?" "Sure, the titles are in the footnotes, but the books were kind of hard to find." He pulled out a piece of scratch paper and sketched a crude map of the library. "They were on the second shelf from the top over here, back in the corner. They were about demons and shit, or stuff like that. If they're the same, it sounds like the guy killing those people was trying to use demonology or something." "Yes, that was my thought too. A lot of nutters out in the world. Thank you, Mr." He glanced at the first page of the paper. "Mr. Lucas." "Yeah, no problem. See you in class tomorrow." Stone stood in his office doorway for a few moments, studying the sigils on the paper. He couldn't read them, but perhaps if he compared them against the notes he'd brought home from his session with Eddie and Ward, he might be able to make sense of them. Damn. Now he wished he hadn't agreed to meet with Grace Ruiz. He could head to the library now and track down the books. Ah, well. He'd get the meeting out of the way and do it after. He couldn't imagine it would take too long to politely listen to whatever crazy tale she told him and take his leave. Chapter 32. He got down to San Jose around 3:30, which gave him half an hour to make sure Archie hadn't posted any of his dust devils around the area before he had to meet Grace. Yes, he was probably being far too paranoid about the whole thing, but better a little paranoid than caught by surprise in a public place in the middle of the afternoon. The San Pedro street market was a series of small food stalls spread out inside two separate warehouse-like buildings, with an outdoor seating area in between and more communal tables inside. This time of the afternoon the place wasn't full. A few mothers with children, students, and downtown workers were spread out around the tables, but most were unoccupied. The workers at the food stalls wiped down the counters and tried not to look too bored. Aromas of all sorts of cuisines, Mexican, Asian, Indian, joined into a tantalizing mishmash. Stone took a slow, meandering path that led him around first one building and then the other, surreptitiously examining each person with magical sight to make sure everybody's aura was where it belonged. After Archie's little stunt back in London, he'd gotten into the habit of taking a few minutes each morning to beef up his already formidable mental defenses. The effort of maintaining them tired him some, but only in the same way you might get tired from concentrating too hard on something for too long. It wouldn't do him any permanent harm, and he was damned if he'd let Archie get under his skin again. After he finished his circuit, he returned to the area near the stall selling loaded potatoes. He found an out-of-the-way corner where he could keep an eye on the nearby seating and pulled up his disregarding spell. That way, he could see Grace come in and get a good look at her before revealing his presence. She arrived 5 minutes early, coming in through the side door closest to the potato stall. Stone studied her for a moment. She was definitely the same young woman who'd been in the break room during his chat with Father Reed. In her early 20s, she wore faded, flared jeans embroidered with colorful flowers, a pink t-shirt, and sneakers, and carried a small leather bag over one shoulder. Her long, dark hair was gathered into a neat ponytail. More importantly, though, her aura pulsed strong, mostly untroubled, and the same brilliant gold as Father Reed's. If this was Archie or one of his constructs, he'd stepped up his game. She paused a moment, looking around. When she spotted Stone, she smiled and made a tentative wave. Stone stared. She'd spotted him? That wasn't supposed to happen. Ah, well, his spell wasn't completely foolproof. Maybe the fact that she'd been specifically looking for him made it easier to see through. Either way, no point in lurking in the shadows any longer. He'd been made. He stepped out and headed in her direction. "Hello, Miss Ruiz." "Dr. Stone, thank you so much for coming. I know my phone call probably sounded really weird." Her voice was soft but strong, with a slight but obvious Spanish accent. "Really weird is my stock-in trade, Miss Ruiz. I'll admit to being curious about what you were talking about. You seemed quite adamant about reaching me." He indicated the general area with a gesture. "Would you like something? Cup of coffee or tea, perhaps?" "No, thanks. I won't take too much of your time." She pulled out a chair and sat at one end of the nearest table, pulling her bag in front of her. Stone took the seat across from her. Closer up, he noticed she wasn't wearing any makeup to enhance her plain but pleasant face, and a finely wrought silver crucifix hung around her neck on a delicate chain. "I've got nowhere to be for the rest of the afternoon. Take all the time you need. What's all this about demons?" "I know, you don't believe. That's okay, but—" Her hands played with the strap of her purse, but she met his gaze straight on. "Let me start at the beginning. You saw me at the church yesterday, right?" He nodded. "In the break room you were reading a book while I talked with Father Reed." "Yeah. I work at the church a few days a week, helping out with whatever needs to be done. Anyway, I'm sorry I overheard you. I don't usually eavesdrop. But then I heard Father Reed say something about demons. After you left, I copied your number from the card you gave him, while I was in his office to pick up some files. I saw what you do. Teaching about the occult." She paused. "Dr. Stone, do you mind if I ask you why you were asking about them?" "About demons?" She nodded. He didn't answer right away. "I'll answer your question if you'll answer mine. Why are you so concerned about it?" "You said on the phone you thought I was somebody named Archie. Who is Archie, and why did you think I was him?" Stone studied her with new interest. Despite her initial impression, Grace Ruiz was no shrinking violet. It seems, Miss Ruiz, that we're talking past each other. Obviously, you do believe in demons, and you're concerned about my getting involved with them. Why is that? Because I know they're real, she said simply, her dark brown eyes still fixed on him. And I know they're dangerous. People don't take them seriously anymore, and especially after I found out what you did for a job, I had to warn you. If you go looking for them, sometimes they find you, even if you don't believe. I don't want to see that happen to you. Again, Stone took a few seconds before answering. Grace Ruiz's aura remained strong and unwavering. Clearly, she believed everything she was telling him, and if she was another Archie illusion, even his increased scrutiny wasn't uncovering it. Well, he said at last, I don't think you have anything to worry about. I do appreciate the warning, but please, Dr. Stone. She leaned forward, gripping the table, her face full of concern. Please listen to me. I know it sounds crazy, but I know what I'm talking about, and, she added, her voice growing more tentative, I think maybe you might too. What do you mean by that? Stone frowned, taken aback by her fervor. Her golden aura flared bits of red. She was agitated, but was it by her inability to get through to him, or something else? Who is Archie? Is he a demon? Is he the one you're looking for? Miss Ruiz, is he? One hand went to her crucifix, her fingers caressing it as if for comfort. He let his breath out. Not exactly. This is all an academic exercise. I had some photographs of a couple of items I thought might be connected with the church, and some questions about previous church ownership of some land. I was hoping Father Reed would be able to answer them for me. There aren't any actual demons involved, real or imagined. He felt guilty lying to her, but the last thing he wanted to do was involve some devout young Catholic girl in his investigations. Not with the way Archie seemed to consider anybody connected to him to be fair game for his gruesome attacks. Do you mind if I ask what these items are? Clearly, she wasn't going to let up on her questioning. A box with carvings on it consistent with religious iconography, and a cross that was found inside the box. Have you ever heard of Enochian? She shook her head. It's an ancient language. Some say it's the language of the angels. The cross had a warning carved on it in Enochian, and I believe the people who put it in the box were trying to ward against something. Do you have this box and the cross? She asked. No, I only have photographs of them. Part of a research project I'm working on. He flashed her his best, reassuring smile. See? No real demons. Just research. She wasn't having any of it. Does this have anything to do with those murders? The ones you were consulting on? I read that some of the police thought they had occult involvement, but most of them didn't. The ones that did contacted you, right? Stone had forgotten she knew about that. Well, he said slowly. The one, actually. Only one detective thought the occult angle was worth pursuing, and my consultation with him didn't last long before the higher-ups terminated it. He was killed, she said, looking down at her hands. Once more, her right hand went to her crucifix, and she mouthed a few words. Then her gaze came up again. Do you think the same murderer killed him, Dr. Stone? You're very well informed about the case, Miss Ruiz. Any particular reason? I hardly think a gruesome series of murders would be of interest to someone like yourself. Her eyes flashed. Someone like myself? What do you mean by that? Because I'm young? Because I'm a woman? Because my faith is important to me? Wait, he said, holding up his hands in surrender. I'm sorry, I meant no insult. All I meant was that you don't seem the type to have the kind of prurient interest that attracts most people to following the details of grisly crimes. Do you believe in God, Dr. Stone? She asked abruptly. The question startled him. Not per se, he admitted. What do you mean? I don't believe the way you do. I don't follow any organized religion, but I'm also not willing to say there isn't something out there in the universe. Why? No reason, really. I'm not surprised, though. Many people don't these days, but I do. I know God is real, and He's all around us, looking out for us. And I also know that the devil and his forces are real. Stone leaned back in his chair. Ms. Ruiz, what is it you suggest I do? Stop my research? I'll remind you that researching the occult is my job. If I stopped every time I encountered something potentially frightening, I might as well take up waiting tables or driving a taxi. I think you should stay away from the demons. It's dangerous to seek them out. If you do, they will come. And you have no idea how horrible they can be. You're not prepared to deal with it. It almost sounds as if you speak from experience. She looked away. Stone sharpened his gaze. Ms. Ruiz? I don't want to talk about it, she said, still not looking at him. Just, please believe me. I beg you. You have experience with demons? He pressed. She stood up fast, shoving her chair back so it almost toppled over. The woman at the potato stall glanced over, startled. Yes, Grace said, glaring at Stone, her voice shaking. Yes, I do. My brother was possessed by a demon, and it was the most horrible thing I've ever seen in my life. I know you won't believe me, but I don't care. And I told you I don't want to talk about it. I should have known it was pointless to call you. Just please leave it alone and stop asking. She snatched up her purse and whirled to leave. Stone stood too. Miss Ruiz. She stopped but didn't turn back. Her golden aura roiled with agitation. What? He quickly pulled out another of his business cards and scribbled his mobile number on it. Please, I'm sorry I've upset you. I'll leave you alone, but please take this. If you want to talk again, you can reach me at this number. For several seconds she stood in the same position, shoulders rising and falling fast as if she were breathing hard, or perhaps trying to hold back tears. In a sudden movement, she spun, grabbed the card from his hand, and then strode off toward the exit. Stone watched her go, her aura trailing red flickers behind her. He glanced at the potato stall worker, who was looking at him with suspicion, then sighed and made a show of heading off in the opposite direction from where Grace had departed. Chapter 33. Stone thought about Grace Ruiz as he headed over to the Rosicrucian library. He wondered why she'd been so adamant to warn him off his hunt for Archie if she wasn't connected with the demon. He still wasn't completely convinced she wasn't, but his instincts, along with careful magical scrutiny now that he had a better idea what he was looking for, told him she was on the level. What had she meant about her brother being possessed by a demon? He wished he could have gotten more of the story. Even though he didn't believe in the Christian version of demons, he certainly had enough experience with various entities possessing humans that he had no problem believing what she'd told him. Probably best to just leave it alone now, though. The last thing he needed was another intriguing puzzle, especially one unrelated to his current investigation. Besides, Grace had made it fairly clear that she wouldn't welcome further communication from him. Maybe after he dealt with Archie, he could hunt her up and ask her again under less emotionally charged circumstances. The Rosicrucian Library was located in San Jose's Rose Garden area, a tiny building down a narrow, tree-lined walkway to one side of the Rosicrucian Egyptian Museum complex. It wasn't exactly hidden. It was open to the public, and a small sign near the center of the grounds pointed curious visitors in its direction. But compared to the displays of mummies, ancient Egyptian artifacts, and other intriguing antiquities in the main galleries, its collection of dusty tomes didn't attract too many people. Stone didn't mind this at all. Ever since he discovered it several years ago during a search for a long-forgotten bit of esoteric trivia, he'd come down here several times a year to examine their new acquisitions and take advantage of their well-stocked stacks, covering everything from ancient religion to various sects and practices of the magical arts. He wondered if any of the library's personnel knew that a few of the books, especially in the restricted area, actually were imbued with magic. He'd checked them over the first time he'd spotted them on a sweep with magical sight, and pronounced them harmless, so he hadn't felt the need to warn anyone to be careful with them. A while back, He'd made an arrangement with the museum to grant him a particular sort of membership, for which he paid a significant annual fee. He had no real interest in the mummies and other marquee exhibits, but what he did want was access to the library after hours, and on the days when it was closed to the public. The director had been reluctant at first, but his reputation as a world-class researcher of the occult and a Stanford professor had finally swayed her. The only thing she'd asked in return was that he come down occasionally to give lectures on occult-related subjects the membership might find interesting. Since then, his periodic presentations on alchemy and ancient Egyptian magical practices enjoyed significant popularity among both the adult and school-age attendees. The library was closed today, but he knew the librarian was around, so he didn't have to use the access key they'd given him. A quick call brought her to the front door to let him in. "Alastair, good to see you. You haven't been by in a while." She was a small, plump woman in her mid-40s, dressed in a lightweight beige cardigan over a floral blouse. School-marmish half-glasses perched on her nose. He followed her inside. "Hello, Patricia. I've got a bit of research to take care of. Might be here a while. I hope I'm not disturbing anything." "Oh, no. Just cataloging some new books we got today and catching up with some paperwork. I'll probably be here a couple more hours at least. Let me know if there's anything I can help you find." Stone nodded and headed off into the stacks. The library wasn't large. Most of its collection took up an area about the size of a big garage. The remainder, mostly valuable or controversial tomes that couldn't be made available to the general public unsupervised, were kept in a smaller, locked room. Even Stone's arrangement with the museum didn't give him access to that room without a librarian to accompany him. That was all right, though. The books Lucas had indicated in his research paper were in the main collection. If he discovered anything that led him to believe he'd find more in the restricted room before Patricia left, he could ask her to let him in. He located Lucas's books in the occult section and grabbed a few other likely-looking possibilities along with them. All of these he carried back to one of the tables. He pulled his previous notes, a notebook, and a pen from his briefcase, spread everything out, and set to work. The books Lucas had used didn't offer much in the way of information additional to what he, Eddie, and Ward had found in London. One of them included a few crudely written sigils similar to the ones found at the murder site, and postulated that they were part of an ancient, lost language that predated any known written human tongue. In addition to the sigils, the book also listed other examples of so-called lost or possibly alien languages, but could offer no speculation as to their origin or translation. Based on what Stone had learned in London, the sigils in the book didn't even seem to mean anything, but rather had been cobbled together from several different sources. The second book was more helpful. It also included images of the sigils and suggested that several Catholic and Rosicrucian scholars from the 18th and 19th centuries believed them to be the language of Satan or his demons. They couldn't agree on anything else, though, and no definitive information about where examples of the sigils had been found was included. Stone flipped through the rest of the books he'd gathered, but none of them offered anything useful. On a hunch, he got up again and found the shelf containing the library's small collection of books that overlapped the church and various occult teachings. Though it wasn't common, he knew that some scholarly clergy did make studies of the occult in order to help them combat the influence of demons. The trouble was, the mainstream clergy, even back in those days, especially back in those days, tended to start throwing around words like heretic and inquisition when they got wind of what their colleagues were up to, hence the secrecy. Not many volumes discussing their theories and areas of study survived in modern times. He didn't realize how long he'd been there until Patricia came up to him. "I'm about to head out, Alastair. Anything you need before I go?" He glanced at his watch. It was getting late. He almost said no, but then he held up one of the books he'd been looking at. It was a long shot, but worth asking. I'm trying to find out more information about this ancient language. There's a bit in these 2 books, but I'm wondering if you remember seeing anything in the restricted stacks. She took the book and studied the indicated pages for several moments. She said at last. These look familiar, but I can't place where I've seen them before. Oh, that's right. She brightened, but then frowned again. One of the other researchers was looking for information about this same thing a while back. I'm not sure what he found, if anything, but I remember he devoted quite a bit of effort to it. Someone else was looking for information about an ancient demonic language that figured prominently in a series of gruesome murders? Who was this, and when? Oh, it was a couple of years ago, she said. I don't know if he ever found what he was looking for, but he does check in every now and then to see if I've gotten anything new. He called not long ago, in fact. I think he's down in Los Angeles now. Can you remember his name? She shook her head, her frown deepening. I'm sorry. He was an older man, I remember that, but we got a lot of researchers, and I'm afraid it slipped my mind. Samuel, Simon, something like that, I think. Stefan? Stone asked quickly, wondering if Kolinsky could somehow be involved in this. No, that wasn't it. I'm sure of it. I'd have remembered that. If you like, I'll see if I can track down his name and number. I know I have it somewhere around here. She looked sheepish. I'm afraid I always thought he was a bit dotty, to be honest, which is why I didn't hold on to his details. I'm almost certain he's a member of the Order, though. I'm sure if he's still interested, he'd be delighted to share information with you. Maybe you 2 can help each other out. She handed the book back. Stone nodded, adding it to the stack. Thank you, Patricia. I'd very much appreciate it if you could do that for me. He scribbled all 3 of his numbers, home, office, and mobile, on a scrap of paper for her. Not a problem. Did you need anything else before I leave? No, you go on. I'll be out of here soon. He wanted nothing more than to get into the restricted area to see if this other researcher might have discovered anything. But Patricia already had her purse over her arm and looked like she wanted to get out of there. It could wait until tomorrow, when the library was open. She didn't even bother telling him to lock up when he left. He'd been here enough times that they both knew the routine. She bid him good night and headed out, the door clicking shut behind her as he returned his attention to the books. When his mobile phone buzzed in his pocket, he realized, startled, that an hour had passed. It was after 9 o'clock now. He pulled it out, noting that he didn't recognize the number. Probably another vacuum cleaner salesman, or some straggler reporter who'd finally figured out how to get hold of him about his police consultation. Yes, this is Stone. Dr. Stone, this is Grace Ruiz. She sounded odd. Miss Ruiz. That was a surprise. I didn't expect to hear from you today after our talk. Are you all right? There was a long pause. Dr. Stone? I think I might have seen your demon. Chapter 34. Stone tightened his grip on the phone. Seen my demon? What do you mean? Another pause. Could we talk somewhere? Of course, name a place. What could she be talking about? Had Archie attacked her? And if so, how had she managed to get away from him? There's an all-night diner called Fernando's. She gave him the address. Do you know where it is? No, but I'll find it. I'm still in San Jose, so it shouldn't be long. Thanks, she said. But she still had the same odd, shell-shocked tone. I'll see you there. The address she'd given him was in East San Jose, a small oasis of light and color amid a bunch of closed, depressing-looking businesses. Stone parked the BMW under a streetlight, put a quick disregarding spell on it, and hurried inside. 2 young Latino men in baggy jeans and tank tops lounged outside the front doors, passing a cigarette back and forth. They eyed him with suspicion as he passed, but said nothing. Grace Ruiz sat in a booth near the back of the diner, her hands wrapped around a half-full cup of coffee. She was staring into it, but looked up as he approached. "Thank you for coming," she said. "I know I keep calling you with weird messages, but no, it's quite all right." Stone slid into the seat across from her. To Magical's sight, her golden aura looked even more agitated than it had earlier in the day. "What's this about a demon?" She took a deep breath and had a long sip of her coffee. "I was walking home from the bus stop about an hour ago. It was dark, and there wasn't anyone on the street. I thought I saw somebody duck into an alley, so I crossed the street and kept going." Stone nodded. The neighborhood looked like a rough one. A young woman walking alone after dark would need to be vigilant about her surroundings. He waited patiently for her to continue. She didn't say anything else until after the waitress had come by and brought Stone a cup of coffee. "I'd just gotten home. I live with my grandmother a couple of blocks from the bus stop, and was taking the garbage out to the dumpster and back. Then this guy stepped out in front of me." Her fingers tightened around her cup. "At first I thought he was one of the neighborhood gangbangers. Sometimes when they get high they can be a little scary, but he looked strange." "Strange?" Stone leaned in closer. "In what way?" "His face. There wasn't a lot of light, but it was like it wasn't quite finished. I don't know, that doesn't make any sense, but—" "No, it does." A chill settled over Stone. Her description sounded exactly like one of Archie's dust constructs. "Please, go on." "He didn't say anything or come after me, but he just stood there, watching me, and the longer I looked at him, I started feeling like something was wrong with him. I know this is going to sound unbelievable, but I felt like he wasn't human. Like God was warning me about him." Her gaze flicked up as if gauging his reaction to her words. "What did you do?" Stone asked. "I said a prayer," she said, "and I ordered it away in the name of God." "And that worked?" Stone couldn't keep the skepticism out of his voice. While he had met at least one strongly devout mage, the idea of a mundane human driving off a spirit with nothing but faith just wasn't plausible in his experience. Her eyes flashed. "Don't look so surprised. I told you, God is real. My faith isn't something I just do when it's convenient." "I'm sorry, please go on. So you drove it off?" "No. It spoke to me." "What did it say?" Stone had forgotten about his coffee now. She took a few more deep breaths and her voice shook. She had all the outward symptoms of someone who'd experienced a profound shock and hadn't yet recovered from it. "It said, 'You shouldn't have talked to Stone. That's not a healthy thing to do.' And then it pulled out a knife and ran toward me." "Bloody hell," Stone murmured. "What did you do? Did you run away?" Grace swallowed and shook her head. Her expression took on more resolve. "No. You don't run away from things like that. If you do, they'll never stop chasing you. I was so scared, but I knew God would protect me." She fingered her crucifix. "I held this up, and I rebuked the demon in the name of Jesus." "You rebuked it?" She nodded. "There's a prayer for that. Several, actually. I rebuke and cast out every unclean spirit to the pit and command them never to return in the name of Jesus. That's the one I used." "And that worked?" Stone stared at her in frank amazement. "It stopped moving. It just stood there, holding the knife for a long time, like it couldn't make up its mind what it wanted to do. And then it turned around and ran off." She paused for another sip of coffee. "After that I felt relieved, like God was telling me I'd done the right thing. I went in to check on my grandmother, and then I called you." Her gaze sharpened. "Why would a demon tell me not to talk to you, Dr. Stone? What do you know about this?" Stone didn't answer for a long moment. This situation was getting worse by the day. Now Archie and his dust devils were even targeting people who talked to him? And somehow this young, unassuming-looking woman had been able to send it away with nothing but words. "It's a long story." "It has to do with those murders, doesn't it?" she asked. "This demon. Is it committing them?" "I think so," he said heavily. "That thing you faced, it wasn't a demon, not exactly. The demon is creating them, and I believe they're the ones committing the murders under its command. She studied his face.
How do you know this?
That's an even longer story, he said, and honestly one I'm not prepared to go into right now. But this disturbs me. I never meant to set this thing on you. I had no idea that merely talking with you would cause this, or I never would have agreed to it. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry, she said, shaking her head. Demons do what they do. It probably wants you to feel guilty. But I don't know what...
She stopped suddenly, fear flashing across her face. What is it? Stone glanced quickly over his shoulder to make sure nothing was sneaking up on them.
Father Reed,
she whispered, gripping the table. What about Father Reed? Stone tilted his head. She wasn't making any sense.
That thing, the demon or whatever it was, said I shouldn't have talked to you. That it's dangerous to do it, but Father Reed talked to you too.
Damn, she's right. But he's at the church, isn't he? This thing does seem to respect holy ground.
But he's not, she said. Not tonight. He's gone out to visit Mr. Juarez. He does it twice a month. It was on his schedule.
She leaned forward, her eyes getting big.
Dr. Stone, I have to check on him to make sure one of these things isn't after him too.
Stone pulled out his mobile phone. Do you have the number? Can you call him?
Mr. Juarez doesn't have a phone. He's old and sick. That's why Father Reed visits him, to pray with him and make sure he has what he needs.
This was absurd. There was no reason to believe that just because Archie had sent one of his constructs after Grace, he'd send another one after Father Reed just because they briefly met today. But if he knows what you're up to, he might know what you're doing now. Bloody hell, we might be giving him the idea. He stood up quickly, tossing a $10 bill on the table. Where is he? He demanded. She got up just as fast.
Are you going there? If you are, I'm going with you.
Miss Ruiz. If he had to use magic, the last thing he wanted was another mundane around that he'd have to look after. Even if she'd driven off one of the constructs once, there was no guarantee she'd be able to do it again. Her eyes flashed.
I'm coming with you, Dr. Stone. If you won't let me, I won't tell you where he is.
They didn't have time for this. If she was right and Archie had sent one or more of his constructs against the father, they might already be too late. Fine, he snapped. Let's go. Chapter 35. They drove in tense silence, except for Grace occasionally giving directions. Stone noted they were heading further into East San Jose, to an area he'd never visited before. The surroundings grew more run down the farther they went, and by the time they turned down the narrow street where Mr. Juarez lived, the area featured more abandoned, graffiti-tagged houses and dusty, weed-choked yards than occupied residences. Most of the streetlights were out, and the few cars parked along both sides were either beaters or non-functional. Stone's gleaming black BMW sedan looked as out of place here as he did.
Down at the end of the street, Grace urged. She leaned forward, clutching the dashboard as if she could somehow make the car go faster.
As they approached, she pointed at an old Nissan parked in the driveway of a ramshackle house. Beyond the house, a reflector-studded wooden barrier separated the street from a dark expanse of vacant lot. From the street, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No flashes of light, no sudden screams or lurking figures. Stone pulled into the driveway behind the Nissan. Grace had already popped her seatbelt and was shoving open the door.
"Wait,"
he ordered, opening his own door.
"Something's wrong," she said, her expression troubled. "Come on."
She hurried up the walkway. Stone caught up with her and grabbed her shoulder. "Miss Ruiz, wait! You can't just go running in there." Magical sight revealed nothing amiss, but it wasn't foolproof. She glared at him, shook free, and continued up the cracked walk to the door. She knocked 3 times.
"Father Reed?"
she called.
"Mr. Juarez?"
When there was no answer, she turned the knob, panting with frustration.
"Locked. We've got to get in there. I know something's wrong."
"Here, let me." Stone pushed past her and, shielding the knob with his body, used a flick of magic to unlock it. He shoved it open. "Father Reed!" he called, louder than she had. "Are you in here?"
How did you...
Grace started, but cut off abruptly when a weak cry came from somewhere in the back of the darkened house. "Father Reed!" Before Stone could stop her, she ran inside and started down the hall on the other side of the tiny living room. Stone overtook her halfway down. Light shone from behind the half-closed door at the end of the narrow hallway. He got a brief impression of threadbare carpeting. A few family photos hung along the hall, and the lingering smell of musty disuse and stale urine, before he wrenched open the door the rest of the way.
Madre de Dios,
Grace moaned from behind him. Stone took in the scene in a quick glance. The narrow bed in the middle, the overturned checkerboard on the floor, the mismatched second-hand furniture and stained walls. All of this was only a backdrop, though, to the figures sprawled across the bed. The one beneath, an elderly Latino man with wispy white hair and a plaid pajama top, was barely visible. His eyes were wide with terror, his hand scrabbling at the edge of the bed in a futile attempt to grasp something. The one on top was Father Reed. The priest lay across the old man in a protective pose, his arms spread wide, a large crucifix clutched in one hand. His back, striped with bloody wounds, rose and fell with his labored breathing. "Oh, Mother Mary!" Grace cried, trying to push past Stone to get to the stricken figures. He stood firm, blocking her entrance to the room as something rose from the far side of the bed. A leering, grinning figure, its grotesque, molded clay parody of a human face alight with glee as it flung something at Stone. He barely got his shield up in time to block the handful of knives. A few slammed into it and bounced off, while others buried themselves in the wall, quivering in the dim light of a small nightstand lamp. The figure laughed and ducked away again. Father Reed moaned and shifted position, his grip tightening on his crucifix even in his semi-conscious state. "Dr. Stone, what's going on?" Grace demanded, her voice stronger now. "Let me in there!" She shoved him again with strength born of panic, knocking him off balance. "Look out!" Stone didn't have time to extend the shield to cover her before another figure charged out of a tiny bathroom he hadn't spotted and lunged toward her. He acted instinctively. No time for carefully considered plans. Pointing both hands at the second figure, he focused his mind on the pattern and flung a tight concussion spell. It threw itself to the side at the last moment, shrieking. The beam missed the center of its chest, hitting it instead at the junction between its torso and right arm. The arm tore free, thrashing and turning to dust, while the rest of the creature crashed into the back wall. The room shook, old plaster raining down from the ceiling. The lamp on the nightstand teetered and crashed to the floor along with several medicine bottles, plunging the bedroom into darkness. Stone raised a hand and summoned a light spell around it. He knew it would make him a target, but better him with his shield than Grace or the two men. A low, murmuring voice rose to one side, and he realized it was Grace, praying. "Get out of here," he ordered her. The murmured prayer didn't stop, and neither did she do as he said, even as she stared at the light shining around his hand in something between horror and amazement. She was backed into the corner, clutching her crucifix with one hand and pointing toward the bed with the other. The first creature, the one that had flung the knives, leapt up again, vaulting over the bed and crashing into Stone's shield, driving him back through the open door and into the hallway. The second creature followed more slowly, its gait awkward and lurching as it compensated for its missing arm, which was already beginning to grow back. Stone lost his balance and toppled, landing on his back. The two creatures, their slit-mouthed, burning-eyed faces identical in their maniacal glee, piled on top, pounding at the shield with clenched, gray, skinned fists. They looked like a couple of angry children trying to punch their way into a fishbowl.
"Get the hell off me!" Stone yelled. He let the light spell go and threw a wider concussion spell at an angle, shoving them up and back toward the end of the hall. He scrambled back up before they could recover, glancing into the room to make sure no more of them were coming out of the woodwork. Were there more of them here? The two at the end of the hall disappeared around the corner, leaving Stone a choice he didn't want to make. Did he stay here to protect Grace and the two fallen men against potential additional threats? Or did he go after the two he knew were here? If they got away, they could do anything. Run, circle around the back of the house and go back in through the window, or come after him again when he wasn't expecting it. "Miss Ruiz," he called, "help the father. If you see more of them, yell." "I will," she called back. Her voice shook, but she sounded a lot more together than he expected, given what she'd just seen. Stone took off down the hall toward the front of the house, light spell back up and shield ready. Damn, he wished these things had auras so he could see them in the dark. Something large and heavy crashed hard into his shield as he entered the living room, driving him sideways into a wall and filling his vision. What had they hit him with? His head pounding with psychic feedback from the sudden assault, he rolled to the side just as something else equally massive slammed down into the spot where he'd just been. Equally massive, and covered in a tacky floral print? Bloody hell, they're throwing the furniture at me. If he weren't so concerned about what these things might do to Grace or the two men if he didn't take them down, it would almost be funny. What was next? The kitchen sink? What wasn't so funny was that his shield was taking a beating, and so was his brain. Smaller hits like fists or even single bullets he could shrug off, dissipating them over the shield's surface area to bleed off the damage. But the barrier wasn't indestructible, and direct hits from something as large and heavy as the old man's ancient recliner produced a backlash that turned the magical energy back on him. He couldn't take too many more like this. He jumped up, using the toppled chair for cover. One of the creatures disappeared through another doorway, presumably into the kitchen. The other one held another chair over its head. Stone threw himself sideways again as the thing threw the chair, aiming another concussion spell at the creature's midsection as he went. It glanced off, hitting it in the side instead of dead on, but that spoiled its aim enough that the chair landed to Stone's left, crashing down on the floral recliner. At least the thing was running out of furniture to throw. That was the good news. The bad news was that the second one ran back in, both hands full of knives. Stone ducked behind the floral recliner, trying to bolster his shield in spite of the pounding pain in his head. He popped up and threw another concussion spell, hoping to at least knock one of the things off balance. He could use more powerful magic if necessary, but all his elemental spells, fire, lightning, ice, had the potential to do major damage to the old man's house. He'd use them if he had to, but he'd taken these things out with focused concussion beams before. He could do it again, if he could just get a good shot at them. As long as nothing else went wrong, he had this. The sound of glass breaking came from the bedroom, followed by Grace's terrified voice. "Dr. Stone! Help!" It was a good thought, while it lasted. Chapter 36. Stone leapt up from his cover, telekinetically snatching the topmost chair and sending it spinning across the room toward the two creatures. "Coming!" he yelled, and ran for the hallway. The creatures apparently hadn't expected to get hit with their own missiles. They scrambled out of the way, one letting loose with a handful of knives. Several of the missiles lodged in the back of the chair, while a couple smacked into Stone's shields as he retreated down the hall. He didn't want to leave them there. They'd be on his heels soon enough, but he had no choice. He skidded to a stop in the doorway of the bedroom, taking in the scene in an instant. Another creature stood on the far side of the bed where it had obviously just crashed in through a broken window. Jagged shards of glass hung in the frame and littered the floor. Grace stood at the bed's foot, shoulders square, arms trembling as she held her crucifix out in front of her. She didn't look at Stone. Her gaze was fixed on the creature. Her lips moved in silent prayer. The new creature hesitated, not wanting to approach Grace, but then its resolve seemed to firm. It sidestepped away from her and lunged at Father Reed and the old man on the bed. But this time, Stone knew what was coming, and he had a clear shot. He gathered magical energy and focused a beam on the center of the creature's chest. Before it could reach Reed and Juarez, he let the spell loose. It reeled back, its weird, muddy voice shrieking in pain or anger, and slammed into the far wall. It had barely hit before it exploded into dust that sprayed across the threadbare, glass-strewn carpet. Stone allowed himself just a second to relax. His head was pounding hard, and he could feel his shield weakening. He shifted it to the single crystal he had, his purple stone ring, which helped a little. "Dr. Stone, look out!" Grace wasn't praying anymore. She turned toward him, and suddenly her eyes got wide. She brought her crucifix up.
"Get out, demons!" she screamed. "In the name of our Lord Jesus, be gone!"
She didn't slow them for long, only a second or two, but it gave Stone enough time to spin around just before the two charging creatures slammed into him again, taking him down. He fell back, momentarily stunned, his shield dropping as both of them came down on top of him, all flailing arms and wide-open mouths. One of them slashed his arm with a knife. The sudden pain jerked him back to awareness. He didn't have much time. Already they were pounding him with their fists, scrambling for more of the knives scattered across the floor. If they took him out, Grace and Father Reed and the old man wouldn't have a chance. Damn it, he was not going to end up skinned and dismembered on the floor of some tiny house that smelled like piss. With a roar, he summoned deep reserves of energy, making sharp gestures with both hands. Enough! All around him, the scattered knives rose from the floor and flung themselves in a hail of pointed projectiles at the two creatures. Wherever they hit, they sliced through, propelled by the force of Stone's rage-fueled telekinetic spell. For a few seconds, the room looked like a strangely bloodless slaughterhouse, as limbs separated from bodies and spun off to become dust before they landed. The creature's weird, keening shrieks were cut short as the rest of their bodies, unable to maintain the magic that held them together, collapsed into more dust that pattered down onto Stone like rain. For a moment, there was no sound in the room except the labored breathing of all four of its remaining occupants. Stone slumped back to the floor for a few seconds, but then staggered up as he scanned the area for more threats. "Are they gone?" Grace asked, voice shaking. She still clutched her crucifix in front of her. He nodded, panting. "I think so." What did you do?" She was looking at him with wide, frightened eyes. He didn't miss that she was now holding the shaking crucifix firmly between herself and him. "Check the father and call 911. He picked up the lamp and righted it on the nightstand and pointed at the old-fashioned phone that had been knocked off. She remained in the same position, staring at him in fear for several seconds before finally lowering the crucifix and hurrying over to Father Reed. "Can you help me with him?" Stone came over and examined the scene. Beneath the bleeding priest, the old man still stared up with rheumy, terror-filled eyes. "Are you all right?" Stone asked. "He doesn't speak English," Grace said. She touched the old man's shoulder and said something in Spanish. "Sí," he said, his creaky voice shaking worse than Grace's. Dead pale, he clutched at her arm with a skeletal hand. Stone pondered. The bed was only a single, and with all the knives and broken glass on the floor, it wouldn't be safe to lay the old man down there. "Just a minute," he said. "Your arm's bleeding," Grace said, pointing. And so it was. Blood ran down from the slash in his upper right arm, and now that the fight was over, he was starting to notice the pain. "Make the call. Don't say anything about me, though." After that, see what you can find in the bathroom and see if you can find another blanket or something." Grace made a quick call. As Stone had asked, she said nothing about his presence.
"It'll take a while for them to show up out here," she said, a little bitterly. Then she hurried out. While she was gone, Stone went to the broken window and then to the door, putting up quick and rudimentary wards over each. His head still throbbed from the psychic feedback, but it couldn't be helped. He had to do something to protect the room. As weak as the wards were, they wouldn't stop anything, not for more than a second or two, but at least they'd give warning if more creatures tried to get in. Grace came back in, carrying some folded washcloths and an old bedspread. "Not much here," she said. "Let me look at that arm." "Help me with this first. We need to hurry and check the father." He folded the bedspread in half and laid it on the floor alongside the bed, then snatched the spare pillow and put it down. "We need to get him down here. Can you grab his legs?" Grace nodded and took one of Father Reed's ankles in each hand. Stone grasped the priest's shoulders and lifted him up. The man wasn't a lightweight, but between adrenaline and a surreptitious bit of magic, they soon had Reed lying on his stomach on the floor next to the bed. He moaned weakly, but didn't regain consciousness, though he did maintain his death grip on the crucifix. Beneath his shredded black shirt, his back was a network of bloody red slashes, as if someone had flogged him. Grace pulled the covers back up over Mr. Juarez. "Now what?" Stone stood heavily, using the edge of the bed to help him up. "Now," he said, "I need to get out of here. I don't want to be seen here when the authorities arrive." She narrowed her eyes in suspicion. "Why not?" "I don't want to explain what I was doing here," he said. "Can you look after the father until they arrive?" "What if more of those things come?" She glanced nervously toward the open window, obviously thinking about how vulnerable they'd be if that happened. "They won't," he said, hoping he was right. "I'll be watching in any case. I'm not going far. I'll take you home after they leave. I just don't want to be seen here. Is that all right, Miss Ruiz? Can you do that?" She looked uncertain, but finally nodded. "Yeah," she said. "I can do that." She pressed one of the washcloths to Stone's bleeding arm. "You need to take care of that, though." "I will, don't you worry." "Okay, She closed her eyes briefly and then fixed him with a stare. "What did you do?" she whispered. Damn. He was hoping she'd be shocked enough by events that she wouldn't think to ask him that until after he'd gotten out of here. "It's not the time for that, Miss Ruiz." He patted her shoulder with his good hand. Already he could hear the far-off sound of approaching sirens. "Best if you tell them it was a home invasion when they ask what happened." "Yeah." She nodded slowly. "Yeah, no way they'll believe the truth." "Right then. You have my mobile number?" Again she nodded. If she'd looked shell-shocked earlier this evening, now she looked like she was barely holding it together. But still he saw a core of strength within her. Her aura, with all its red fleck disturbances, was still strong and steady. She'd be all right. "I'll see you in a bit. Call me when they're gone." Before she could answer, he hurried out through the living room and left the house, pressing the washcloth against his arm. By the time Stone got into the BMW, drove it a block down the street, and put a disregarding spell over it, his whole body was shaking. Sweat dotted his forehead, and his right arm spiked pain every time he moved it. Leaning back in his seat, he closed his eyes for a moment, gathered his strength, and used the last of the reserve energy from his ring to weave a healing spell. He was glad he'd been practicing them, trying to use some of the techniques he'd discussed with Verity, the ones Edna Soren had been teaching her. He still wasn't very good at it, but the wound was a simple one. In less than 5 minutes, he slumped in his seat, more exhausted than before, but satisfied. The bloody slash was now nothing more than an angry red scar that would fade over the next few days. He stared down at the blood-soaked washcloth, uncomfortably reminded of the disgusting thing the old woman had thrown at him during Archie's illusionary magical mystery tour.
Down at Mr. Juarez's house, the street was ablaze with flashing lights from an ambulance and 2 police cars, all of which had roared up to the scene, sirens wailing as Stone completed his spell. He watched them go out and hurry into the house, and settled back into his seat. This was going to take a while. Chapter 37. The ambulance attendants left first, fairly quickly, rolling out gurneys containing Father Reed and Mr. Juarez, and heading off into the night, lights still flashing. The police took longer. It was more than an hour before they got back into their cruisers and rolled off. By that time, a small crowd had gathered outside the front of the house. Grace came out soon after the police left. Stone watched her tensely, but she chatted with a couple of the onlookers, 2 middle-aged men, for a moment, and they hurried away as she went back inside the house. A few minutes later they returned, one of them carrying a large sheet of plywood, and disappeared around the side of the house in the direction of the back bedroom. Stone's phone buzzed. "Yes?" Grace's voice sounded stronger now. "Are you still there? We're about done here. Just up the street on the other side. Are you all right, Miss Ruiz?" "I don't know yet," she said bleakly. "I'll be there in a minute." A few seconds later she emerged from the house, had a brief conversation with the few people remaining in the crowd, and then hurried in his direction. As she got close, he dropped the disregarding spell. She half sat, half fell into the passenger seat with a loud expulsion of breath. "How did it go?" he asked as he drove off. She shrugged. "I'm not sure. I told the cops there was a home invasion, but I'm not sure they believed me. They wanted to know how a girl, an unconscious priest, and a sick old man managed to drive them off, and they couldn't make sense of the piles of dust on the floor." Stone grimaced. Those were good points. "How were the father and Mr. Juarez?" "I prayed over them while the ambulance men looked after them. Father Reed didn't wake up. I don't think he'll remember anything about you being there." "What about Mr. Juarez?" The old man was the weak link in his whole chain of lies. If he was coherent enough to describe what he'd seen, things could get uncomfortable for Stone in a hurry. "I'm worried about him. He was in pretty bad shape even before all this happened. I hope they can help him." She twisted in her seat, glancing at him, and her eyes widened. "Your arm? How did you—" Her tone hardened. "Dr. Stone, I think we need to talk." "I think you're right," he said, without taking his eyes off the road. "But not tonight. I'm tired. You've been through a lot, and I think it might be best if we put this behind us until tomorrow, don't you? Where do you live so I can take you home?" She hesitated. He glanced at her. "What?" And then it dawned on him. "You don't want to tell me where you live?" She sighed. "You're afraid of me." He couldn't blame her, after what had happened tonight, what she'd seen him do, not to mention the fact that the creatures that had attacked them were obviously connected to him. If she'd never met him, none of these terrifying events would have happened. That was potent stuff for anybody, let alone a mundane with no magical experience. "No, She shifted uncomfortably. "Okay, maybe I am afraid of you a little bit. I know God is watching out for me, but he also expects people to have common sense." "Look," he said, "I promise you I'll explain it all tomorrow. I can't say I'm no threat to you because at this point, indirectly at least, I am. I won't lie to you. Getting involved with me is what's brought all this unpleasantness on. I'm sure of it. But at this point, you are involved, and you're much safer if I can protect you." "I don't need you to protect me, Dr. Stone. God protect his children." He gave her a wry smile. "Perhaps I'm meant to be your helicopter, then." "What?" She tilted her head, her eyes glittering in the darkness. "You haven't heard the old joke about the man stranded on his roof in a flood?" Grace was silent for a moment and then chuckled. "I guess that's a good point." She let out another loud sigh. "Okay, I'll tell you where I live, and if you wouldn't mind staying with me while I check on my grandmother, I'd appreciate it." "Of course." He hadn't brought it up because he didn't want to worry her further,
but he was also concerned about Grace's grandmother. While they were off battling the constructs at Mr. Juarez's house, Archie could easily have sent another one to attack the old lady. He wondered if he could put up a ward around their place without Grace catching on to what he was doing. She gave him the address, and a few minutes later they pulled up in front of a small, 3-story apartment building that looked like a more run-down version of the one Dennis Avila had occupied. Other similar buildings made up most of the rest of the street, except for a small strip mall with a liquor store, a taqueria, and several other closed or vacant shops. Stone found a parking space a block away and placed his disregarding spell while Grace was getting out. "I don't think Abuelita will approve of me showing up with a strange man, so be ready," she said, as they trudged up the stairs, stepping around old toys and a man huddled under a blanket on the second-floor landing. "I am fairly strange," he conceded, trying to lighten the mood, "but I think that's the least of our concerns right now." He checked the place out with magical sight before they'd approached, and once again nothing appeared out of the ordinary. But he hadn't seen anything from the street at Mr. Juarez's place, either. They reached the apartment, halfway down the row on the second floor. A pair of tattooed teenage boys in plaid shirts and do-rags muttered something at Stone as he and Grace passed, but didn't try to stop them. "Don't mind them," Grace said when she caught Stone glancing at them. "They won't mess with me. They're afraid of Abuelita." She pulled her key out of her bag and opened the door. Inside, a soft light was on in the small living room, illuminating an old couch, a floral print recliner similar to the one Stone had become intimately acquainted with at Mr. Juarez's, and an ancient television set playing what looked like a soap opera in Spanish. Nearly every horizontal surface was covered with knickknacks, most of them religious in origin. "Abuelita!" Grace called. "Estás aquí?" To Stone she said, "It's too early for her to be in bed yet. She's a night owl." For a moment there was no reply, and then a plump, gray-haired woman in a house dress came out of the kitchen carrying a steaming mug. Her eyes narrowed when she saw Grace, and then got wide when she spotted Stone behind her. She immediately launched into a flurry of Spanish, punctuated by several emphatic finger stabs in his direction. Grace held her hands up. "No, abuelita, no." And then she too switched to Spanish. Stone, who'd never learned the language, was left to try interpreting their intentions by watching their increasingly animated gestures at each other. Magical sight revealed distress in Grace's grandmother's pale orange aura, but nothing consistent with a major fright or threat. Clearly, however, he wasn't making a good impression. Eventually, the argument seemed to wind down. Grace's grandmother hustled back out into the kitchen, holding up an admonitory finger before she disappeared. "What was all that about?" Stone asked. "I told you, she doesn't approve of me associating with strange men," she said. "I got that part. Am I being evicted?" She shook her head, smiling ruefully. "No, you're here now, so that makes you a guest. She's gone to get you a cup of tea. I'll probably get an earful after you leave, though." "Did you ask her if anything odd happened tonight?" "She said no. I had to be careful since I didn't want to scare her, but she said she's been watching her shows all night. She's angry that I'm home so late." "Aren't you a bit past curfew age?" Stone glanced around the room again. He'd never seen so many doilies, angel figurines, and crucifixes in one place before. She chuckled. "Obviously, you don't have much experience with religious Latino families." "You worked that out then, did you?" Grace's grandmother returned, carrying 2 more steaming mugs. Stone noticed they were both fancier than the one she was drinking from. Despite his status as a strange man and her disapproval of his presence, as a guest he obviously rated the good china. She offered him the cup as she gave him the once-over with narrowed eyes. "Gracias," he said with a little bow. That was about the extent of his Spanish. She nodded grudgingly and plopped herself down in her flowered recliner, her gaze never leaving the two of them. Stone took a sip from the mug. It was strong tea, flavorful and sweet. "Well," he said,
It looks like your grandmother is fine. That's a relief. Grace nodded, concentrating on her own tea. She didn't look at him. Stone recognized the look. It was the expression of someone finally allowing herself to let her guard down after experiencing a significant shock. She'd been holding it together long enough to make sure her grandmother hadn't been another casualty, but now that it seemed everything was fine, her resolve was crumbling. "Miss Ruiz, are you all right?" "I will be," she whispered. Her voice and her hands shook. Stone started to move toward her, but Abuelita's sharp glare stopped him. He dropped his volume, turning a little away from the old woman in case she could somehow read lips. "We probably shouldn't talk about this now. Could I meet you somewhere tomorrow?" She paused. "I'm supposed to work at the church tomorrow from noon to 5. Could you come there?" It made sense that she'd want to meet him in a place she considered safe for more than one reason. "Of course," he said. "I need to come back down to San Jose for some other business tomorrow, so I'll stop by." He gave her what he hoped was an encouraging smile. "It'll be all right, Miss Ruiz." She nodded. "It will. I know it. Like I said, God will protect us. That's what he does." Stone didn't reply to that. He was still trying to figure out a way he could ward the apartment against any further Archie attacks, but its location on the second floor made it difficult, at least without having to do a few things that would probably result in Abuelita's slipper-clad foot making violent contact with his arse. The old lady's small, glittering black eyes were already fixed on him, as if gauging when he'd be finished with his obligatory cup of tea so she could hustle him out. He wondered if she ever left the apartment. She and Grace were talking in rapid-fire Spanish again, so he took that opportunity to switch to magical sight and look the place over, trying to scope out where he might set the anchors to provide maximum coverage with minimal effort. He froze, staring. The entire apartment lit up, suffused with a warm, gentle golden glow that flowed around the walls, the doors, the windows, even the angel figurines and the crucifixes hanging on the walls. Stone blinked. He'd never seen anything quite like this before. It appeared to be some kind of ward, but unlike anything he'd ever created or viewed before. Or was it? No, he had seen it before. Once. He knew a man named Edwin Blodgett, back east, a fellow mage who also happened to be a minister. The last time they'd spoken was when Stone, Verity, and Jason had used the portal at Blodgett's church as a destination when attending a friend's funeral some time ago. His church's wards had the same comforting, flowing look to them. Could it be that Grace was Dr. Stone? He jerked, pulled back to the real world to find both Grace and her grandmother staring at him, the former with confusion, the latter with suspicion. "Yes, what is it?" She looked apologetic.
Abuelita says she's tired. I'm sorry, but...
"Of course, I'll go now." He set down the delicate teacup and thanked the old lady. To Grace he said, "Please tell her the tea was lovely and she doesn't have to worry. I won't be disturbing her any further." Grace relayed the message, or some variation of it anyway, and saw him to the door.
"You will come tomorrow, right?" she asked. "I really need some answers."
Stone looked around at the apartment's golden wards again. "As do I, Miss Ruiz. Don't you worry, you couldn't keep me away."
"You'll be careful, won't you?"
She lowered her voice to a whisper.
"Whatever that demon is, it obviously means to harm you."
"I can look after myself," he assured her. "I'll see you tomorrow." As the door closed behind him, he stood on the walkway for a few seconds before starting back toward the car. "Well, Archie," he murmured, "that was a good try, but I think I might be on my way to getting your number now." Chapter 38. The next day he called the department office and told Laura he was taking a personal day. He only had one class, so he didn't feel too guilty about it, but Archie couldn't wait any longer. He'd slept late after checking his own wards when he got home, and found Raider once again curled up on his pillow when he awoke. The scar from the slash on his arm was already beginning to fade. Maybe he'd picked up more about healing from his association with Verity than he'd thought. That didn't do anything about the aches from his bout with Mr. Juarez's furniture, though. For those, the mundane spell, Summon Ibuprofen, would have to do. He was getting ready to head down to San Jose when his home phone rang. He let it go to the machine, but snatched it up when he heard Patricia, the Rosicrucian librarian. "Alastair, hi," she said. "I hope I didn't wake you. I just wanted to let you know I remembered the name of the man who was looking for the information about your ancient language. It's Simon Beale. I was right. He's down in Los Angeles now, but I found some of my notes when I was helping him with the research. He is a member of the Order. I can't give you his phone number, but if you'll allow it, I'll give him yours and ask him to call you." At last. Perhaps a break. Yes, thank you, Patricia. Please pass along any contact information he needs and ask him to give me a call. Happy to be of help. I remember he was pretty passionate about his research, so don't be surprised if you hear back soon. Stone got down to St. Joseph's about 12:30. He asked the first person he saw about Grace, then entertained himself pacing the church, examining the sculptures and stained-glass windows while waiting for her to arrive. After several minutes passed, he wondered if perhaps something had gone wrong. Had Archie sent his dust devils after her, despite her apartment's strange wards? "Dr. Stone?" He turned. She stood a short distance away, regarding him with an odd, pensive expression. Today she wore a calf-length denim skirt and a blue blouse over a lighter blue t-shirt. "Miss Ruiz, it's good to see you here. How are you doing? Mr. Juarez died last night." He bowed his head. Damn. What happened? He wasn't injured, was he? "No. His heart gave out in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. They tried, but—" She crossed herself and then spread her hands. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "How is Father Reed?" "He'll be okay. He's home now. He called in this morning. The injuries weren't as bad as they looked. He's pretty shook up, though, naturally." "Did he say anything about what happened?" "I think he's still processing it," she said. "I'm not even sure he knows I was there, and I didn't tell him yet. I think he was still woozy from the pain meds. He doesn't know about Mr. Juarez yet either. At least not from me." She took a deep breath. "We need to talk. I have a lot of questions for you, but not here." Stone nodded. "Have you had lunch yet?" "No, I wasn't really very hungry. I've been doing a lot of thinking." "Let me take you to lunch, then. You pick the place, and we'll talk there." She thought about that. "I think I'd like to get outside for a while. There's a food truck that has really good tacos just down the street. We can sit in the park if that's okay. Let me just tell the sister I'll be gone for a while." The park turned out to be a small oasis of grass and scattered trees across the street from St. Joseph's. It was a popular place at midday, and they had to wait in a long line at the food truck Grace pointed out a block away. Stone was once again struck by how odd it was to be surrounded by cheerful mundanes out for a pleasant summer afternoon in the park, blissfully unaware of the powerful and often malevolent forces constantly swirling around them. He wondered what they'd do if they were aware, but he thought he already knew. They'd figure out a way to rationalize them away. Mundanes were masters at rationalization. It made a lot of things easier, but a few of them a lot harder. Grace didn't say much as they got tacos and drinks and carried them back toward the park. She walked along next to him, watching the scenery, though he had a feeling she probably wasn't seeing much of it. He didn't intrude on her thoughts. This was her show, so he was willing to follow her timetable. She didn't speak until they were seated across from each other at a picnic table, under a tree near a lumpy, coiled sculpture. She looked down at her taco, then up at a couple of kids playing frisbee catch with a bounding golden retriever. "What are you?" she asked finally. "How did you do that last night? You made your hand light up. You pointed at those things and turned them into dust.
Not exactly, he said. They were already made of dust. I just helped them back to their natural state.
Her gaze came up. That's not an answer.
No, it's not. But I'm not so sure you truly want to hear the real one.
He bit into the taco. She was right, they were excellent. Good Mexican food, the spicier the better, was a taste he'd picked up since he'd moved to California. He hadn't thought he liked it until he found the stuff that passed for it back home in England didn't even belong in the same category. Why wouldn't I want to hear it? Do you want my honest answer? I don't want you to lie to me, Dr. Stone. I think we're past that. Why would you think I wouldn't want to hear the truth? He took another bite to give himself time to give his answer careful consideration.
Because,
he said at last, I know how your church feels about what I do. What do you mean, what you do? He looked her in the eye. Magic. He wasn't sure how he expected her to respond. The few times he'd revealed his magical abilities to mundanes, they'd usually reacted with wide-eyed shock and disbelief, followed by a request for proof. With someone like Grace, so young and so connected with her Catholic faith, he wouldn't have been at all surprised if she'd gotten up, declared him an abomination, and refused to associate with him anymore, especially given that she'd already had the demonstration. After what she'd seen last night, it would take some truly world-class rationalization skills to explain it away with some mundane cause. What he didn't expect was for her to sit calmly and take another bite of her taco, followed by a long drink of soda. Her gaze never left his while she did it. "No comment?" he asked. She set down the taco. "What can I say?" she asked. "I saw what you did. You could be the devil trying to deceive me, but I don't think you are." He blinked. "So, you believe me, just like that? Does that surprise you?" "Frankly, yes," he admitted. "Not many know. Of those who do, most didn't take it nearly as calmly as you did." "I trust in the Lord," she said. "I believe He'd let me know if you were someone I shouldn't associate with." "But I thought your church condemned magic. I might not be a believer, but I'm passingly familiar with the Bible, purely on a scholarly basis." "It does," she said. "I don't believe what you're doing is magic, though." "Oh?" He frowned. They'd been getting along so well up to this point. "What do you think it is, then?" "I don't know. And I don't need to know. I saw what you did, and I saw what you were fighting against. That demon is evil, I'm certain of it. I'm certain the one I saw on my way home was. And you were fighting them." "With magic?" "With something," she said. "The important thing is you were fighting evil. Since magic is evil, the Bible's pretty clear on that. What you were doing must have been something else." She met his gaze. "It doesn't matter what it was, Dr. Stone. I know that sounds odd, but it's true. I trust God to warn me if anything changes." He sat in silence as he finished one taco and started on a second. Grace Ruiz was indeed a surprising young woman. "What is that supposed to be, anyway?" he asked, nodding toward the lumpy statue. "It looks like a dinosaur with a digestive disorder didn't make it to the loo in time." She giggled. "It's supposed to be Quetzalcoatl, but a lot of people agree with you." Then her expression sobered. "So, what do we do now?" "Now," Stone said, "I've got some questions for you." "What questions?" Again he paused. This wasn't going to be easy, and he'd have to choose his words carefully or risk losing all the progress he'd made with her so far. "Miss Ruiz." She tilted her head, waiting. He let his breath out, and his mind seized onto an entry into the conversation that he'd forgotten about until now. "Yesterday, when we met, you got angry with me when I asked you if you spoke from experience about demons. You said that your brother had been possessed by one, and that you didn't expect me to believe it." She nodded slowly, her expression growing guarded. "I think you know now that I won't have trouble believing you, don't you?"
Yes, I suppose I do. Can you tell me about it? He asked softly. What happened, and how do you know it was a demon? She looked down, picking at the remains of her taco. It's not something I like to talk about, she said. I understand that. He kept his voice gentle, non-threatening. But as much as I hate that it's so, you're involved in this now. I need to know a few things about you so I can keep being your helicopter. What happened with the demon, Miss Ruiz? For a long time she said nothing. She continued plucking at bits of her taco and nibbling on them until none were left. Then she looked up and met his gaze solidly. I grew up in a bad part of East San Jose, Dr. Stone, she said. My life was, well, I guess you'd call it pretty terrible. I'm guessing you never worried about where your next meal came from, did you? Or had to worry about getting shot in drive-bys on your way home from school? No, he said. No, you're right. I never had to worry about those things. She nodded as if she already knew that. My mother was a drug addict. She never really wanted us, at least not as much as she wanted her next fix. Neither of us knew our dads. Abuelita looked after us, made sure we got to school and had enough to eat, even if she had to go without herself. And she always made sure we went to church. That was really important to her. She got up, gathering her cup and taco wrapper. Can we walk? It might be easier to talk about it if I'm moving. Of course. He fell into pace beside her as she tossed her trash and chose a path that would take them around the park. Anyway, she went on, my brother didn't like church. He'd fallen in with a gang by then, mostly for protection. Kids, especially guys, pretty much had to around our neighborhood. I don't know if Abuelita knew, but I think she suspected. He was a couple of years older than me, and she couldn't really handle him anymore. Her steps picked up a bit, and she didn't look at Stone. But I love church. I went every chance I got, and even spent a lot of my free time there, helping out when there weren't any services. To me, it was a little bit of peace in the middle of what was mostly a pretty chaotic life. I got to know all the fathers and the sisters, and every time I was afraid life was getting to be too much for me, my prayers would comfort me. I always felt like God was there, keeping an eye on me. Stone nodded. But your brother pulled away. He didn't so much pull away as never really belonged in the first place. As soon as he was too big for Abuelita to order around, he stopped going. He always took care of me, looked out for me, but he couldn't understand what I saw in all that religious stuff, as he called it. But by that time, I was about 17, I knew what I wanted to do. I was going to give my life to the church. What do you mean? You were going to become a nun? Yes. I felt like God was calling me. I know that probably seems crazy to you, but it was so strong I started thinking about it all the time. I went to one of the fathers at my church and told him about it. My grandmother was so proud of me, but that wasn't the most important part. All I wanted to do was serve God. She helped me work it all out, and as soon as I graduated high school, I started the process. A novice, Stone said. That's sort of an entry-level nun, right? You didn't take your vows yet? She shook her head and didn't look at him. No. Actually, there's a lot more to it than that. I wasn't even a novice yet. I wasn't really anything yet. You go through a period where you experience the life and decide if your calling is strong enough that you want to take it to the next step. And I just made the decision to start with that. Stone frowned. So what happened? He asked, then stopped. Wait, this has something to do with your brother, right? Is he the reason you didn't continue? Please, she said, and her voice shook. Let me tell it my own way. I'm sorry. Please, go on. She started walking again, and so did he. Emilio, my brother, I'd been worried about him for a while. He wasn't acting like himself. Even though he was running with a gang, he'd always been a good guy. Kind, gentle, funny. At least with me and with Abuelita. But he'd started hanging out with these new guys from a different gang, and... She shuddered. It's hard to explain, but I kept getting stronger and stronger feelings that something wasn't right. I should have listened. I'm sure God was trying to tell me something, but I missed it." This time, she stopped, leaning against a tree and watching the traffic go by. Her shoulders shook. "It's all right," Stone said gently. "If you'd rather not tell me—" "I need to tell you," she said. She took a deep, shuddering breath, crossed herself, and murmured a prayer Stone couldn't hear. "It's just not easy. Anyway, one night, Abuelita was away. Back then, she used to play bingo with her friends at the church hall on Friday nights. I didn't go with her because I was getting a cold, and I wanted to catch up with some readings before I started with the order on Monday." She swallowed. "Emilio showed up. He said he wanted to talk to me. I thought he was drunk or high at first, but he was talking nonsense and getting angrier. It seemed like he was trying to fight something inside himself. I was scared. I thought he was going to attack me, and then he just collapsed right there on the floor in the middle of the living room, and he started thrashing around, yelling things I couldn't understand." Stone stared at her. "What did you do?" "I was about to call an ambulance," she said, still not looking at him. "I thought he was having a seizure or something, but then he looked at me, and for a moment I could see the old Emilio, the one who loved me, who kept me safe, looking out from behind his eyes. He was scared. He begged me to help him, and it was then God revealed to me what was wrong. That somehow the devil had gotten inside of him. I could see this thing around him, like light surrounding him, but it was horrible. It nearly made me sick to look at it." Stone didn't answer, because he had no idea what to say that wouldn't be the wrong thing. He'd seen possessions before, several of them, and heard of others, but he didn't think his skepticism over the demonic nature of such a possession would go over well at this moment. Instead, he waited for her to continue. She didn't continue, though. She stopped again, shaking as she relived what was obviously a painful memory. "What happened next?" Stone asked softly. She stroked her crucifix in a spasmodic gesture. "I was looking down at him on the floor, trying to decide what to do, when suddenly this sensation of peace came over me. I felt God's presence all around me, and I knew what I had to do." Stone was suddenly certain he knew what she was going to say next. "I followed God's will," she said. "I knew if I didn't do it, that thing inside my brother would kill him, and maybe me too, so I... Tears glimmered in the corners of her eyes. "You cast it out," Stone murmured, astonished. "God cast it out," she corrected. "I was just the vessel for his power." "And it worked. It left." She nodded. "Emilio screamed and thrashed and yelled things, horrible things at me. But then he went stiff and his eyes got huge, and suddenly this thing flew up out of him and disappeared through the ceiling, and he passed out." "Was he all right after that?" "Yeah, for a while. He didn't have that weird sickening light around him anymore. After he woke up, he was back to his old self. At least until he got killed in a drive-by 2 months later." She swiped her hand across her face, wiping away tears. "I'm so sorry," Stone said. She nodded. "If I may ask," he said after a moment. "What?" She started walking again, her hands jammed into the pockets of her skirt. "Well, you said that the situation with your brother had something to do with your decision not to enter the convent. But I would think that such a thing would give you more conviction about God's plan for you, not less." "It did," she said. "But I didn't tell you the rest of the story." "There's more?" "Not much more. Just that my grandmother walked in on us right before the demon left my brother's body." Stone frowned. "I don't see." She let out a long sigh. "The Catholic Church is very traditional, Dr. Stone. Very conservative. I love the Church and everything about it, don't get me wrong, but they don't deal well with things that don't fit with their doctrine. And one of those things is wannabe junior nuns performing unauthorized exorcisms. You mean to tell me they... Stone trailed off, unable to keep the indignation from his voice. It was one of the things he disliked the most strongly about organized religion. The church's hidebound insistence on traditionalism worked great for those who fit the mold, but for those who didn't, things didn't always go as smoothly. They didn't do anything, she said. Not officially, anyway. My grandmother, she didn't know how to react to what she saw, but of course she felt she had to go tell the father what happened. I think she couldn't decide whether it was some kind of miracle, or if I'd done something horribly wrong. They examined me, examined my brother, grilled me and Abuelita about what had happened, prayed over me. They even brought in experts from higher up in the church. I actually got to meet the local archbishop. They were all very nice and polite about it, and they never made me feel anything but loved and protected. Not like I'd done anything wrong, but it wasn't long before I got the message that maybe becoming a sister wasn't where my calling lay after all. Their loss, I'd say. It's not for me to decide, she said. I've made my peace with it, and I still believe God has things he wants me to do. If that's not the direction he wills for me, then who am I to question it? They walked in silence for several more minutes. Stone debated whether to bring up what he wanted to say. On the one hand, it seemed like a bad time for it, after he'd just opened up what were obviously still painful wounds by asking Grace to discuss what had happened with her brother. On the other, he'd been serious when he'd said that she was involved in this now. Hell, she was neck deep in it, and it wouldn't be fair to withhold information that might keep her alive. I should be getting back, Grace said. They don't mind if I take long lunches sometimes, but I do have some work I need to finish today. Stone made his decision. Miss Ruiz, yes? Please just give me a few more minutes. This is very important, what I have to say to you. They'd made a full circuit around the park by now. He waved her back over to one of the picnic tables near the scatological sculpture. What is it? She asked, climbing up and perching on the table as Stone paced. He paused. I know you don't want to believe me. That what I do is magic, that's fine. I don't care if you call it magic or God's will or card tricks, but whatever it is, I think you can do a form of it too. She stared at him, eyes wide. What do you mean? She asked, but she couldn't keep the telltale tremble out of her voice. You drove something out of your brother's body. You drove off a supernatural construct on your own with nothing but force of will. God's will, she insisted. That wasn't me, I told you that. Whatever you want to believe, the point is, it doesn't matter. Whether it was you working under your own power or God working through you, you did it. You distracted those things long enough to keep them from killing me last night, and somehow, with no training, you've managed to put up a potent magical ward around your apartment. A what? A sort of magical protective field. She shook her head. You're wrong, Dr. Stone. There's nothing like that at my apartment. There is, he said. I saw it myself last night when I took you home. It's quite potent, and it's probably the reason why none of those creatures have attacked you directly. But how can that be? She asked in confusion. I'm telling you, I don't... He stopped his pacing and faced her. How long have you lived in your apartment? About 4 years. We had to move not long after what happened with Emilio. We got evicted from our last place when Grandma got sick and we fell behind on the rent. If the church hadn't helped us, we'd have been homeless. Did you do any sort of blessing on the place? When we moved in, the father came by and blessed it, she said. And of course, Abuelita and I say our prayers there every day. Stone nodded. That had to be it. Prayers and other religious invocations were, of course, another kind of ritual, especially when you were talking about a tradition as steeped in ritual and ceremony as the Roman Catholic Church. It wasn't inconceivable at all that combining them with someone who possessed untapped magical talent could result in unexpected manifestations of that talent. Tell me something, he said. And please, it's vitally important that you tell me the truth. I promise Whatever you say to me will go no further than between us." "What do you want to know?" She looked more nervous than she had before, gripping the table as if afraid she might fall off. He kept his voice even, soft, comforting. "Do you remember ever doing anything else you couldn't explain? Anything happening around you that you didn't understand, or perhaps that you attributed to God working through you?" "I don't attribute it to God," she said patiently. "It is God. If he chooses to work through me, then I'm only the conduit." Fine, he said. "But have you ever done anything like that?" She hesitated, looking away. "Miss Ruiz? She gripped her crucifix again. "Last night, after I called 911, I prayed over Father Reed. I asked God to watch over him and prayed that his wounds weren't serious. I was so afraid that he would die. There was so much blood." Stone nodded. That didn't surprise him. "Did something happen?" "I don't know," she whispered. "Remember when you first got here today, I told you his injuries weren't as bad as they looked?" "Yes." "Well," she swallowed. "It turns out they weren't bad at all. Father Reed said the doctors were confused because his injuries weren't consistent with the amount of blood they found on his clothes. They wondered if anybody else had been hurt." "Indeed," Stone said. "I thought at first it might have been from your arm, but it didn't bleed nearly that much." "No." He didn't mention that he'd done a little spell to neutralize the blood he'd spilled at the scene, so it wouldn't have been identifiable by the MTs, or available for any nefarious purposes by the time they arrived. "So what do you think happened?" "I don't know," she said. She stared down into her lap. "I think you do," he said gently. He reached out and touched her hand. "Look at me, Miss Ruiz." Her gaze came up with obvious reluctance until it met his. "I think you know exactly what happened," he said in the same soft tone. "You might not want to admit it, but you've got abilities. Whether they're magic or something God has given you or something else entirely, you can't deny they exist." She jerked back from him. "No," she said. "I don't have abilities. I can't." Her voice trailed off. "You do," he said. He hated doing this to her, but he had to make her see. She could believe whatever she wanted to about where her magic abilities came from. For his purposes, it didn't matter as long as she accepted them. He suspected her talents lay in specific areas, consistent with her faith and her world view. "Listen," he said, injecting a bit more force into his voice while still maintaining this soothing demeanor to avoid spooking her. "Just because you have these abilities doesn't mean there's anything wrong with you. It doesn't even mean you have to use them if they make you uncomfortable. But you saw those things last night. You saw what we're up against. And those are just the henchmen. If you want to keep yourself and those you love safe, you at least need to understand the extent of the tools you have to do that." She looked miserable. She shoved herself off the table and took a few steps away from him. "I can't deal with this right now, Dr. Stone. I need to get back to work and I need to pray about it." This wasn't the time. He pushed her too hard, and now, like a skittish wild animal, she was pulling away. "All right," he said. "All right, I'll go now and leave you alone, but please think about what I've said. Let me help you." She took another few steps away. "I'll call you later. I have your number. Thank you for everything, Dr. Stone." She turned and hurried off at a fast walk, back toward St. Joseph's. He watched her go until he couldn't see her anymore, then walked back to his car. After checking the rearview mirror, it had gotten to be a habit now, he drove off. He let the radio play, so deep in thought about his conversation with Grace that he didn't bother digging out a CD. The talking heads on the local news station barely registered as anything beyond a low-grade murmur as he navigated the San Jose downtown streets in the direction of the Rosicrucian Library. At least, until he heard the word murder. That caught his attention in a hurry. He quickly snapped back to reality and hit the button on the steering wheel to turn up the volume. Authorities are asking everyone to avoid the area for the rest of the day as they continue their investigation. The identity of the victim hasn't been released yet, pending notification of next of kin. A source, speaking on condition of anonymity, has revealed that the murder appears to be consistent with others committed by the killer dubbed the Bay Area Butcher. Once again, authorities are requesting that anyone not having immediate business on the Stanford campus avoid the area for the remainder of the day. Bloody hell. He swung the wheel around, turning the car back toward the freeway. The library would have to wait. Chapter 39. As Stone suspected when he arrived at the Stanford campus, they hadn't blocked off all the entrances. That would have been nearly impossible, as well as unnecessary. The campus was the size of a small town, so shutting down the whole thing due to a single murder would be overkill even for a high-profile case like this. He tried to call Laura at the office on his way up, hoping to find out more about the location of the murder, but discovered to his consternation that the battery on his mobile phone had died. Damn it, this wasn't the time to forget to charge the bloody thing. He wondered if anybody else had tried to reach him, but it couldn't be helped now. He continued listening to the news broadcast, certain something this big would be repeated. He was correct. As he turned on to one of the many side entrances to the campus, the reporter repeated the story, and this time he got more details. The victims, more than one, had been discovered in a little-used lecture hall by a janitor who'd entered to clean it. The press had few details yet. The discovery had only been made a couple hours ago, and the police were still working the scene. The reporter once again cautioned the public to avoid the west side of the campus, as cordons had been set up and no one was being allowed in. Stone picked his way through roads snarled with the usual traffic. Cars, hordes of bicyclists, and pedestrians crossing without regard for corners or crosswalks. He seethed at his slow progress, wondering